I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 876, Ivy Palace. Luo Hong was stunned when he heard this. He was originally going to ask her something, but he didn't expect her to tell him so readily. Even if the Poria Coco's flower was really a useless spiritual object to the human race, as she said, she shouldn't have told him so easily. Unless when you take the treasure, do you want to use me? The unexpected cooperation can only mean that he has an unexpected role. Luo Hong immediately understood. According to the notes, there is a maze formed by the power of heaven and earth around the cave, which can only be broken by using the power of heaven and earth. Any other means will completely lock the maze, and it will not be unlocked until at least 3,000 years later. And the only exit here is also in the cave. Daoist friend, why don't you cooperate with me? Although Huayui's attitude towards Luo Hong changed drastically, mainly because of fear, the matter of taking the treasure was also very important. Luo Hong immediately understood what the girl meant when she heard this. She only wanted to get the Poria Coco's flower. If he helped her enter the cave, the rest of the treasures in the cave would belong to him. For a spiritual flower whose use was unknown, Luo Hong would not risk being trapped here for hundreds of years and falling out with the girl. So without much thought, Luo Hong said seriously, since the exit is also in the cave, Luo Hong must solve the maze, and it is okay to cooperate with the senior. But before that, the senior needs to make a vow to the devil in his heart that before leaving this place, he must not attack Luo Hong, let alone plot to harm Luo Hong. Although the other party was seriously injured, she was much more familiar with this place than herself, and it was very easy to dig a pit to bury him by relying on the information gap. If there was no guarantee, Luo Hong would not dare to act with her. Humph, it's not difficult for me to swear, but you have to swear the same oath. Huayui was also afraid that after Luo Hong found the exit, he would turn against her and snatch the Poria Coco's demon flower, so she asked immediately. As soon as the voice fell, Huayui stared at Luo Hong with both eyes, carefully observing his expression. As long as the other party hesitated, it meant that he had the intention of killing people and taking treasures, and Huayui would naturally not seek the skin of a tiger. Even if she had to sacrifice her body and only keep her natal tree spirit, she would take the initiative. After all, there was a wood spirit land in this cave, which could be inhabited by her natal tree spirit. It would not be a problem for her to retreat here for 1,000 years, but for the human race, 1,000 years meant 3 small heavenly tribulations. If Luo Hong was trapped here, and it was difficult to improve her cultivation, these 3 small heavenly tribulations would be fatal. That's right, otherwise how can we talk about cooperation? Luo Hong had already thought it through, and he responded immediately. Afterwards, the two supervised each other and swore the inner demon oath, and the tense atmosphere between the two eased a lot. As for when to leave, there was no need to discuss anything. Luo Hong wanted to return to Shinyuan City as soon as possible to avoid being suspected and investigated, and Huayui was holding on. If she didn't do it quickly, she would fall into a deep sleep. The two of them had the same aspirations, so they immediately fled to the towering tree in the center of the cave. As they approached, Luo Hong found, as expected, that the yin-yang sacred tree was not only extremely tall, but also frighteningly thick. He was like an ant in front of it. From a distance, there were many buildings on the lower half of the yin-yang sacred tree. I think that was the cave of the original owner. However, when they were more than 20 miles away from the grey giant tree, they entered the range of the Kyankan maze. For a while, upside down, left and right were hard to tell. Luo Hong felt that he had entered an invisible 3-dimensional maze. He basically could not fly for a few miles, and would inexplicably return to the original place. It was not until he used all his strength to sacrifice the power of Kyankan that Luo Hong vaguely sensed the flow of power in the maze. Even with this guidance, Luo Hong took a lot of effort and went wrong dozens of times before he finally led the pink-faced girl through the maze and came to the yin-yang sacred tree. Looking at the numerous buildings in front of him, Luo Hong did not dare to rush in. He turned to the excited girl and asked, "Senior, we have passed this maze, but where is the restriction to get out? This place must be strictly restricted. We can't just find it bit by bit. There is only one teleportation array in the cave that can connect to the outside world, and it is in the most majestic reception hall. From this point of view, only that building is the most likely." The girl pointed upward. Luo Hong looked in the direction she pointed and saw a hall that seemed to be entangled with thick green vines, leaning on the yin-yang sacred tree thousands of feet above the ground and almost overlooking the entire cave. This green vine hall is indeed the most magnificent building that can be seen here, but even if the other party has made a vow to the inner demon, Luo Hong will not go alone. From the initial green mist illusion array, it can be seen that the girl is quite familiar with the restrictions here, and she dared to explore the cave of the Silver Level Wood Clan despite her serious injuries, precisely because of this reliance. In that case, are you willing to go with me to explore? After all, if you don't find a way out first, you won't feel at ease, even if you're looking for treasures. Luo Hong said in a slightly threatening tone. He didn't expect the other party to take him along to search for benefits in the cave, but at least in this matter, the other party must cooperate. It's okay to go together, but our cooperation is limited to this. After all, I must get the Poria Coco's demon flower before I fall asleep. Who are you? I looked at Luo Hong coldly and expressed her position in a cold voice. She didn't want to agree to Luo Hong, but she knew after a little thought that if she didn't agree to this, the other party would definitely interfere with her getting the treasure. After all, the heart demon oath only prevented the two from fighting, but it didn't say that they couldn't compete for treasures. Under the constraints of the oath, basically the treasures in the cave belonged to whoever got them first. Who are you? I didn't want any accidents when getting the Poria Coco's demon flower, so she could only compromise. Don't worry, senior. As long as you lead me to the teleportation array, I won't bother you anymore. We'll go our separate ways. Luo Hong patted his chest and promised. I hope you'll keep your promise and follow me. Who are you? I said slowly, and then flew straight to the Qingteng Hall. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately followed. When they were halfway through, a layer of green light suddenly appeared in the air. It was obviously some kind of restriction that prevented people from continuing to fly upwards. Seeing this, who are you? I was not in a hurry. He simply chanted a few spells, then pointed his sword and shot out a green light column from his fingertips. When the green light column touched the light film, a gap with a diameter of several feet was immediately opened, and the two passed through it easily. Luo Hong could see clearly from the side that the pink-faced girl used a unique method to remove the restriction. Just like a password, each set of restrictions has its corresponding set of unlocking methods. As long as she can know the unlocking methods of all the restrictions in the cave, she can also pass through the cave unimpeded like the original owner. This kind of magic is not difficult. Luo Hong only took a look and remembered it in her heart. After secretly deducing it, she was confident that she could cast the same magic light column. Soon, the two flew to the door of the Qingteng Hall. Huaru was still the same as before, shooting a magic light column, and the green vines that formed the door of the hall immediately came to life, quickly retreating to both sides, revealing a 10-foot high portal. Stepping into it, Luo Hong saw a strange scene of planting trees in the house. The hall did not look like a place to welcome guests, but rather like a garden. However, looking at the calm expression on the face of the pink-faced girl, I think this is the unique decoration style of the Wood Clan. After walking a few steps, Luo Hong heard some rustling noises. With a careful sweep of his spiritual sense, he immediately found that many plants were covered with insects smaller than rice grains. Under the cover of the spiritual energy of the plants, it was very easy for people to ignore the existence of these insects. After a glance, Luo Hong found that there were a lot of these insects. He was alert at the moment, and he was ready to sacrifice the heavenly wolf divine fire if there was anything wrong. After all, this is the cave of the Silver Level Wood Clan, and nothing can be taken lightly. However, at this moment, who are you? I said in surprise. Mature green heart flies. There are so many. After being amazed, she ignored Luo Hong and actually scattered her already few clothes, wrapped herself in a layer of dazzling spiritual light, and then pinched her hands to cast a spell. Although the pink spiritual light was dazzling, Luo Hong had practiced the spiritual eye supernatural power, so it could not block his sight at all. Because it happened suddenly, he couldn't help but be stunned. The next moment, a rich fragrance emanated from Huayui's body. As soon as she floated out, the rustling sound in the hall suddenly rose, and countless green heart flies soared into the air and flew towards Huayui. After attaching directly to her body, they turned into pink dresses, and there was no trace of spiritual insects. Not long after, all the green heart flies turned into the dress on Huayui's body. Luo Hong immediately saw that the burn marks on the other party's pink arm slowly began to heal, and her aura was even more boosted. There is no doubt that this spiritual insect called green heartfly is very beneficial to her high-level wood clan. Luo Hong was not surprised that the pink-faced girl could have such a harvest. After all, this place is the cave of the silver-level wood clan, and naturally every spiritual object is very useful to the wood clan. Keep going, the teleportation array should be just ahead. After sensing her own state, Huayui called out, and then walked forward with a happy face. Seeing the other party's nonchalant look, Luo Hong couldn't help but open his eyes and secretly sighed at the fierceness of the woman of the Wood clan. It is common for different races to have different concepts. Luo Hong is not so shallow. He immediately forgot the scene just now and focused on exploring the situation in the hall. After all, this hall is a place to welcome guests. Luo Hong only saw many unique furnishings of the Wood clan later and did not find any spiritual objects. After exploring for half an hour, Luo Hong finally found a formation pattern. Although it was different from the teleportation formation of the human race, he still intuitively determined that this was what he was looking for. However, there was a strong atmosphere of restriction around this formation pattern. Obviously, this important place for entering and exiting the cave was protected by a powerful restriction. Seeing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but look at the girl with the pink face. The meaning was self-evident. However, Huayui's face lost its confidence at this time. She frowned and hesitated for a moment before casting a spell to shoot a beam of magic light. But as soon as the magic beam approached the teleportation array, a thick green spirit shield emerged and fiercely bounced it back. Not only that, the green spirit shield suddenly flashed, and a green blade light slashed out, slashing directly at Huayui. Seeing this, Huayui's face changed drastically, and she dodged and escaped more than 100 feet away. However, the green blade light was very relentless, and it flexed in the air and continued to slash at Huayui. Fellow Daoist Luo, help me. In my current state, I can't use the magical powers of my natal tree spirit at all. After dodging again, Huayui immediately called for help from Luo Hong, looking extremely critical. Although Luo Hong didn't believe that the other party really had no power to protect himself, he really couldn't let anything happen to the other party, so he didn't hesitate much at the moment, and with a thought, he urged the power of heaven and earth to block the attack for the other party. But even though he was not careless at all, and directly summoned the Kyankan Pearl, using all the Kyankan power, the green blade light paused for a moment, and then cut open the Kyankan barrier he had built. What was even more infuriating was that the green blade light gave up the pink-faced girl and folded in the air before slashing towards him. In the confrontation just now, Luo Hong also discovered that this seemingly thin green blade light actually concealed a huge Kyankan power, which was heavier than 10,000 kilograms. Luo Hong secretly groaned, and at the moment he didn't care about anything else. He used all his strength to drive the great 5-element magnetic light and Kyankan power, turning into a 5-colored giant hand, and then put his palms together to slap the green blade light. There was a loud dong sound, as if two heavy objects collided in the air. Luo Hong, who used all his strength to activate the two great magical powers, could only barely block this green blade light. Even as time went on, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. The cyan blade light slowly cut into the 5-colored giant palm, and Luo Hong's left palm suddenly felt a stinging pain. A blood mark appeared in the palm. Seeing that the 5-colored giant palm was about to be cut in half, the cyan blade light quickly dimmed. It turned out that Luo Hong activated the magical power of the great 5-element magnetic light to restrain the 5-element and forcibly extracted the wood spirit power in the cyan blade light. As the green light dimmed, the power of the cyan blade light also slipped sharply, and soon it could no longer resist the power of the 5-colored giant palm, and it collapsed into a sky full of cyan light. The next moment, Luo Hong retracted his magical power and immediately dodged hundreds of feet away from the cyan light shield on the teleportation array. After looking at his left palm which was bleeding, he could not help but question the girl angrily. "Senior, what's going on? Do you want to break your oath?" The situation just now was too much like Ui's plot to harm Luo Hong. Although it was unlikely, he could not help but have some doubts. "This is an accident. If I plotted to harm you, how could I attract an attack? If you didn't make a move, wouldn't I have shot myself in the foot?" "I said with a face full of shock. She did have some self-protection power, but once she used it, she would immediately fall into a deep sleep. Therefore, she was willing to put down her face and call for help from Luo Hong." While explaining, I also secretly sighed that her previous guess was correct. The other party really had some hidden powerful means. Chapter 877, Nameless Secret Technique. What the other party said was reasonable. If she had made a mistake in her thinking just now, she would have dug her own grave. Luo Hong changed her mind and did not intend to pursue it too much, but she still said in a bad tone, "If what you said is true, then after the test just now, can you confirm the method to remove this restriction?" "I don't have a way to remove this restriction. The only way now is to break the restriction violently, and it depends on you, brother Luo." I looked at the green spirit cover with lingering fear and shook her head slightly. "Why is this?" Senior was obviously quite familiar with the restrictions here before. How come he was helpless when it came to the key point? Is it possible that the restriction, where the Poria Coco's demon flower is located, is also going to be broken violently? Luo Hong immediately questioned after hearing this. "HMPH, Daoist Luo, don't be too suspicious. The reason why I can remove the restriction here is because this set of ancient restrictions is now widely circulated in my Wood Clan. You can find any orange level Wood Clan member to do this. However, the restrictions on this teleportation array are not from that set of ancient restrictions. Most likely, they were casually set up by the silver level senior before he left. Where can I find a way to break the restriction? Daoist Luo, do you have any questions? If not, we will separate here and do our own things." I bit her silver teeth lightly and stared at Luo Hong angrily. Then, seeing that Luo Hong was silent and did not respond, she did not wait any longer and fled out of the Qingteng Hall. Looking at the figure of the pink-faced girl disappearing at the door of the hall, Luo Hong did not follow her angrily. He knew that what the other party said was most likely true, and it was useless to force it. Instead of wasting time on this, it would be better to think about how to break the restriction. A green light flashed on his hand, and the cut healed and disappeared, but Luo Hong's fear in his heart did not diminish at all. Even though countless years have passed, the restriction left by the ancient silver level Wood Clan is still extremely powerful. What happened just now was just a slight counterattack. When this restriction really takes effect, its magical power will certainly be far more than this. The pink-faced girl is definitely not to be relied on. After obtaining the key treasure, she must sleep in this cave to heal her wounds. This process will take at least hundreds of years, and Luo Hong can't wait. However, it is really dangerous to break the restriction by himself. He must wait until he recovers his vitality and returns to his prime before he can make an attempt. Before this, Luo Hong is trapped in this cave. Well, anyway, there is not much difference between missing for a few months and missing for a few years. I have to be questioned. I'd better be safe. Taking this opportunity, I will thoroughly search this cave and deduce the exercises when I'm free. Since I'm here, I will make the best of it. It is far from a desperate situation at this time. Luo Hong did not feel depressed for too long. He immediately chose a lotus seat in the hall and sat cross-legged to practice and heal his wounds. With the help of Han Leo Emo's magic medicine, Luo Hong stabilized his injuries a month later. Even if he fought with others at this time, his condition would not worsen. But in order to completely recover his vitality, he had to rely on slow and steady work and slowly recuperate. After recovering to this level, Luo Hong was qualified to explore this cave alone. With a thought, he escaped from the Qingteng Hall. Standing thousands of feet high, Luo Hong released his divine sense to explore each building, but due to the restrictions, his divine sense could not invade most buildings. Therefore, he could only judge the purpose of each building, based on its appearance and size, as well as the surrounding situation. Although the owner of this cave is a wood clan, there are always similarities in alchemy and refining. If you observe carefully, you can still find out which are the alchemy rooms, and which are the fire rooms from these buildings, that are very different from the human style. In addition, Luo Hong also found the true fire of the sun, many golden crow divine irons and the aura of some unknown high-level spiritual objects near the yin-yang sacred tree. Needless to say, they must have been caught here with him by the Grey Hand. The black hydrogen spirit bead disappeared, probably swallowed by the yin-yang sacred tree. Immediately, Luo Hong summoned the heavenly wolf divine fire, and ordered it to collect the scattered spiritual objects. As for the group of sun true fire, Luo Hong asked the heavenly wolf divine fire to swallow it directly, which could increase its power a little. He himself began to explore the buildings that seemed to be the fire chambers of the alchemy room. Relying on the method of lifting the ban that he secretly learned from the pink-faced girl, Luo Hong did not encounter any trouble along the way, and soon harvested a large number of messy spiritual medicines and spiritual materials. Among them, he could only name less than 20%, and the rest he had never seen before, and had no idea what they were used for. However, regardless of their rarity, the spiritual levels of these spiritual medicines and spiritual materials were very satisfactory. The worst was at the level of transformation, and many had even reached the level of refining emptiness. I believe that, when he returns to Shinyuan City and searches through the classics, there will be many surprises waiting for him. The only pity is that Luo Hong did not find a spiritual object that meets the identity of the silver level wood clan. But this is normal. After all, the master of this place is not like the Lord of Taping Mansion, who died suddenly in his own cave. The real good things must be carried by the other party. After finishing this preliminary exploration, the heavenly wolf divine fire also returned to Luo Hong with a group of spiritual objects that were raised by the spirit particle nuclear explosion. So he began to explore further. Although the probability of having treasures in those buildings that cannot be seen will be higher, the corresponding degree of danger will also increase sharply. At this time, Luo Hong flew down and came to a huge group of black thorns. Looking at the ground with no grass growing around and exuding a murderous aura, Luo Hong secretly guarded and casually shot out a green light column. However, just like the green spirit cover, as soon as the green light column sank into the black thorns, more than 10 black thorns were pulled out like lightning. Luo Hong did not choose to take it hard at the first time, but dodged and pulled away, and suddenly those black thorns became confused, as if they had lost their target. Not long after, these black thorns shrank back. The pink-faced girl's method of lifting the ban had the opposite effect, which meant that this place was also a special place, where the cave master had set up a ban. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Hong flashed to the thorn group again, and then without saying a word, he shot out 3 blue-white fireballs as big as his head. When the heavenly wolf divine fire touched them, these black thorns actually let out a shrill wail like an animal, and even took the initiative to cut off the burning parts, and scattered frantically in all directions. In an instant, a gap with a diameter of more than 10 feet appeared in front of Luo Hong. The inside of the thorn group was pitch black, and there was no sunlight ban in the Qingteng Hall. Before Luo Hong could use his spiritual sense to explore the situation inside, a group of black shadows flew out and came straight to his face. With a bang, the black shadow suddenly stopped in the air, as if it had hit an invisible wall, revealing its true form. Spirit insect? Luo Hong frowned slightly as he looked at the object in front of him. It was a fist-sized, ferocious-looking 6-legged beetle. This insect had a pair of red eyes and exuded a faint black aura. Although it was imprisoned in the air by the power of heaven and earth, it still screamed at Luo Hong fiercely. At the same time, Countless red lights lit up in the gap, and it was obvious that there were far more than one of these vicious insects. As these vicious insects awakened, a thick black aura gradually spread out from the gap, and a sizzling corrosion sound was heard wherever it passed. What a strong poison. Luo Hong's pupils shrank when he saw this. The existence of spirit insects cannot be simply measured by the realm of cultivation, especially poisonous insects. You can't be careless, otherwise you really don't know how you died. However, he immediately raised the corners of his mouth and called with a slight smile, "Azzy, come out for dinner." As soon as the voice fell, a purple shadow flew out of the spirit beast bag and landed on the ground and turned into a slightly fat purple-haired girl. The next moment, the purple-haired girl reached out without hesitation to grab the six-legged beetle imprisoned by Luo Hong and put it into her mouth and chewed it. Wow, crunchy, delicious. After swallowing it with a gulp, Azzy's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she looked at the gap in surprise. At this time, the fierce insects that were originally aggressive and ready to kill together stopped their steps, and then the countless red dots dimmed one after another, and the black poisonous mist quickly retracted, looking like they were trying to avoid it. "Master?" Azzy looked up at Luo Hong, her face full of desire. "Go, don't leave any behind." Luo Hong nodded immediately and gave Azzy the task of eliminating insects. The next moment, Azzy happily escaped into the gap, and then a huge strange roar came from it. Not long after, the noise subsided. So Luo Hong casually shot a few light balls to illuminate, and walked in leisurely. There were not many decorations in the thorn cluster. In addition to the black poison pool in the center and the traces of spiritual insects scattered around, there were only some array patterns that made Luo Hong feel familiar. Obviously, this place was where the original owner used to raise spiritual insects, but because of the years, the array has long been ineffective. These spiritual insects have been bred for who knows how many generations, and I'm afraid they are no longer in their original appearance. At this time, Azzy was floating in the poison pool with a look of intoxication on her face, with purple air rising from her body, as if she was grabbing something good from the poison pool. Seeing this, Luo Hong did not disturb her, but went straight to a stone platform beside the poison pool. From the many bottles and jars dumped on this stone platform, it can be seen that the owner of the cave house used to mix the water of the poison pool here. Due to the destruction of the six-legged beetle, the original spiritual materials in these bottles and jars either disappeared or leaked out. Only a white jade that looked like a spider aroused Luo Hong's interest. He carefully extended his spiritual consciousness, but was sucked in the moment he touched the spider white jade. Luo Hong was shocked, but soon turned into a happy expression, and after a moment, turned into a serious thinking expression. It turned out that this spider white jade was the same as the jade slip, but it came from the Mayfly clan, so its appearance was so unique. And what was recorded in it was an unnamed secret technique for cultivating poisonous insects. It was said that once it was perfected, it could cultivate supreme poisonous insects that were enough to threaten Mahayana monks. The Mayfly clan was a super clan in the Fingyuan continent of the spirit realm. Its ability to drive spirit insects frightened the surrounding clans. So even though the effect of this secret technique looked exaggerated, Luo Hong still did not doubt it. After reading the cultivation method of this unnamed secret technique, Luo Hong summarized it into 3 stages. In the first stage, the cultivator needs to obtain a large amount of poisonous flowers and poisonous plants, feed the poisonous insects, and when they are fully mature, they must activate the secret technique to devour these poisonous insects and give birth to the king of this type of poisonous insects. The second stage is to use more advanced poisonous flowers and poisonous plants and various methods to cultivate the insect king. After cultivating at least 6 fully grown insect kings of different species, they can be raised in the way of Boo, so that they can kill and devour each other, thus giving birth to the supreme poisonous insect. As for the third stage, it is to use various natural treasures that Luo Hong has never heard of to cultivate this supreme poisonous insect. The secret technique in the spider white jade is very detailed. Not only does it explain the spiritual insects that can serve as seeds, but it also comes with detailed cultivation methods. It is clearly recorded what poisonous grass to feed at what time, which is extremely professional. Therefore, many of the stock spiritual medicines that Luo Hong obtained from the alchemy room have been traced Obviously, the owner of this place was trying to cultivate spiritual insects according to this unnamed secret technique. However, he was out before even the first stage was completed. The flying purple striped scorpion is also included in this unnamed secret technique, but Luo Hong does not intend to cultivate RZ completely according to it in the future. After all, if he followed the cultivation method of this secret technique completely, no matter how much wealth he had, he would not be able to cultivate it. In the entire spiritual world, it is estimated that only the combined old monsters of the Mayfly clan are qualified to try this secret technique, because the spiritual medicines related to spiritual insects in this clan are definitely much easier to find, and the cost is much lower than that of other races. Perhaps, this is why this nameless secret technique can be spread. But for Luo Hong, this secret technique is of great reference significance. From his scientific perspective of cultivating immortals, the theoretical basis of this secret technique is actually the theory of the gathering and manifestation of laws. To put it in an analogy, the entire complicated cultivation process is like refining spiritual treasures. Through the accumulation of a large number of spiritual objects of the same attribute, its own laws are manifested. The spiritual insects are the main materials, and those poisonous flowers and poisonous plants are a large number of auxiliary materials. The process of swallowing and refining is the refining process. However, it is obvious that the creator of the technique did not comprehend this theory to perfection. Otherwise there would be no need to refine the method of Gu in the second stage, and he could continue to cultivate spiritual insects according to the method of the first stage. The method of refining Gu is actually to make use of the instincts of the spirit insects themselves to make up for the theoretical deficiencies. In other words, as long as the deficiencies in this part of the theory are made up, a perfect breeding route can be developed. Of course, it is not easy to do this. Luo Hong can already imagine that it must be a huge project that requires countless experiments. But once there are results, it will not only benefit RZ. Luo Hong can learn more about the power of the law and explore the laws in it. This is what Luo Hong has always wanted to do, but he has not started it before because he had no entry point and did not have enough experimental materials. But now, the secret technique provides an entry point, and the kind-hearted elders of the Wood Clan provide a lot of experimental materials. These two most important conditions are met at once. Chapter 878, Jade Tree Formation. Now I have something to do during my retreat. Luo Hong was satisfied and put away the spider jade. This thing was definitely a big gain, and his trip was not in vain. It took a long time to comprehend the secret technique. At this time, the water in the poison pool had become clear. The water that was originally as dark as ink could be seen from the shore. Then, as he floated out of the poison pool slowly and fell into Luo Hong's arms and fell asleep. Obviously, she gained a lot from the poison pool, so she needed to sleep to digest it fully. After confirming that AZ's breath was fine, Luo Hong's mind moved and took her back to the spirit beast bag. At this point, there was nothing valuable in the thorn group, and Luo Hong immediately flew out of the gap. Next, Luo Hong explored several strange looking buildings, but the spiritual objects in them were either rotten or only applicable to the Wood Clan, so the harvest was very little. Fortunately, there were no accidents in the prohibition, and no emergency occurred. In addition, Luo Hong did not find any trace of the pink-faced girl, as if she did not take the treasure here, but left directly. Suddenly, Luo Hong understood that this cave should not only have these buildings on the surface, but there must be some hidden places, similar to the existence of the secret vault. In this way, the real good things should be in these hidden places, but how to find them? The pink-faced girl can sleep peacefully, not just because of his inner demon oath. She must have always believed that he could not find her sleeping place, so she tried her best to stop him from going treasure hunting with her. Luo Hong flew in the air, concentrating on thinking about the possible location of the cave vault. Gradually, he looked at the most conspicuous yin-yang sacred tree here. On the grey tree body, the huge palm prints are particularly eye-catching. This is not the yin-yang sacred tree itself, but its influence on the yin-yang sacred tree is not just on the surface. Judging from the grey big hand that the yin-yang sacred tree offered when it took him, these palm prints have an essential influence on it. In the green ivy hall, the blade he saw not only carried the power of heaven and earth, but also combined perfectly with the power of the wood spirit. Although Luo Hong's 5-colored giant palm was also a magical power formed by the combination of the power of heaven and earth and the 5 elements spiritual power, his combination was just a rough combination of the two powers, achieving the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. Compared with the degree of combination of the two powers that was completely integrated into one by the green blade, it was completely different. The power of the former combination could not only amplify each other, but also be more condensed. If it weren't for the fact that the great 5-element magnetic light was extremely restraining the power of the 5-element and destroying the internal power balance of the green blade, he would never have easily passed the test. It seems that the master of this place has a deep understanding of the power of heaven and earth, so it is not surprising to build the secret vault in the yin-yang divine tree. After talking to himself, Luo Hong flashed to the yin-yang divine tree, slowly stretched out his palm, and pressed it on the grey tree body. The yin-yang sacred tree did not react at all, just like it did not care about the ants climbing on its body. However, Luo Hong did not want it to be as flat as a mirror lake. If he did not stir up some waves, how could he reveal the things hidden under the water? So, he immediately used the power of heaven and earth, condensed into an invisible giant needle, and fiercely stabbed the yin-yang sacred tree. In an instant, the power of heaven and earth that was originally flowing slowly in the yin-yang sacred tree suddenly boiled like boiling oil. Luo Hong just sensed it for a moment, and then a grey hand flew out from those palm prints and slapped him without saying a word. This scene was exactly what Luo Hong expected. He immediately dodged and escaped 200 or 300 feet without panic. Then the 5-colored rays of light on his body shone brightly, and the whole person turned into a ball of light several feet in size. At the same time, hundreds of grey hands came from all directions in front of him, as if they were determined to take Luo Hong down. Seeing that Luo Hong had no chance of escaping, and if he was caught by these grey hands this time, it would not be as simple as being moved to another place. But he still only focused on stirring up the 5-colored rays of light, making the light ball he turned into larger and brighter. Soon, the grey hand in the lead touched the 5-colored light ball, and the 5-colored light ball suddenly shrank, and then suddenly exploded with a roar, turning into a circle of spherical spiritual waves rushing in all directions. It was seen that, as soon as those grey hands touched the 5-colored spiritual waves, many bulges suddenly appeared on their surfaces, and then they burst one after another, and disintegrated into a ball of disordered spiritual power. The great 5-element magnetic light explosion is the one that can best exert its own magical power among all the changes of the great 5-element magnetic light. The power of the universe of the yin-yang divine tree cannot be underestimated. If it was just a confrontation of the power of the universe, Luo Hong would not use such a bold test method. However, the master of this place is at a high level, and has integrated the 5-element of spiritual power into almost all the restrictions involving the power of heaven and earth. Although this can greatly increase the power of the restrictions, it also exposes a fatal weakness under the great 5-element magnetic light. Once the 5-element of spiritual power and the restrictions are disturbed, the balance will be broken, and it will easily collapse from the inside like the grey big hand. After resolving this round of crisis, the yin-yang divine tree immediately stopped and returned to silence. Obviously, although this tree has spirits, it is too immature, and it was just an instinctive counterattack. After a moment of sensing just now, Luo Hong successfully discovered a spiritual power covered by the power of heaven and earth in the yin-yang divine tree. The location of the spiritual energy is 100 feet above the Qingteng Hall. If there is really a secret library in it, it is undoubtedly the highest point of the entire cave. Although this discovery is gratifying, Luo Hong did not go to explore it immediately. According to the previous rules, there must be a very powerful restriction there, so he needs to recover some of his mana before going there. So Luo Hong returned to the Qingteng Hall, took a pill, and sat in meditation quietly. After about 3 hours, he suddenly opened his eyes and flashed to the top of the Qingteng Hall. After putting his hand on the yin-yang divine tree again, and sensing the power of heaven and earth in the suspicious place, Luo Hong suddenly discovered something. So that's it. With a whisper, Luo Hong immediately wrapped his whole body with the power of heaven and earth, and then put his whole body on the yin-yang divine tree. At this time, a magical scene appeared. I saw a ripple on the surface of the yin-yang divine tree, and Luo Hong slowly escaped into the tree. At this time, a hall with a brilliant spiritual light appeared in front of Luo Hong. Judging from the runes flowing on its surface, this hall is actually the center of the entire cave. Luo Hong couldn't help showing a look of surprise when he saw this, but he soon suppressed this emotion and looked at the restriction covering the hall with a serious look. But the strange thing is that the restriction outside the central hall is exactly the same as the green light film that Luo Hong saw before, which separated the Qingteng Hall from the other buildings in the mansion. In other words, Luo Hong couldn't believe it and slowly shot out a green light column, which actually opened a gap in the outer restriction of the central hall. Good guy, you dare to be lazy again. After a moment of surprise, Luo Hong immediately flew through the restriction and came to the front of this hall that seemed to be made of white jade. The restriction on the door of the hall was also nothing special, and Luo Hong easily broke it with the method of lifting the restriction. After entering the hall, what came into view were jade trees of different colors. These jade trees were all no more than 10 feet high, with few branches and sparse leaves, but they all slowly flickered with spiritual light. Looking closely, Luo Hong found that the leaves were actually covered with a thin layer of spiritual cover. Is this Lishu? After observing for a while with a frown, Luo Hong said uncertainly. He had read some information about the Wood Clan. The leaf book was the Wood Clan's jade slip, and it was also a magical instrument used to record information. Since there were so many leaf books here, and they were all protected by restrictions, it was undoubtedly where the skills were. Although it was a bit strange to arrange a power storage pavilion in the central hall of the cave, the owner of this place was a Wood Clan after all, so Luo Hong didn't care too much, and just thought it was a habit of the Wood Clan. To be honest, Luo Hong was quite interested in the skills practiced by the owner of this place. If he could understand the other party's perfect method of integrating the power of heaven and earth with the spirit of the five element, then the power of his five-color giant palm supernatural power could be directly doubled, and then the confidence of breaking the restriction in the Qingteng Hall would also be greatly improved. However, there were many leaf books here, and Luo Hong was not familiar with them. He couldn't tell the difference between these leaf books, so he was not in a hurry to search. After confirming that there was nothing else on this floor except the jade tree, he went straight to the place where the teleportation array was located, activated the array with a push of his magic power, and sent himself to the second floor of the hall. Compared to the Qingteng Hall with numerous furnishings and the first floor full of jade trees, the second floor of the central hall was very simple. Apart from a set of mysterious array patterns on the ground, there was nothing else. This arrangement made Luo Hong feel very familiar, because the quiet room where he meditated and practiced daily was also the same. So, naturally, he had corresponding guesses, and when he looked at the array patterns under his feet, he suddenly found some clues. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Hong flicked his 10 fingers and shot a beam of mana light at many places on the array patterns, and suddenly this extremely complex array pattern lit up with spiritual light. Then, a stream of Kyankan power surged from outside the hall and began to flow in this second floor in a certain pattern. Because this array pattern involves the power of Kyankan, Luo Hong has done a lot of research on the corresponding array in order to arrange the Kyankan reversal array so he can cast a spell to activate this array at this time. Practicing with the power of heaven and earth. What kind of skill is this? Seeing this scene, Luo Hong immediately understood and became more interested in the skill practiced by the master of this place. Even though this place was empty, he was not disappointed at all. After recording the array pattern on the ground, Luo Hong returned to the first floor of the central hall through the teleportation array again, ready to find the skill of the master of this place from the numerous leaf books. However, as soon as he came back, he found that this floor had changed drastically. I saw that a thin and winding golden light thread floated out from the tops of many jade trees, and they all converged towards an area at the top of the first floor. It seemed that these golden light threads were like the complicated roots of a big tree. There was no doubt that this change must have been caused by Luo Hong activating the big array on the second floor, and the second floor big array was set up for the master of this place to practice. In other words, these jade trees on the first floor are not just alternative shelves for placing leaf books, but also part of the big array. Luo Hong couldn't help but secretly thought that this was really a pillow sent to him when he was sleepy, and the clues about the skill were delivered to his door. After carefully scanning the entire hall with his spiritual sense, Luo Hong immediately discovered that not every jade tree had golden light threads floating out. One of the jade trees was still the same as before, and it happened to be right below the place where the golden light threads gathered. The two coincidences at the same time undoubtedly made this jade tree more unique. Luo Hong looked closely and saw that the shape of this jade tree was also very special. Several branches stretched out, as if to protect a leaf book on this tree. If there is no accident, that leaf book is not the cultivation method practiced by the owner of this place, and it must have recorded something extremely important. After analyzing it secretly, Luo Hong squatted down, pressed his right palm on the ground, and then spit out magic power from his palm, trying to sense the flow of spiritual energy in this hall. Because the myriad god eyes could not be used, he could not summon the petrified demon eyes, and at the moment he could only use this slightly clumsy method to explore. Because he had seen the second level formation, Luo Hong had some idea in his mind before the investigation, so it didn't take him much time to sense the spiritual veins in the hall. It can be confirmed that the special jade tree is the center of the formation. The spiritual energy flowing in each of the other jade trees comes from the special jade tree. After this discovery, Luo Hong was not surprised, but frowned deeply. He would not be easily confused by the two restrictions outside the door. The more important the special jade tree is, the more strictly the original owner will protect it. The thin light film on the suspicious leaf book looks far less thick than the green light cover in the Qingteng Hall, but it is probably much more powerful. Luo Hong did not act rashly at the moment, but with a 5-colored glow on his left palm, he probed towards a leaf book on a jade tree next to him, hoping to get some information from it. As soon as Luo Hong's left palm touched the restriction on the leaf book, the originally slowly flickering light film suddenly condensed into a layer of spiritual shield that seemed to be a solid entity. Luo Hong immediately squeezed it with a little force, and the huge force of hundreds of thousands of pounds could not shake the spiritual shield at all. Instead, the spiritual shields on many leaf books around also had the same defensive reaction. It seems that each restriction here does not exist alone, and its protective ability is definitely beyond imagination. However, I made such an obvious violent move to break the restriction, and the restrictions here did not fight back. Could it be that these restrictions only have protective ability? Or is it because I haven't started with the leaf book on the special jade tree yet? While silently guessing, Luo Hong also activated the magical power of the great 5-element magnetic light, and suddenly his 5 fingers slowly sank into the spiritual shield. When he completely penetrated the spiritual shield, he moved his mind and used the power of heaven and earth to directly move the leaf book out. Chapter 879 Zuanshan breaks the ban. After Luo Hong took the leaf book, the restrictions of this place did not react in any special way, and seemed very dull. At the moment, Luo Hong did not care whether this was a suspicious array set by the owner of this place. He turned his eyes and looked at the leaf book in his hand. He wanted to see if it contained the secret technique he guessed. The leaf book was about half the size of a palm, and the material was like stone or jade, but it was almost weightless. After his spiritual sense probed into it, Luo Hong read the content in it, and then his brows frowned slightly. The content of the leaf book was very different from what he had originally guessed. It was not a secret technique at all, but some records about the life of the owner of this place. Luo Hong, who felt strange, used the same method to take a leaf book from another jade tree. After his spiritual sense probed into it, he got the same result. My goodness, is this a room full of diaries? Is the owner of this place such an unruly wood clan? Exclamation mark. After complaining in his heart, Luo Hong thought carefully and basically confirmed that these were all suspicious arrays set by the owner of this place. Because normal intruders would not recognize the formation on the second floor and could activate it, he took great pains to break the ban on the first floor and got a few leaf books, but found that they were useless, so he naturally would not waste time and energy. In this way, the leaf books on the special jade tree were also protected. It is so difficult to hide them. Those leaf books must be very important to the owner of this place. but judging from the situation of this cave, the owner of this place has the habit of carrying important things with him. Why is it that he is not as usual here? Luo Hong was puzzled, and he couldn't help but touch his chin and ponder. After a while, he thought of a possibility. Maybe the owner of this place he has been talking about is not the original owner of this cave, so even he can't move that important thing. Although the floating light forest is not within the territory of the human and demon tribes, it is too close to Shinyuan City. For a wood tribe, building a cave here is actually quite problematic. However, Luo Hong didn't know how old this place was before, and he didn't know the history of the development of Shinyuan City, so he didn't think much about it. But now it seems that this Silverwood clan is probably also a cuckoo in the magpie's nest, and the treasure that made him take such a risk is still here. If that's the case, then when I take the treasure, I will not only face the threat of the restrictions left by the Silverwood clan, but also most likely encounter a thorny problem that even the Silverwood clan can't solve. Although it is dangerous, it is impossible for Luo Hong not to try it, because there is a valuable treasure in front of him. But because the danger is too high, before trying to take the treasure, he needs to prepare a way out, so that he can escape when he is unable to do so. As soon as the thought came to him, a jade pendant on Luo Hong's waist flashed with light, and a stream of light flew out of it, and then Ang Ming's figure appeared. Dao Luo, why are you calling me out so anxiously? Ang Ming looked around, and asked with some confusion. Fellow Daoist Ang Ming, I will take the risk to get the treasure later. Please hold the Black Wind flag, and stand guard for me outside the hall. If it is impossible, I will inform you to rescue me. As he said this, Luo Hong grabbed the Black Wind flag from the void, cast a spell on himself, and handed the flag to Ang Ming. I see, it's easy to say, I will wait outside the hall. Ang Ming knew that Luo Hong wanted to use the space magic of the Black Wind flag to escape when he encountered fatal danger. Leaving a space beacon on himself like this, not only can he move faster, but he can also not be afraid of many means of confining space. The only trouble is that he needs a reliable person to assist. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Luo Hong immediately bowed to Ang Ming and thanked him. Ang Ming nodded slightly in response, and then turned into a beam of light, and flew out of the hall. After watching the other party leave, Luo Hong pinched his sword finger, and took out a talisman with a brilliant spiritual light. It takes 100 years to cultivate a talisman, but only a moment to use it. Now is the time for you to play a role. This talisman is a soul transforming talisman that Luo Hong had refined in the human world and nurtured until now. In critical moments, this talisman can be used as a substitute for death. With it to delay for a moment, and with the Black Wind flag, even if he encounters a fatal threat later, he has an 80% to 90% chance of successfully escaping. After offering the soul transforming talisman to his back, and floating it on his back, Luo Hong's eyes suddenly focused, and his figure flashed and approached the special jade tree. And just when he stepped within 10 feet of this jade tree, the leaf book restriction, that was originally only able to be beaten suddenly reacted violently. I saw that the light film on all the leaf books lit up at this moment, making all the jade trees full of dazzling spirit balls. Then, countless light bubbles of different colors floated out from these spirit balls, and surrounded Luo Hong from all directions. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong did not retreat but advanced, and immediately stretched out a black shadow with his fingers and shot at one of the light bubbles. As soon as the shadow touched the light bubble, it suddenly exploded. No, it exploded inward. The way this unknown light bubble exploded was particularly strange. It was not the common outward burst of power, but the extremely rare implosion. At the moment when the light bubble imploded, Luo Hong sensed a not so strong power of heaven and earth. Then a weak airflow appeared around it, and an ice bead as small as fine sand appeared in the air. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to see anything from it, but Luo Hong had personally seen the scene of the power of heaven and earth getting out of control. So, he immediately saw that this was an attack method that actively caused the power of heaven and earth to get out of control. Once he was approached by these light bubbles, he would probably be dismembered into beads of flesh and blood in an instant. Facing such a terrifying magical power, Luo Hong was not surprised, but happy at this moment, because the Silver Level Wood clan made the same mistake as the Grey Hand here. These light bubbles all contain 5 elements of spiritual power. There was nothing to say. Luo Hong immediately used the great 5-element magnetic light. The rays of light swept through the forbidden light bubbles, and the forbidden light bubbles burst normally wherever they passed. If these light bubbles were to implode, the suction force that exploded instantly would tear ordinary cultivators into pieces. But now that their magical powers were broken by the great 5-element magnetic light, they naturally lost their threats. However, the light bubbles came from the forbidden spirit balls hanging on the jade tree. If they were not broken, the light bubbles would continue to flow, and it would not be considered a real solution to the crisis. So, after using the great 5-element magnetic light to wipe out most of the light bubbles, Luo Hong opened his mouth and summoned the heavenly wolf divine fire. Go. With his light shout, the blue and white fire wolf suddenly collapsed into 108 fist-sized spirit flames, which condensed slightly and turned into small fire wolves. The next moment, these small fire wolves moved to a forbidden spirit ball and opened their mouths to bite it fiercely. In a flash, these forbidden spirit balls were ignited with raging blue flames. Although they did not break immediately, they did not have the energy to release light bubbles. In this way, under the attack of 108 blue flame little wolves, less than 10 breaths later, half of the forbidden spirit balls in the hall were stained with the heavenly wolf divine fire. At this rate, it won't take long before all the forbidden spirit balls will only have the power to protect themselves. It doesn't even need to be that time. As long as most of the forbidden spirit balls are hit, the entire restriction will not be able to hold up and will collapse on a large scale. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, before reaching the limit, all the forbidden spirit balls broke and exploded at the same time, as if they had suffered a great loss. But Luo Hong knew very well that the pressure he exerted was not enough to destroy this restriction. The opponent must have other, more powerful means to make such a change. Then, as expected, the jade tree itself shone brightly, and the golden light threads floating from the treetops suddenly changed direction, entangled with each other to form 3 golden nets, and covered Luo Hong head on. Seeing this, Luo Hong tentatively shot out a 5-colored glow, but even failed to break through the first golden net. These golden light threads seemed to be outside the 5-element, and the great 5-element magnetic light had no way to deal with them. After the first attempt was frustrated, Luo Hong immediately changed his tactics and waved his palm to offer the yellow spring ghost hand, wanting to try to prop up the golden net and prevent it from falling. But as soon as he lifted his hand, Luo Hong felt as if he had caught a 1,000-foot mountain. Even with his physical strength and the power of his spiritual treasure, he could not withstand this heavy pressure. If this was covered by this net, wouldn't it be cut into pieces? Luo Hong was a little anxious, and he urged the power of heaven and earth to help without thinking. But it would have been fine if he hadn't used the power of heaven and earth. When he used it, his power of heaven and earth was actually sucked over by the golden net, making it heavier and falling faster. This immediately shocked Luo Hong. It was the first time he encountered a situation where the power of heaven and earth was so restrained. It was not until he used the law of force that Luo Hong discovered that the laws of heaven and earth were hidden in these golden light threads. He used the power of heaven and earth to resist, which naturally had a counter effect. My goodness, has the Silver Level Wood clan cultivated the power of heaven and earth to the point of realizing the law? It's really amazing. After admiring it, Luo Hong still had to deal with the 3 falling golden nets. Although it is very likely that the Thunder Immortal Body technique can break them, it will inevitably greatly prolong the time for Luo Hong to recover his vitality, which will be quite troublesome when he returns to Shianyuan City in the future. Thinking of this, Luo Hong did not hesitate too much and immediately sent a voice message. Silver Fairy, please help Luo once again. Only the law can fight against the law. No matter how amazing the Silver Level Wood clan is, the law he has comprehended will definitely not be able to defeat the Zuanshan remnant treasure. Luo boy, you just came to the spirit world and asked for help from this fairy. You are really not a quiet guy. The nostalgic vitality of heaven and earth. Accompanied by a teasing female voice, the silver-white sky-breaking spearhead suddenly appeared above Luo Hong's head. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately pinched his hands and used the secret technique that the Silver Fairy had passed on to him to activate the sky-breaking spearhead. Suddenly, 3 golden runes appeared on the silver-white spearhead. Luo Hong only felt that his magic power was leaking out like a flood, and the vitality of heaven and earth in the hall also rushed towards it like a moth to a flame. Soon, 70% of Luo Hong's magic power was devoured. Fortunately, Fairy Silver intervened in time to prevent him from being sucked dry. Fortunately, the heaven and earth energy here is very thick, otherwise it would be difficult to stab this spear. As a slightly disgusted voice sounded in Luo Hong's ears, the head of the sky-breaking spear rolled up a silver whirlwind and stabbed towards the golden net above. As soon as the silver whirlwind touched the golden net, it broke a big hole with great force. The wind spread along the golden light, and in the blink of an eye, the entire golden net was destroyed. The remaining 2 golden nets seemed to feel the threat and immediately merged in the middle, becoming 2 into 1. The next moment, the silver whirlwind hit it, but it did not penetrate directly, but pushed out a huge corner of the dense golden net and stabbed there. A golden rune emerged on the golden net and flashed continuously. HMPH. A dissatisfied cry came, and the 3 golden runes on the head of the sky-breaking spear suddenly lit up, instantly making the silver whirlwind surge 3 points. The stalemate was broken in an instant, and the double-layer golden net was quickly pierced and shattered in the whistling silver wind. At this time, countless crisp sounds rang out at the same time, and the branches of the jade trees in the hall burst and shattered into jade slag on the ground. Only the special jade tree still stood upright, but many cracks appeared on its surface. Soon, the broken jade pieces fell down, revealing a hidden grey tree. As the broken jade slid down, the leaf books on the tree also fell down one after another, and only 1 leaf book still stood firmly on the grey tree. Although the ban had been broken, Luo Hong did not step forward immediately, but still looked at the newly appeared grey tree with great vigilance. At this time, the thorny problem that even the silver level wood clan could not solve should also be exposed. Luo Hong didn't have to wait long. A muffled bang sound came from under the grey tree. The whole hall shook violently, and countless green runes emerged. But after another muffled sound, all these green runes were broken, and many cracks appeared on the ground. At this time, a small beast that Luo Hong looked very familiar with jumped out from the ground, stood in front of the grey tree, and stared at Luo Hong expressionlessly. The dragon head and horse body, it was exactly the appearance of the true spirit Zongshan. Could it be that this is the Zongshan baby? Exclamation mark. Luo Hong suddenly had a thought in his mind, but he immediately realized that this was impossible. True spirits are all born from the laws of the Great Dao, and are born in the spirit cave. This place is obviously not a spirit cave, so there can't be a true spirit baby. After suppressing the shock in his heart, Luo Hong took a closer look, and found that the little beast had a dull expression. It was obviously not a real living creature, but an almost solid Dharma image. With such a degree of true spirit Dharma image suppressed here, it is no wonder that the silver level wood clan could not take the treasure. Luo boy, this thing is quite powerful. Your cultivation is still too low. Even with my help, you can't exert the power of the sky-breaking spear. I'm afraid you can't deal with it. The small figure of the silver fairy appeared beside Luo Hong's head and said with a rare solemn expression. Luo Hong didn't say anything after hearing this. It's not that he didn't consider this situation. After all, cultivation is the foundation of everything. Even if he has the Zuanshan remnant treasure, he can't guarantee that he will always win the battle. However, he is not completely helpless at the moment. If it comes to the true spirit Dharma, he also has one. But if he wants to deal with the little beast in front of him, he is afraid that he will have to force the true blood to summon the true spirit soul. Chapter 880, Jade Book in a page. If the purity of the true spirit blood in the body reaches a certain level, the cultivator can force the true blood to appear as a true spirit body. However, although this revealed true spirit body can absorb the heaven and earth vitality between heaven and earth, in this way, its spiritual power will not exceed the level of fusion at most. This kind of pseudo-true spirit is called the true spirit soul by the immortal world, and it is the strongest means of life saving for the young masters of the true spirit family. The 5-color true blood refined by Luo Hong is the heart blood of the 5-color peacock, and the purity of the blood is needless to say. Not only is he a first generation true spirit blood cultivator, but the concentration of his blood is also far beyond those of the young masters of the true spirit family, so summoning the true spirit soul is naturally a piece of cake. But the great Dao is flawless, and although this method is very against the sky, the cost is also very high. Once Luo Hong chooses to use it, I'm afraid that the time he will spend on healing in the future will be more than 10 times that of now. Therefore, at this time, he couldn't help but hesitate. Just as he was about to ponder this, Ang Ming's voice suddenly came from the door of the hall. I seem to have some ideas for this restriction. Luo Hong turned around when he heard the voice and saw Ang Ming standing outside the main hall with a serious look. Since Daoist fellow Ang Ming has an idea, please come in and talk. Looking at the appearance of the Zhongshan image, it seems that he will not take the initiative to attack, so the retreat that Luo Hong prepared for himself will not be used for the time being, and Ang Ming does not need to stay outside the main hall to hold the line. As soon as his figure dispersed, Ang Ming came to Luo Hong's side and looked at the Zhongshan image for a long time without saying a word. Seeing this, Luo Hong did not urge him, but he could not help but have some guesses in his heart. After about a cup of tea, Ang Ming spoke softly. Daoist fellow Luo, this is the restriction left by the master. I may have a way to remove the restriction. It is true. Luo Hong said inwardly, and couldn't help asking, Daoist fellow, how did you identify it? This restriction is not trivial. If you make a mistake, I'm afraid that you and I will both suffer. There is no mark on the grey tree. The consequences of making a mistake are serious, so Luo Hong naturally wants to ask clearly. The master has a unique way of setting up the ban. Fellow Daoist Luo, please look at the runes under the small tree. There are several places that can be consistent, but they have made some changes, or changed the order, or simplified it. This method of not leaving repeated runes in a set of bangs is exactly the master's habit. The master used to say that he likes new things and doesn't like repetitive things. Ang Ming's eyes were shining with wisdom, pointing at the broken ground. In short, this senior Wentian just likes to make things happen. Luo Hong silently summed up in his heart and then looked at Ang Ming with a worried face and couldn't help but comfort him. Fellow Daoist Ang Ming, don't worry too much. Didn't Senior Fenon already sense the breath of Senior Wentian in the wilderness? Even if this place was originally Senior Wentian's cave, he should have turned the danger into a blessing later. If the ban under the Grey Tree was really left by Zenran Wentian, then he was undoubtedly the original owner of this cave. And if a cave is occupied by someone, then its owner must be in danger. Therefore, Ang Ming's face suddenly turned ugly after confirming the restriction. Brother Luo is right. The master has been in trouble more than once or twice. This time, he will definitely be fine, Ang Ming said with a forced smile. In fact, everyone understands that the breath sensed by Wenshan's soul is not necessarily Wenshan himself. After all, as long as it is a life object, or a spiritual object refined by blood, or even many other means, it can have a strong breath of the person. But at the moment, Ang Ming can only not think too much, and said after cheering up, the method of lifting the restriction set by the master is also related to his unique method of setting the restriction. With the help of a set of inherent rules, from those special runes, I can deduce the solution to this restriction. Are you willing to give it a try, fellow Daoist Luo? Fellow Daoist Ang Ming, just let it go. If there is an accident, Luo will handle it. Luo Hong nodded heavily. The series of changes made him very interested in the treasure under the restriction. Even if Ang Ming made a mistake, he would not hesitate to summon the soul of the true spirit to get this treasure. Hearing this, Ang Ming no longer had any concerns. She pinched her hands and summoned 3 golden flames. After chanting a spell, she blew out a breath of spiritual energy, causing the 3 flames to float around the Grey Tree. The Zhongshan image was unmoved by this, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately had more confidence in Ang Ming, but out of caution, she was still secretly on guard. Fortunately, this time the accident did not happen. As the 3 golden flames fell at the same time, the Zhongshan image suddenly became blurred, revealing the 7 golden seal characters in its body. These 7 golden seal characters only lasted for a moment, and then they turned into countless golden light spots and dissipated in the air. Suddenly, the only leaf book on the great tree shook a few times and then fell from one side. Luo Hong immediately reached out and grabbed the leaf book in his hand. Without the restriction, Luo Hong realized that this thing was also cast into an illusion. Immediately, his mind moved, and a 5-colored spiritual light shone on his right palm. When the 5-colored spiritual light dissipated, the leaf book disappeared, and a jade plate about an inch in size was replaced, lying quietly in Luo Hong's palm. Could this be? The moment he saw the jade plate, Luo Hong was surprised, and at the same time, he suddenly understood why the restriction here was so powerful. On this milky white jade plate, there were countless small golden characters engraved, which were actually golden seal characters. Golden Palace Jade Book. It is indeed the Golden Palace Jade Book, or one of the 36 inner pages. The Golden Palace Jade Book has a total of 108 pages, divided into 36 inner pages recording the way of breathing and cultivation, and 72 outer pages recording miscellaneous techniques such as alchemy and refining. The inner pages are written in golden seal characters, which are the immortal cultivation methods, and the outer pages are written in silver tadpole characters. Luo Hong once got half of it in the human world. The cultivation method of the true immortals must contain the way of laws. Compared with the half of the outer page that Luo Hong had before, which recorded the immortal talismans, the inner page contained not only stronger laws, but also more refined. Therefore, it was used by others to set up restrictions, and had such magical powers. Golden Palace Jade Book. What is that? Ming asked, when she saw Luo Hong so happy. Yes, Luo boy, don't just care about your own happiness, tell me about it. Fairy Yin had lost her memory. Even if she had heard of the name of the Golden Palace Jade Book before, she didn't remember it at this time, so she also asked. So Luo Hong explained it to the two of them. Anyway, they all saw the Golden Palace Jade Book, and there was nothing to hide. Fairy Yin was very shocked after hearing it. The immortal cultivation method was too far away. Ming's face dimmed. She thought she could get some clues about the Taoist Wenxian from it, but she didn't expect it to be just a cultivation method. Dao Ming, this item belongs to senior Wenxian, but from the restrictions just now, the technique recorded in it is closely related to the power of heaven and earth. Luo Hong is currently deducing his own technique. Can this item be borrowed for Luo Hong to comprehend? After all, Ming is her own person, and Luo Hong couldn't just take her master's things, so she asked immediately. Master has never cared much about techniques. When he was in the human world, basically all the cultivators who could enter the cave mansion could get a technique. Even for the master, choosing a technique for a person is a pleasure in itself. So, brother Luo, just take this jade token. Ming was very satisfied with Luo Hong's question, and smiled slightly. Thank you very much, Dao Bao. After bowing and thanking, Luo Hong saw that Ming was not in a good mood, so she let her go back to the portable jade mansion. At this time, the silver fairy floated to the vicinity of Luo Hong's palm, and after circling the Golden Palace Jade Book twice, she couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement, I didn't expect that you humans have such a good thing. Luo, you are so lucky. The immortal skills you got by chance are so suitable for you. So, are you planning to switch to practicing the skills in this jade book in the future? Luo Hong didn't want to complain about the silver fairy misunderstanding his luck anymore, and smiled bitterly. It's not that simple. Not to mention, whether Luo can understand the golden seal characters, even if he directly comprehends the skills in the jade book, he will definitely not be able to practice it. After all, this is an immortal skill, and the starting point must be extremely high, so Luo has to create his own skills. It's not easy to create a skill by yourself. This fairy suggests that you find a high level skill to practice first, and then practice it again later. Otherwise, although after refining the void, the immortal cultivators will no longer have a lifespan limit, but the rounds of great heavenly tribulations are by no means a joke. Fairy Silver warned Luo Hong with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart, and then said, also, if you have any trouble in the future, just call me for help. It will be very dangerous for you to cross the continent. Since you are working for me, I will not treat you unfairly. Are you afraid of embarrassment? This. Luo Ma obeys your orders. Luo Hong couldn't help but replied with a bit of laughter, "Well, just listen to it. Although the spiritual world has rich vitality, your current cultivation level can't satisfy this fairy's exploitation. This time, this fairy has also contributed a lot. Go back to sleep first." Whether intentionally or unintentionally, after saying some fierce words, Fairy Silver yawned and fled back, leaving Luo Hong in the hall with a slight twitch of his mouth. However, after taking a look at the jade card in his hand, Luo Hong quickly forgot about these things. Just when he wanted to take a quick look on the spot, the whole hall suddenly shook violently. At first, Luo Hong didn't know what happened, but soon he found that the grey tree was gone, and he immediately understood the current situation. The grey tree was the origin of the yin yang divine tree. The moment the restriction was lifted, it regained its freedom and disappeared without a trace. After being free, the tree naturally could not tolerate such a large mass of foreign matter in its body, and it was about to drive the entire central hall out. Although his interest was disturbed, Luo Hong didn't care too much. After a thought, he put all the leaf books on the ground into the treasure bag, and then he flew out and returned to the top of the King Teng Hall. If the leaf book is really the life diary of the Silver Level Wood clan, then there may be some information about Wen Qian Zhenren in it, which is still worth reading. Not long after Luo Hong escaped from the yin yang divine tree, a pile of broken stones and tiles gushed out from a place on the tree like a waterfall. Suddenly, the spiritual light on many buildings in the cave dimmed, obviously affected by the destruction of the central hall, and the formation restriction was broken. There was nothing special about this, but then a dazzling green light shot from below, which immediately attracted Luo Hong's attention. These green spiritual lights gathered extremely pure wood spirit power, and it would be a pity to let it leak out like this. It just so happened that Luo Hong felt the danger of walking in the spirit world after this, and thought that he had to refine a life-saving talisman from the Golden Palace Jade Book after returning, in case of emergency. And these wood spirit powers happened to be an important material, so he was not polite at all, and the 5 colored rays of light rolled out from his palm, wantonly collecting the scattered green spiritual lights. Not long after, the wood spirit power was collected by Luo Hong. He only had time to look down at this time, and saw a circle of green grass stained with the wood spirit power just now appeared around the yin yang divine tree, and a peach tree 100 feet high stood in it. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong couldn't help but smile. Obviously, the peach tree was transformed by the pink-faced girl, and the place where she went to get the treasure should have been hidden under the yin yang divine tree. Now that the central hall has been destroyed, the secret place and the fair-faced girl have come to light. With a flash of light, Luo Hong came to the huge peach tree, took a look, and then stretched out his hand and pressed it on the trunk. He wanted to confirm the current state of the fair-faced girl. If she was completely asleep, he would not have to worry about anything. When he first comprehended the inner pages, when Luo Hong's hand touched the trunk, he felt a slight tremor. It was obvious that the other party was still conscious and sensed his presence. After retracting his palm, Luo Hong pondered in front of the peach tree for a moment, and finally did not choose to kill her, but turned and left. Although it was easy for him to take the life of the fair-faced girl, and he was not afraid of the oath of the inner demon, Luo Hong never relied on any oath to keep his promise. Since the other party had not broken his oath before, he would not go back on his word at this moment. However, this does not mean that Luo Hong has reconciled with the fair-faced girl. If he meets her outside this cave in the future, he will definitely destroy her without hesitation. Of course, the premise is that he can do it easily. Perhaps sensing Luo Hong's departure, the taut branches of the peach tree suddenly relaxed and sank slightly. But soon, Luo Hong's escape light stopped in the air, and then he waved his hand and sacrificed several sharp auras, heading straight for the peach tree. The peach tree was immediately entangled with branches, thinking that he would not live long. However, when the sharp auras passed by, there was no pain. These peach blossoms are good. I will refine to spiritual treasures after returning, and give them to senior sister and Jaoa. After collecting the more than 100 peach blossoms picked with the Shenfeng Shadowless Sword, Luo Hong fled to the King Teng Hall without looking back, leaving only a peach tree huddled up in a ball with a little shyness. Time flies, and soon 3 years have passed. After the shock 3 years ago, the floating light forest was listed as a first level dangerous area. After all, the Elders Council investigated and found that the explosion was caused by the gushing of underground spiritual veins, which was a natural disaster. Chapter 881, The Savages and Their Return. This kind of place, where a huge explosion, that even the combined monsters would retreat away from at any time, naturally makes all patrol teams feel terrified. After all, if they are unlucky enough to encounter it, the entire patrol team will be written off. Moreover, after the explosion, the number of ginseng fruits in the floating light forest has greatly decreased, and it is even less favored by local monks. Therefore, the patrol team responsible for this area is now replaced by ascended monks who specialize in hard work. If you think these ascended monks are lucky and have found a loophole, you are wrong. Because the various alien races are also very concerned about the explosion. They suspect that the human and demon races are refining some powerful magic weapons, so many spies have been sent over the years. The floating light forest has directly surpassed the Fury Swamp and has become the most dangerous area around Chaniuan City. The patrol teams sent here suffered many casualties. In just 3 years, even the Kingming Guards unfortunately lost 4 people. On this day, in a scorched forest, 6 or 7 escape lights whizzed past, without any formation between them, and seemed extremely panicked. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard from far behind them. A black shadow rose into the sky, and fell rapidly towards the fleeing lights under the shining sun. Seeing this, the fleeing lights became even more panicked, and quickly fled in all directions. The next moment, the black shadow slammed into the charred earth, stirring up a wave of earth several feet high in all directions. As the black shadow in the center of the earth wave stood up, it was revealed that it was a giant several dozen feet tall, but his hands, feet and head were shaped like a strange frog. He held a big stick and looked extremely vicious. Seeing the fleeing lights scattering and fleeing, the giant frogman took a breath and his cheeks suddenly bulged. Then, a strange roar that shook the earth came out of his mouth. This strange roar was extremely swift and caught up with the fleeing lights in an instant. Immediately, the fleeing lights trembled at the same time. It didn't last long before the spiritual light was shattered and figures fell out one after another. The giant frogman had expected this result, so at the moment of the strange roar, he slammed his feet and rushed towards the nearest escape light at an incredibly fast speed. When the escape light was broken, he had already killed it, and with a grim smile on his face, he swung the big stick in his hand and smashed it towards the monk, who fell out of the escape light. No. The monk was wearing black armor, and was obviously a black Zuan guard of Chaniuan City. In desperation, he offered a fire copper shield, and tried his best to save himself. But the big stick wrapped in khaki spiritual light instantly shattered the shield and hit his body firmly. With a pop sound, the Yuan of this black Zuan guard was crushed into slag along with his body. Fellow Daoist Zal. Seeing this man's body and soul destroyed, the other monks couldn't help but wail with empathy. But the giant frogman didn't care what the human monk thought, and immediately opened his mouth and sucked the blood mist that the monk's surname Zhao exploded into his stomach. Then, he turned his head and stared at another monk. But before he could make any move, he suddenly showed a painful expression, and his abdomen bulged with several bulges, as if there was something alive inside struggling to get out. It's Senior Bay. Senior Bay is not dead yet. Seeing this scene, one of the female cultivators couldn't help but shout in surprise, and a glimmer of hope came into her heart. It turned out that their patrol team had encountered an ambush by the barbarian beastmen not long ago. The Kingming guard who led the team was not careful for a moment and was rolled into the belly of the strange frog. This made them have no choice but to run for their lives. On the way, 4 of the 10 black Zuan guards had died. The remaining 6 were already desperate and just wanted to run as long as they could. But now that they found that their captain was still alive, they couldn't help but rekindle some of their fighting spirit. If they could rescue their captain, they might be able to turn defeat into victory. It's better to fight now than to wait for death. So, after the remaining 6 people looked at each other, they all took out their magic weapons and took the initiative to kill the giant frogman. At one time, 6 different kinds of magic weapons with rich rays of light attacked the giant frogman's abdomen at the same time. Seeing this, the giant frogman roared, holding his abdomen with one hand to cast a spell. and swung a big stick with the other hand to smash the 6 magic weapons coming towards him. It was unknown whether it was his brute force or the extraordinary nature of the big stick. With a few loud bangs, the 5 rays of light suddenly shattered, and the magic weapons in them all fell to the ground with a whine. Only a black ray of light evaded the big stick with great agility and went straight to the giant frogman's abdomen. However, the giant frogman smiled again and suddenly spit out a fishy wind from his mouth. A red shadow flashed, and a long tongue pierced through the rays of light and wrapped around the magic weapon. Not good. The female cultivator who sacrificed this treasure was shocked when she saw this. This was her life magic weapon. If it was destroyed in the hands of the opponent, she would immediately suffer a serious backlash. But no matter how she controlled the magic weapon to release the poison or shook it wildly, she could not make it break free. Seeing that the movement in the giant frogman's abdomen had subsided and his empty left hand was about to grab the long tongue, the woman couldn't help but show the same despair as the monks out just now. But the next moment, she suddenly sensed a familiar breath. At the critical moment of life and death, she didn't care to think too much and hurriedly shouted, "But is Senior Luo nearby? Please help save my life." After the voice fell, a calm voice came from the sky. "Barbarian orcs. You are really unlucky to meet such a foreign race in the floating light forest, Fairy Tang." As the man spoke, a 5-colored spiritual light lit up in the sky and then flew down like a meteor, aiming at the fierce giant frogman. Although he sensed that the person coming was a monk of the divine transformation realm, the giant frogman was not afraid at all. He roared and clenched the big stick with both hands, causing its yellow spiritual light to suddenly rise by 30% and smash into the 5-colored meteor head-on. Soon, Tangzin and the others saw the magical power falling from the sky. It was a spear several feet long, with 5 colors flowing all over it, like colored glass. Surprisingly, when the 5-colored spear collided with the khaki stick, there was no movement. Only a flash of light flashed by, and a hole the size of a head appeared on the khaki stick. After drilling into the chest of the giant frogman, it did not pass out from the other end. After the blow, the giant frogman suddenly stood still, his eyes wide open, and he looked down at the hole in his chest with difficulty. Compared with his body, that was several dozen feet tall, a hole the size of a head in his chest was no different from being pricked by a needle, but his breath suddenly dropped. Then, in the eyes of Tangzin and the others, the giant frogman's body quickly turned into white ash and collapsed between heaven and earth. When the white ash dispersed, a figure fell out of it, and then a 5-colored light ball wrapped a group of souls and flew into the sky. Seeing the barbarian beastmen who had chased them to nowhere were killed by the strange monk who suddenly appeared, everyone was shocked. "Fairy Tang, may I ask if the Senior Luo is a cultivator of the void refining realm?" A black-robed man flying near Tangzin asked with a surprised look. Tangzin just shook his head dully and did not reveal Luo Hong's specific information. Just when the 6 black Zuan guards gathered together, a flash of spiritual light flashed, and Luo Hong's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing the Kingming armor on Luo Hong, everyone was shocked again, and did not dare to neglect to bow and thank him. Luo Hong did not pay much attention to the few people, and turned his eyes to the fellow Taoist, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually an acquaintance of his, the white-robed young man who had fought with him for the spiritual land. However, seeing that his breath was weak and disordered, it was known that he was seriously injured, and Luo Hong naturally would not reminisce with him at this time. With a thought, Luo Hong took out a pill from the treasure bag and said to the 6 people, "Dao Aobei is seriously injured and needs urgent treatment. After you give him this pill, retreat to the nearest patrol point. Fairy Tang, stay for a while. Luo Hong still has something to ask." After that, Luo Hong flicked his finger and shot the pill in his hand to the black-robed man. The 5 people didn't dare to have any opinions after hearing this. They said yes, and fled to the white-robed young man on the ground. Before leaving, they all cast envious glances at Tangzin. Soon, these people flew away and disappeared. Seeing this, Tangzin couldn't help but ask a little nervously, "I don't know what Senior Luo wants to ask. I will tell you everything I know. It has been 3 years since we last parted. Are the other Daoists lucky enough to escape?" Luo Hong knew that he would definitely encounter many troubles when he returned to Shinyuan City after 3 years of disappearance, so he wanted to find out clearly so that he could deal with it in the future. It was only thanks to Senior Luo that he led away those purple Rangwood tribes that I and the other 6 Taoist friends were able to save our lives. However, the death of Taoist Wang and the other 2 made Senior Kang of Zhenlang Temple quite angry. He was a cultivator in the early stage of refining emptiness. Tang Xin was smart and understood Luo Hong's intention at once, so he deliberately reminded him. The death of Taoist Wang and his friends was definitely not what Luo Hong wanted. I believe that, as long as I explain it clearly, Senior Khan will not make it too difficult for Luo Hong. The higher-ups should have conducted a detailed investigation afterwards. Did Fairy Tang get any news? As long as it wasn't the Zhenlang Temple who personally took action, a Taoist in the early stage of refining emptiness was not enough to make Luo Hong feel afraid. He immediately turned to ask about the handling of the matter by the high-level officials of Shinyuan City. After this incident, I and other fellow Taoists were invited to the Alien Spirit Hall for questioning. There was nothing special during the period. But later, I heard that Senior Luo had died in the explosion. I never thought that Senior was not only alive, but also escaped the pursuit of the Orange Levelwood clan. It is really a cause for celebration. Although Tang Xin congratulated Luo Hong happily on the surface, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes from time to time. After all, a cultivator like him who suddenly appeared after disappearing for several years would most likely be possessed by an alien race. If the previous situation had not been too urgent, she would have fled far away the moment she sensed Luo Hong's breath, and would never take the initiative to approach him. At that moment, even if Tang Xin had doubts in her heart, she did not dare to show them, for fear that Luo Hong would suddenly reveal his alien appearance and kill her. Luo also survived after a near-death experience, and he was only able to recover from his injuries recently. I saw that the Taoist friends just now seemed to be ascended monks, and you met the barbarian beastmen. Could it be that the situation in the floating light forest has changed greatly? Barbarian beastmen are a kind of alien race active in the wilderness. Because of their low intelligence, they often exist in the form of tribes, and have not formed forces like the human race and the wood race. Instead, many of them were recruited by the Shadow Clan and the Cave Void Clan as their servant races. Because the barbarian beastmen's innate magical powers can make them merge with their natal ancient beasts and transform into beast giants, they are not only extremely powerful among the same level, but also have strong concealment capabilities in the wild with the help of the ancient beast's breath. Therefore, they are generally used by the Shadow Clan and the Cave Void Clan as a means to counter patrols. In short, these barbarian beastmen are not intelligent enough to act as spies, so their role is to hunt down patrols of the human and demon races with their own combat advantages. In this way, they will only appear in some fiercely contested areas, such as the Fury Swamp, a surveillance treasure land, which the Fuguan Forest has never been worthy of. After hearing Luo Hong's explanation, Tang Xin dared not disbelieve it, and replied calmly, the aliens seem to be very interested in the big explosion 3 years ago. Since then, they have sent many spies here. The Fuguan Forest has now been designated as a first-level dangerous area. If I hadn't encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and urgently needed the medicinal power of the red ginseng fruit to break through, I wouldn't have taken the risk here. I see. It seems that Luo has had some good luck this time, otherwise I wouldn't have encountered an alien along the way. No, it's not that you are lucky, but that the aliens are lucky. Thinking of the death of the barbarian orc, Tang Xin couldn't help but secretly complain. Meeting as fate. Fairy Tang's answer is satisfactory to me. I will give you this bottle of elixir made from red ginseng fruit. I'm eager to return home, so I will go first. After throwing out a bottle of elixir obtained in the cave, Luo Hong immediately flew to the nearest patrol point. A few days later, he came to a black crystal stone. Without much hesitation, he sacrificed his kingming order and conveyed the news of his return to Shinyuan City. Not long after, the black crystal stone sent back a message asking him to wait there. Luo Hong knew that his current identity was suspicious, so he chose to obey the order and sat down cross-legged next to the black crystal stone. Only half a day later, a space fluctuation came from the patrol point, and then a milky white light array appeared out of thin air. As the light array made a humming sound, the spiritual light suddenly flashed, and a 5 or 6 foot long flying boat, which seemed to be made of pure red gold, emerged from the light array. On the golden boat, 3 figures wearing golden armor stood. The leader, wearing a brocade robe under his golden armor, was intimidating without even getting angry, and it was obvious that he had been in a superior position for a long time. Good fellow. 3 golden court guards were dispatched at once. It seems that my original purpose of making a big noise was perfectly achieved. Are you Luo Hong? The brocade robed man lowered the golden boat and asked condescendingly. It is the junior. Luo Hong had already stood up at this moment and bowed respectfully. Well, if you have anything to say, go to the spirit hall first, and you come up. The brocade robed man waved his hand and removed the spiritual shield outside the golden boat, and then ordered without question. As soon as the spiritual shield was removed, Luo Hong immediately sensed the aura of the 3 people. 2 in the middle stage of the void refinement, and 1 in the late stage of the void refinement. This lineup is really luxurious. After another salute, Luo Hong flew to the golden boat. The 2 golden court guards in the middle stage of the void refinement immediately took a step back, sandwiching Luo Hong on the left and right, with vigilance in their eyes. Although the alien spirit discs they carried with them did not react, some high-level alien races could evade the detection of alien spirit discs. Once something happened, it would definitely be a big deal. Chapter 882 Take the blame. Girl. The teleportation array on the golden boat has a high authority and can mobilize many underground teleportation points hidden in the floating light forest, so there is no need to fly all the way. As the light array flickers, Luo Hong returns to Shinyuan City. After entering Shinyuan City, the golden boat flew for several hours and arrived in front of a palace that seemed to be built with colored glaze, then dispersed the light and stopped. Luo Hong looked up at the plaque on the door of the palace and saw 2 big characters ask the spirit, "Go in by yourself. If you can get out, go to the alien spirit hall with G." The man in brocade robe stood at the bow with his hands behind his back and said without turning his head, "Yes, senior." Luo Hong responded solemnly and fled to the palace door without hesitation. The asking spirit hall is one of the powerful means used by Shinyuan City to identify alien races. The colored glaze minking formation can illuminate every bit of manner of those who enter and exit the formation, making it impossible for alien races who possess the cultivators of the human and demon races and sneak into Shinyuan City to hide. However, although this glazed Ming and King formation is credible, it also has a significant side effect, which is that it will take away a small amount of the mana of the person entering the formation during the exploration process. Moreover, this part of the lost mana will increase as the cultivation level of the person entering the formation increases. Therefore, this formation is very unfriendly to high-level cultivators, and only cultivators with serious suspicion will be forced to enter the hall to prove themselves. When he escaped to within 10 feet, a glazed light suddenly rolled out from the hall door, directly pulling Luo Hong to the center of the hall. Then, the spiritual light was bright in all directions, and Luo Hong suddenly felt a slight tingling sensation all over his body, as if thousands of cow hair needles were piercing him at the same time. In this regard, Luo Hong silently endured it, and did not make any resistance. "Master, there should be no problem with this kid. His identity as a human is not in doubt." The spiritual questioning hall was completely transparent, and the 3 people outside the hall could see Luo Hong's performance clearly. One of the golden court guards was very experienced, and he said confidently without waiting for the end of the investigation, "But this person's magic power is unexpectedly pure, and the glazed light can't even move him." Another golden court guard frowned slightly and said with surprise, "Since there is no problem with his identity, then this kid escaped the pursuit of the Orange Levelwood clan alone, and it is not surprising that he has some extraordinary skills." The man in brocade robe said calmly, without the intention of exploring Luo Hong's secrets. "He has been in charge of the strange spirit hall for many years, and he has seen countless first-generation ascended monks. Luo Hong is not the most mediocre one, but he is definitely not the most brilliant one." After about a cup of tea, Luo Hong was sent out as a glazed light rolled out of the hall door. He immediately felt numb and itchy all over his body, and his magic power was difficult to mobilize, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Fellow Daoist Luo, don't panic. This is a normal phenomenon. After asking the spirit, just take this precious pill, and it will be relieved in a moment. The Jinting guard who first confirmed Luo Hong's identity immediately took out a pill and threw it to Luo Hong. Thank you for the medicine, senior. Although he knew that this was a normal process, Luo Hong was still polite. After taking the pill and taking it, all the discomfort was relieved very quickly. It must be only a matter of time before it is completely eliminated. Okay, since fellow Daoist Luo is still a human, the soul search method is useless. Let's get on this Jinting boat. In the incident 3 years ago, Luo Hong was the only person who disappeared alive and dead, and from all indications, those purple level wood tribes came for him. Although Luo Hong has proved that he is not an alien race, the man in brocade robes still wants to take him back for questioning in order to find out the whole thing. After all, Elder Lei Luo asked about this matter not long ago, and he would not allow him to be careless. Before breaking the restriction of the Green Ivy formation and returning, Luo Hong had already thought of a good excuse, so he naturally would not show his fear, and boarded the golden boat openly. After another flight, the four of them came directly to the 3rd floor of the alien spirit hall, and entered a bright golden court hall. At this time, the man in brocade robe took the first seat as his duty, and the 2 golden court guards were obviously his left and right arms. They stood on the left and right, and only Luo Hong stood alone in the empty hall. Fellow Daoist Luo also saw the situation in the floating light forest. It can be said that the impact is quite large. The Elder Council attaches great importance to this, and ordered G to thoroughly investigate the matter. G has personally asked about the situation of the other parties involved, so it is best for fellow Daoist Luo not to hide anything, and tell the truth about his experiences in the past few years. Normally, when such a big thing happens, at least the experiences of the people involved in the past few hundred years should be thoroughly investigated, but Luo Hong had just ascended to heaven and something happened. The man in brocade robe was also quite curious. How could the other party provoke the 2 alien races of Shangling and Mu so quickly? This matter was quite unfair to Luo. It was the first time I performed a patrol mission, and I was inexplicably targeted by the Purple Rangwood clan. Fortunately, Luo was vigilant enough. After discovering something was wrong in time, he contacted 2 old friends who ascended with Luo, and then he was able to kill the 5 Purple Rangwood clan members. Unexpectedly, there was an Orange Rangwood clan member hiding behind the other party. Luo knew that he was no match for them, so he could only flee for his life, trying to delay time as much as possible, and wait for reinforcement from above. But Luo tried his best to delay for 3 days and there was no sign of reinforcement. He could not help but despair at the time. May I ask, senior, what happened to the reinforcement that day, and why did they not arrive for so long? Luo Hong knew that someone must have been playing tricks on him, and this brocade-robed man was in a high position in the strange spirit hall, so he must have been responsible. He said indignantly without any pretense. Well, I will give an explanation to fellow Daoist Luo later. You should tell us the whole story first. In Shinyuan City, even high-level cultivators have to obey the rules when facing low-level cultivators. In other words, they have to be reasonable. The man in brocade robes was in the wrong at the moment, and the interrogation posture collapsed a lot. There is nothing to say about what happened later. After delaying for 3 days, Luo was at his wit's end, so he was caught by the Orange Level Wood tribe. While Luo Hong began to make up a story, he activated the Heavenly Demon Seed on his soul. He knew that there must be a ban in the Golden Court Hall to detect the divine consciousness and distinguish the truth from the falsehood of his words. Otherwise the other party would not have brought him here to inquire. Therefore, once he started to make up the whole story, he had to rely on one of the 3 major spells on the Heavenly Demon Seed to cover it up. The Heavenly Demon Seed has 3 secrets. Before this, Luo Hong only used the Heavenly Demon Covering Heaven method, which can help the demon child conceal the secrets of heaven. The Heavenly Demon Locking Heart technique he is using now can help Mosey resist almost all methods of soul searching and soul exploration. These 2 techniques combined are simply blatantly instigating people to fall into the devil's way. After all, as long as he is not caught on the spot, the evil deeds done by Mosey will be almost impossible to be detected, which is quite tempting. As for the third secret technique, Luo Hong has not seen it clearly yet, and it seems that the time has not come yet. Hearing that Luo Hong was captured by the Orange Level Wood Clan, the brocade-robed man was shocked, and then subconsciously looked at the golden court guard on his right, who immediately nodded slightly in response. Since you were captured by the Orange Level Wood Clan, how did you escape? The brocade-robed man always thought that Luo Hong took advantage of the chaos during the explosion to escape, and because he was seriously injured, he had to find a secret place to heal his wounds, so he has been missing until now. Unexpectedly, the other party's experience is much more tortuous than he guessed. Seeing the little movements of the three people, Luo Hong was immediately certain, and continued to make up a story. After being captured, Luo knew that the Orange Level Wood Tribe member was a fair-faced woman. They targeted Luo not to take Luo's life, but to seize Luo's life-saving magic weapon, Kyankan Pearl. And the purpose of the fair-faced woman to seize the Kyankan Pearl was to use a treasure of Kyankan to open a cave hidden in the floating light forest. The 5 Purple Level Wood Tribe members who first attacked Luo were all her subordinates. Due to the death of these 5 Wood Tribe members, even though the fair-faced woman captured Luo, she spared Luo's life due to insufficient manpower to open the cave. Under her coercion, Luo could only agree to help, but I didn't expect such an accident to happen later. What accident? Could it be that the sun falling anomaly that day was caused by the fair-faced Wood Tribe? The big man in brocade robe became excited and asked, leaning forward a little. Yes, after following the instructions of the Powder Face Wood Clan, and pouring the power of heaven and earth into an ancient formation, a breath that made Luo extremely frightened, came out from under the ancient formation. Because the breath was too terrifying, Luo fled without thinking. Even so, Luo still failed to completely escape the scope of the change. Not only was he injured by the aftermath, but he also fell into the space crack, and was teleported to a very far distance. Luo Hong nodded and confirmed the guess of the brocade-robed man. Oh. So, fellow Daoist and the Powder Face Wood Clan did not succeed in entering the cave? The brocade-robed man asked with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Luo only knows that he did not enter the cave. As for the Powder Face Wood Clan, the situation was too critical at the time, and Luo really did not pay attention. Luo Hong secretly retracted the magical power of the heavenly demon seed and said hesitantly, so that's how it is. Haha, Daoist Luo has been away from home for 3 years, and he must be eager to return home now. Will be fine, so you can go back home first. Oh, by the way, the delay in support that year was due to the negligence of the monks on duty. Although this person has been severely punished, also have the fault of not governing strictly, so Daoist Luo can take double the share when he receives the spiritual compensation. As he said that, the man in brocade robe pointed a finger and shot a beam of magic light at Luo Hong's Kingming order. Thank you for your generous gift, senior. I will take my leave now. Luo Hong was immediately delighted when he heard this, and after saluting, he could not wait to escape from the hall. As soon as he left, the kind face of the man in brocade robe sank, and he said in a cold voice, "Ruin Crossing." The last words this person said were probably false, right? Ruin Crossing's practice was suitable for soul scanning and speech discrimination, so he had always been in charge of the restrictions in the hall. When asked by the man in brocade robes, he immediately replied respectfully, "The hall master guessed correctly. What this person said before the mutation was true, but when it comes to the cave heaven, it's nonsense. This person must have entered the cave heaven with a woman from the Wood Tribe. Humph. This hall master also thinks so. This fellow Daoist Luo doesn't know that before we went to arrest him, we had already asked the first group of Black Zuan guards who had contact with him. The elixir he gave to the female cultivator named Tangzin was made of red ginseng fruit as the main ingredient, and it took a long time to refine. If he hadn't brought it out from the cave heaven, it would be hard to explain its origin. In this hall master's opinion, this kid not only entered the cave heaven with a woman from the Wood Tribe, but also got a lot of benefits." The man in brocade robes leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes. Why did the hall master let him go? He is suspected of secretly communicating with foreign races. Another Jinting guard was shocked when he heard this, and said in confusion, It's too much to say that he secretly communicated with foreign races. No matter how powerful this person's magical powers are, he can only show off his power among the spiritual cultivators. I have some impression of the powder-faced wood tribe he mentioned. The other party is not an ordinary orange level wood tribe, but one of the 36 wood spirits with the most hope of inheriting the sacred tree in the past 10,000 years. The magical power is so strong that even this whole master dare not easily claim victory. Luo Hong and this girl entered the cave treasure land together, but they were able to come out alive. I think it's because his life magic weapon can not only open the cave, but also help this girl get the treasure. Therefore, the real treasure in the cave will never be on him, but in the hands of the flower core wood spirit that has not yet appeared. The man in brocade robe touched his chin and speculated with a wise look. Then shouldn't we interrogate this person and ask him how to enter the cave? In this way, the Hall Master can not only obtain the treasure in the cave, but also make a great contribution to killing one of the 36 wood spirits. The Golden Court Guard was even more excited and puzzled. After all, judging from the changes in the falling sun, the origin of the cave that Luo Hong mentioned must be quite important. Ziping, you think too simply. If the flower stamen wood spirit had not placed a ban on Luo Hong, how could he let him out? It is not only useless to attack that kid, but it will also alert the enemy. The most urgent task is to send more patrols to take back the control of the floating light forest from the hands of the aliens. No matter what the flower stamen wood spirit got from the cave, it will eventually come out. At this point, the brocade robed man suddenly sat up straight and shouted solemnly, "Pass the order down. From now on, secretly deploy 3 teams of Golden Court guards in the floating light forest. Unless they find traces of the orange level wood clan, they must not show up." "Yes, Hall Master." Ruin Crossing and Xiang Ziping responded at the same time. At this time, the attention of those Golden Court guards should be attracted by the pink-faced girl. After all, I'm a small cultivator in the early stage of the spiritual transformation. Under the coercion of the orange level wood clan, it is good enough for me to save my life. How can I get the treasures in the cave? People just like to believe in the answers they have worked hard to come up with. Even the Golden Court guards are the same. After receiving double the spiritual compensation on the first floor, Luo Hong flew back to the cave and couldn't help but whisper to himself. It turned out that the reaction of the 3 men in brocade robes was actually in his calculations all along. Even the bottle of elixir given to Tang Xin was the same. Luo Hong knew that he was too deeply involved in the whole thing, and the suspicion was too great to be ignored. If they really found an excuse like the brocade robe man's original guess, they would definitely find many problems if they followed the investigation. After all, the human and demon tribes must have searched the floating light forest afterwards. Luo Hong couldn't explain a suitable place to hide and heal. Once he checked, he would be exposed, so he could only reveal the existence of the cave. And if they knew that he had been in the cave, then he would be more than just a suspect. So, Luo Hong thought about it and found that the best solution was not to clear himself, but to create a target that was far more valuable than himself. Obviously, an orange level wood tribe member who was holding a treasure and located on the border between the human and demon tribes was much more attractive than a human in the early stage of transformation. Moreover, the pink-faced girl had fallen into a deep sleep at this time. Luo Hong was not afraid of her jumping out to spoil the show for hundreds of years. She was simply the perfect scapegoat, and it would be embarrassing not to use her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 883, The Path of Kung Fu. Of course, Luo Hong also knew that he could not hide this trick forever. But it didn't matter. Anyway, as long as he got enough dust extinguishing pills, or even cracked the principle of dust extinguishing pills, he would not stay in Shinyuan City any longer. Whether it was the girl with a pink face, or the man in brocade robes who wanted to take revenge, they had to find others first. Knowing that he would have hundreds of years of peace, Luo Hong felt much more relaxed. He was very busy now. It took 3 years, and the new technique was only a rough draft. Although the techniques for the subsequent middle and late stages of the spiritualization had been determined, he was not satisfied with the major stage of the void refining stage. This matter must be completed in Cheyenne City, otherwise it would be more difficult to complete it without leaving this place where resources gather. To be honest, Luo Hong had to admit that he was a little arrogant before in creating his own technique. It was not that he could not create it, but that he was not satisfied and always felt that it was not perfect enough. Originally, Luo Hong wanted to provide himself with ideas and inspiration by referring to the yin-yang transformation technique, but its degree of incompleteness really exceeded Luo Hong's imagination. It is not the normal 10 out of 10, only the first half, but 2.5 of the 10 sentences are left. Jump for him. The beast of the Long family is purely a scam. Fortunately, the secret technique of the Great Zaoshan extinction needle is real, and it is quite easy for him. He only took time to practice in 3 years, and he actually mastered it. This secret technique directly doubled the attack power of his great 5-element magnetic light, but Luo Hong felt that shooting needles with fingers did not suit his temperament, just like the 5-color giant palm, adding the power of heaven and earth to the magical power, making it transform into a 5-color giant gun. Although it lacks a bit of surprise, the power is naturally on a high level, and it killed the transformed barbarian beastman with one blow. But no matter how useful this secret technique is, it is just an attack technique, which is not as important as the current skills to Luo Hong. Fortunately, although the yin-yang transformation secret was a failure, the piece of Jink Jade book he just got is more suitable to serve as the key to breaking the situation. Although Luo Hong could not analyze the Golden Seal script as well as the Silvertail script, he had learned some basic things from it through traditional comprehension in the past 3 years. First of all, the Jade Book indeed recorded a method of immortality, and this method required the help of the power of heaven and earth to practice. Once you get started, that is, comprehend the law of heaven and earth, it will be much easier to open the immortal orifice than ordinary methods. It is a typical method that is difficult first and easy later. The power of the 5-element can transform yin and yang, and the combination of yin and yang creates heaven and earth. This immortal method has a lot in common with the method of dual cultivation of the body and law that Luo Hong wants to create. If he can get a specific immortal method, I believe that, after learning from it, he will be able to deduce the perfect great 5-element Tang Shengju. But just by comprehension, he can understand some secrets in a short time, which is already the best result. Forcibly starting the project of analyzing the Golden Seal script will kill a lot of his time and make him follow in the footsteps of the great Yan God. At this point, he had to settle for the second best. He didn't want to eat a fat man in one bite, but first use the achievements of the senior masters to make a transition. The Cheyenne Holy Beast had taught Han Leo Mo a method of interpreting the Silvertail script in the human world. Luo Hong had not paid attention to it at that time, because he had found a new way. Although the Golden Seal script was far more profound than the Silvertail script, the senior masters of the human race also left a similar method of interpretation. If he could master it, he could immediately read out 70% to 80% of the content of the immortal law. The true form of the Cheyenne Holy Beast was the Cave Heaven Rat King among the 7 Demon Kings, so although he taught it happily, this kind of secret technique was not common in the spirit world, and even some combined old monsters had not mastered it. After thinking carefully for a while flying away, Luo Hong found that the only way he could hope to get the method of interpretation was to exchange it from the Black Phoenix clan through the identity of the Black Phoenix envoy. But he recalled that there was no method of interpreting the Silvertail script and the Golden Seal script on the exchange list, and with the power of the Black Phoenix clan and the human and demon races, it was impossible for them not to reserve such secret techniques. Of course, this is not surprising. After all, these 2 secret arts are only useful for cultivators who have obtained the Golden Palace Jade Book and are good at making talismans and refining tools. Most of the Black Phoenix envoys are demon cultivators, so they naturally cannot use them. It seems that, if I want to solve the problem of the cultivation method, I have to show my talent in the way of talismans first. This can't be rushed. I will rely on this compensation to break through the middle stage of the spirit transformation in one go, and this will be easier. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Hong sensed two familiar auras that broke into his spiritual awareness range. They were Xiangzili and Bei Yuntao. It turned out that he had reached the territory of Killing Mountain without knowing it. Soon, the three people's escape lights met in the air and stopped at the same time. "It's really Brother Luo. I knew you wouldn't fall so easily." After confirming Luo Hong's aura, Xiangzili said with surprise, "Fellow Daoist Luo, seeing you return safe and sound today, I'm finally relieved of a worry. I feel ashamed every time I think about what happened that day." Bei Yuntao sighed and said with shame, "Fellow Daoist Bei, don't worry. When I was being hunted by the Orange Rankwood clan, you and senior brother Xiang would only have sacrificed to lives, even if you helped me. And the Orange Rankwood clan came for me, so it was I who dragged you down." Since they were not close relatives and close friends, Luo Hong would naturally not ask them to risk their lives to save him, so he really didn't take it to heart at the moment. "Junior brother Luo, you are too polite. Since the three of us have agreed to help each other, there is no such thing as dragging or not dragging. Now that junior brother has returned safely, I wonder what plans he has for the next step. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the patrol team to arrange for the time being. Xiangzili has also carried out 3 patrol missions and has almost understood the ins and outs of it. I don't plan to carry out patrol missions recently. This time I went to the spiritual questioning hall. According to the rules, I don't have to go to work for 20 years, and I can get the basic merits of my original position. And because of some reasons, I got double compensation, which means that Luo Hong now has 40 years of free time. So, I want to take this opportunity to retreat and improve my cultivation. The so-called spiritual questioning compensation is actually paid vacation, but the time is a little longer. In addition, some elixirs for improving magic power will be given, but they are all ordinary stuff and the quantity is not large. After all, taking someone to the spiritual questioning hall will reduce some of their cultivation. If they are not aliens, it is normal to get these compensations. Brother Luo, you have suffered a lot this time. I won't talk to you anymore. Go back and rest quickly." Xiangzili knew that the spiritual questioning compensation was not easy to get. Even if it was doubled, there was nothing to envy. He immediately bowed. "Thank you for your understanding, Brother Xiang. I will go first. We will meet again another day." Luo Hong did not explain and said goodbye. Chapter 884 Yuan Lingzi and Revenge. In Xianyuan City, unless a cultivator above the level of spiritualization is confirmed to have been missing for 100 years, their spiritual land will not be reclaimed. Luo Hong had only been away for more than 3 years, so naturally there was no change in the spiritual land in the cave. The first thing he did when he returned to the cave was to check on Xiaojin. After confirming that there was no problem, Luo Hong flashed to the quiet room used for cultivation. With a thought, the Wanbao bag rolled out a rosy glow, and 3 things suddenly appeared in front of him. He spread his right palm, and one of the jade boxes was captured in his palm. With a breath of spiritual energy, the talisman flew up, and the lid slid open, revealing the round purple ginseng fruit inside. Without taking a closer look, Luo Hong grabbed the fruit, and ate it clean in a few bites. Suddenly, a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed into his stomach like spring water. Luo Hong used his power to refine it, and found that it contained a lot of heaven and earth energy. These heaven and earth energy are the key to the purple ginseng fruit, to improve the cultivation of the spirit transforming cultivator. If it were someone else, he would definitely refine it wholeheartedly at this time, trying not to miss a single bit. However, Luo Hong soon discovered that the heaven and earth energy in these purple ginseng fruits dissipated much slower after entering the body than ordinary heaven and earth energy. This made him exclaim lightly and aroused some interest. Immediately, he secretly activated the Great 5-element magnetic light and entered the state of leak-proof body. He was not in a hurry to refine these heaven and earth energy, but carefully probed out his spiritual consciousness. After advancing to the God transformation for so many years, Luo Hong also had a preliminary understanding of the heaven and earth energy. In fact, the heaven and earth energy is also composed of spirit particles, but the spiritual energy contained in these spirit particles exceeds the ordinary spirit particles by 100 times, so that some characteristics that are completely different from ordinary spirit particles are produced. To distinguish them, Luo Hong named them Yuan Lingzi. Compared with ordinary spirit particles, the most significant feature of Yuan Lingzi is that it has strong repulsion. From the situation, when Luo Hong performed the Thunder Immortal Body technique and used the sky-breaking spearhead before, it can be seen that the Yuan Lingzi between heaven and earth are all in a state of separation without exception. Therefore, when the heaven and earth energy is activated by the magical power and spiritual treasure, it will appear as scattered light spots. This mutual repulsion between the Yuan Lingzi can only be offset or eliminated under two known circumstances. First, when the power of the law appears, the Yuan Lingzi will be instantly affected, so that the mutual repulsion is completely offset, and they gather rapidly. Second, after refining, the Yuan Lingzi will change some properties, which greatly reduces the mutual repulsion, so weak that it is almost imperceptible. Regarding this point, the most obvious evidence is that the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth transformed by the true spirit origin will naturally condense into clouds. Since the cultivation of cultivators above the level of transformation needs to rely on refining the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, the repulsion of Yuan Lingzi has become the biggest difficulty. Although with the improvement of cultivation, cultivators above the level of transformation can attract more spiritual energy at once, but the more Yuan Lingzi gathered in the Yuan Ying, the greater the repulsion of Yuan Lingzi between heaven and earth, which will reduce the efficiency of cultivation instead of increasing it. This is also why many cultivators above the level of transformation are prone to stop at a certain realm, which is not a problem that can be solved by hard practice. In traditional cultivation, there are many ways to alleviate it, the most typical of which is to swallow spiritual medicine. Instead of resisting the repulsion from the outside and taking the Yuan Lingzi with great effort, the Yuan Lingzi is first imprisoned in the pill, and then a large amount of Yuan Lingzi is allowed to enter the body by swallowing it. Although the Yuan Lingzi in the body will also quickly disperse at this time, some methods similar to the leak-proof body can greatly slow down this process, which is enough for the person taking the pill to refine most of the Yuan Lingzi and achieve the purpose of quickly improving cultivation. To put it bluntly, after the traditional cultivation of immortals reaches the state of transformation, it basically depends on chance. Luo Hong is very self-aware. His chance is average, and he does not have Han Lao Mo's palm bottle. If he wants to avoid being stuck in a certain realm in the future, he must study and understand the principle of the generation and disappearance of the mutual repulsion of Yuan Lingzi. Perhaps for most cultivators, the fact that the refined Yuan Lingzi no longer repel each other is as natural as apples falling from trees and 7 suns at noon. But for Luo Hong, this is too abnormal. If the Yuan Lingzi in the world could no longer repel the Yuan Lingzi after refining, and even actively gather around, wouldn't his cultivation speed be increased by hundreds or thousands of times? Of course, this is definitely not easy. Luo Hong didn't think of doing it all at once, but planned to do it step by step. So when he found that the Yuan Lingzi contained in the purple ginseng fruit was slower than the ordinary Yuan Lingzi in terms of dispersion, he was immediately shocked. "Why are you so special?" Exclamation mark. After sweeping his spiritual sense, Luo Hong didn't find the special features of these Yuan Lingzi for a while. But when he looked away instead of staring at one of the Yuan Lingzi, he suddenly found that there was a certain pattern in the arrangement of these Yuan Lingzi. 5-element ring. It turns out that this arrangement can offset some of the repulsion. Is it because of the aggregation of the 5-element? It can be seen that the Yuan Lingzi and the purple ginseng fruit are almost all 55-55 to form a loose ring. Although they will collapse if disturbed, when they are stable, the repulsion reaction to Luo Hong's nascent soul will be much weaker. So that's how it is. It seems that this is the fundamental reason why we must supplement the 5-element spiritual roots to advance to the refining realm. Luo Hong immediately said to himself with some enlightenment. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he sank into the nascent soul. The blue little man looked down at his chubby body and saw that there were not sparse light spots floating in it, but after a long time, there was no scene of these light spots meeting each other. Obviously, these light spots were the Yuan Lingzi refined by Luo Hong. With its existence, Luo Hong's nascent soul has grown to the appearance of a child. When the nascent soul grows to the size of an adult and is completely composed of Yuan Lingzi, he will advance to the Mahayana. After thinking for a while, the blue little man slowly raised his right palm, and immediately the many light spots in his body were gathered in the palm. The next moment, these light spots began to slowly arrange into the form of a 5-element ring under Luo Hong's control. Even though Luo Hong has the magical power of the innate 5-element body, he feels quite strenuous at this moment, and it consumes a lot of spiritual consciousness. Obviously, ordinary spiritual cultivators can't do this at all. When Luo Hong successfully controlled all the spiritual particles, those spiritual particles that had been attacking the great 5-element magnetic light and trying to leave Luo Hong's body suddenly slowed down. It was as if the invisible force that had been exerted on them was weakened by more than half in an instant. At this time, a 5-color halo made purely of spiritual particles appeared in the palm of the blue man's right hand. As soon as he thought about it, the halo moved from the palm to the chest. Then, he gradually relaxed his mind, and the 5-color halo did not collapse, but it did not maintain perfectly, and 1 or 2 light spots would escape from time to time. But from this point of view, as long as Luo Hong didn't fight with others, the 5-color halo would have no problem maintaining for a year or 2. Hey, wait. If I do this, wouldn't I have the efficiency of practicing as a cultivator of the void refining realm in the early stage of the spiritual transformation? Luo Hong was just intoxicated with exploration and experimentation, and suddenly woke up at this moment, as if he had accidentally accomplished something extraordinary. Restraining his excitement, Luo Hong closed his eyes and began to practice. It took him a month to completely refine the medicinal power of the purple ginseng fruit. His cultivation increased a lot and was close to the peak of the early stage of the transformation of the spirit. However, this was obviously not what made him most happy. After refining the purple ginseng fruit, Luo Hong immediately took out a jade slip and stuck it between his eyebrows to record the results of this accidental achievement. For the mutual exclusion of the Yuan Lingzi, there are currently 2 paths to choose from. One is to offset and the other is to eliminate. The end of the offset method lies in the power of the law, but the characteristics of ordinary spirit particles can also help a little, and the aggregation of the 5-element is one of them. The elimination law requires exploring the changes in the refining of the Yuan Lingzi. If it can be released to the world, it will be a qualitative improvement in the efficiency of cultivation. Although the feeling of suddenly finding the way forward is exciting, it is not the time to rush now. The most critical thing at the moment is to break through the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit. Walking in the spirit world, the cultivation of the early stage of the transformation of the spirit is still too weak, so even if his magical power is comparable to that of the cultivator of the refining of the virtual, it is far less durable than the other party, so he has to use his trump card at every turn. As long as he breaks through to the middle stage of the spiritualization, the situation will be much better. Since the 5-element offset method is enough before the refining void, the refining elimination method and the subsequent law offset method should be put aside for the time being. So after making a good record, Luo Hong put away the jade slip without much nostalgia, and reached out to take the 2 jade bottles he had taken out before. These 2 jade bottles were obtained by Luo Hong in the Shenmue Cave Heaven. The elixir in them was made from purple ginseng fruit, which was enough to help him break through the middle stage of the spiritualization. After taking out a pill and swallowing it, Luo Hong's body suddenly began to flow with 5 colors again. There is no time in cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, the 40-year paid vacation has come to an end. On this day, an angry old man in a Taoist robe came to Killing Mountain. The light of escape stopped above Luo Hong's spiritual land, and he waved a whisk without saying a word. Suddenly, a white chain more than 10 feet long surged out and slammed hard on the 5-color light shield. There was a loud boom and the surrounding spiritual lands all had light rising. It was obvious that the nearby divine transformation cultivators had noticed the movement and came out to investigate. At this time, the white chain pressed the 5-color light shield deeply, and it was about to be broken. Suddenly, 2 light arrays appeared under the 5-color light shield, causing it to quickly turn into black and white. Then a mysterious force turned and actually bounced the white chain back. The old man in the Taoist robe was not careful for a moment and actually dodged a little embarrassed, which made his face more angry. Just when he wanted to attack again, he heard a shout, "Senior, you are so openly attacking the formation of other people's spiritual lands. Aren't you afraid that Shinyuan City will punish you?" The old man in the Taoist robe turned around and saw that the person coming was Xiangzili. Beiyuntao was also on the side, staring at him angrily. Humph, it turns out to be you two. Get out of the way. I'm not looking for you today. Don't make a mistake. The old man in Taoist robe snorted coldly and said bluntly. It seems that the senior really doesn't take the rules of Shinyuan City seriously. Is this what Zhenlong Temple wants? Beiyuntao looked solemn, but he didn't give in at the moment. Haha, I don't know what you are talking about. I just said hello. If you two insist that I attacked the spiritual land, don't blame me for being disrespectful. The old man in Taoist robe laughed wildly, clearly calling a deer a horse and blaming the wrong person. You. Beiyuntao was so angry that his chest was stuffy. He had never seen such a shameless person who looked so righteous. Xiangzili didn't want to waste any more words and immediately sent a message to the Jinting guards in charge of Killing Mountain. Seeing this, the old man in Taoist robe sneered, looked away without caring, and raised his whisk to hit him hard again. The old man was a cultivator of the void refining sect. Although Xiangzili and the other two were angry, they did not dare to stop him. Their faces looked quite ugly. At this moment, a voice with hidden anger came from below. Is it Senior Khan from the True Dragon Temple? I wonder what you are doing visiting Luo's spiritual land this time. Huh, you finally dare to speak up. I thought that Dao Luo was going to be a coward and just watch your two friends charge into battle for you. The old man in the Taoist robe was the true man Khan from the True Dragon Temple. He was the master of Daoist Wang. Senior, there is no need to provoke me. Dao Wang died at the hands of the Purple Rangwood clan. There is no reason for you to come to trouble Luo. Luo Hong hid in the formation and did not show up. How can it be unreasonable? You, an ascended monk, were able to get such a good job. Don't you know what's going on? Since you didn't protect me properly and caused my beloved disciple to die tragically, I should ask you for an explanation. The old man in Taoist robes became more and more angry. Before he finished speaking, he waved his whisk, and a white streak of more than 100 feet long shot out. You old bastard, you really don't have any sense. Am I, an ascended monk, a third-class person? Under the formation, Luo Hong deeply felt the oppression of the ascended monks by the local monks at this moment. He was so angry that he broke his defense and cursed directly. However, although he was angry, Luo Hong did not lose his mind because of this. He did not choose to expose the Thunder Immortal Body technique to kill the opponent, but pinched his sword fingers and clamped out a talisman full of silver runes. The next moment, Luo Hong threw the talisman fiercely, and the vitality of the heaven and earth in the formation immediately gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, a green lightning sword several dozen feet long was condensed, and with a loud bang, it turned into a rainbow light and headed towards the white chain. When the green lightning rainbow touched the white chain, it collided with a shocking sound, and a terrifying spiritual wave spread out, causing many monks who were watching the excitement to change their faces. After a few breaths of stalemate, the old man in Taoist robe suddenly changed his face, and he flipped his palm and sacrificed a three-legged round tripod. I saw that the three-legged round tripod had just condensed a layer of phantom to protect the old man, and the green lightning rainbow, whose aura was much weakened, hit it. After a loud thunder, the old man in Taoist robes was unharmed under the protection of the three-legged round tripod. Haha, brother Luo is willing to sacrifice a treasure talisman, but this alone is not enough to get rid of me. Chapter 885, Talisman and Intimidation. The talisman that can mobilize the vitality of heaven and earth on a small scale must be among the treasure talismans. Although he lost half a move in the fight, he was able to force the opponent to use a treasure talisman, so Master Kang thought he had not lost. However, just as the mocking smile appeared on his face, he noticed that the surrounding atmosphere was a little wrong. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he suddenly found that the electric light jumping on the phantom of the three-legged round tripod was not right. After a careful taste, his face suddenly turned as hen, and he said angrily, "Calamity Key. The treasure talisman in your treasure is Calamity Thunder." Yes, Luo happened to refine 3 green Calamity Thunder sword talismans during this retreat. Senior, do you want to taste one or two? In the past 40 years, Luo Hong only spent the first 20 years to break through the middle stage of the spirit transformation. The rest of the time he devoted himself to the way of talismans. Although the difference between spiritual talismans and treasure talismans is the same as the difference between magic weapons and spiritual treasures, both are in the power of laws, but talismans are not like spiritual treasures, which can use many spiritual materials to pile up the power of laws. Generally speaking, the materials used for a treasure talisman are just talisman paper and talisman ink. Although it is not easy to refine these two, the cost of a treasure talisman is much lower than that of a spiritual treasure of the same level. Correspondingly, the difficulty of refining a treasure talisman is much greater than that of refining a spiritual treasure, because the cost saved must be made up by the skills of the talisman master. In other words, the treasure talisman master must comprehend the superficial principles of some laws, which can make the talisman have a charm, and thus refine a treasure talisman. Therefore, treasure talisman masters are not only extremely rare, but also often only good at refining a certain type of treasure talisman. Not all treasure talismans can be refined. For example, Luo Hong is particularly good at refining the talisman of the warrior, and most of the 5 element will not be difficult for him in the future. But now he can refine the thunder talisman, but he took advantage of the law of force and Muzi's crystal core. After trying, he found that the law of force is particularly useful when making talismans. It can lock the law of power in some spiritual materials, and then forcibly refine the corresponding treasure talisman. Of course, the prerequisite is to be familiar with the silver tassel text of the treasure talisman to be refined, and this is obviously not a problem for Luo Hong. No wonder the test talisman selected by the treasure talisman hall of Shinyuan City is the green armor warrior talisman. The above is to encourage the talisman master to comprehend the law of power, so that the way to make talismans in the future will be much wider. Master Kong stopped talking. As a cultivator of the refining void, he was not afraid of the power of the green tribulation thunder sword talisman, but this calamity energy was really something that people did not want to be contaminated with, not to mention himself. Even this 3-legged round tripod, he had to clean it up after returning, and it could not be used in a short time. Just as the two were in a stalemate, a circle of light array emerged nearby, and then a golden boat appeared out of thin air. I was wondering who was making trouble here. It turned out to be fellow Daoist Khan. What, did the little friend below offend your true dragon temple or the Long family? Jintingwei, who was standing at the head of the golden boat, asked in a cold voice with a stern face. Fellow Daoist Duan, please don't accuse me. I just came to say hello to young friend Luo. I didn't break the formation, let alone hurt anyone, so how can I say I caused trouble? Even though the Jinting guards came to ask him, Master Khan remained calm and tried to argue. HMPH, whether you broke the rules or not, I need to ask the young friends below to know. Your own words don't count. After Duan Jinting guard scolded Master Kong, he drove the golden boat to fly towards the formation. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately opened a gap in the light shield and escaped from the formation to greet him. Junior Luo Hong, meet Senior Duan. Hey, you have advanced to the middle stage of the spiritual transformation. Duan Jintan was responsible for guarding Killing Mountain, and he knew the situation of every owner of the spiritual land in the mountain range. In his memory, Luo Hong was still a cultivator in the early stage of the spiritual transformation, so he couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. But soon his expression froze, and he said in a deep voice, forget it, it's not important. Regarding this matter, Duan must advise little friend Luo that it is best not to pursue it. Why? This senior Khan blatantly violated the ban of Shinyuan City. Hearing this, Luo Hong frowned deeply. This was very different from the rules of Shinyuan City that he knew. HMPH, do you think Duan is trying to curry favor with the powerful and deliberately suppress you? Duan Jintang snorted coldly and continued without giving Luo Hong a chance to answer. Even if Duan handles it impartially, this Khan will not be severely punished. First, he has a strong background, and second, this is not the first time this person has caused trouble, and he has a very good sense of proportion. Even if Luo Xiaoyao sends this Khan to the law enforcement hall today, he will be out in a few months, and today's incident will happen again. Duan sees that you have not suffered any loss, so why not talk to the Kong? Seeking revenge is definitely not his real purpose. That's all. Luo Xiaoyao, make your own decision. Seeing that the other party stopped talking, Luo Hong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In fact, he also doubted the motives of the real person surnamed Kang. The Taoist Wang was not his direct blood relative, so even if he was protecting his shortcomings, there was no reason for him to make such a big fuss. It was just that he was inexplicably beaten up, and he didn't think much about it in anger. When he heard Duan Jintang's words, he immediately became secretly alert. After all, the True Dragon Temple is a subsidiary of the Long family, and the Long family, as a true spirit family that inherited the blood of the True Dragon, is one of the forces that Luo Hong least wants to contact. Could it be that I have revealed my true identity somewhere? Luo Hong thought secretly. After a moment, he replied solemnly, since this senior Kang has other purposes, then Luo will listen to it. Well, it's okay to refuse. If he comes again, remember to self-destruct the formation. Do you understand? Duan Jintang nodded, left a word and turned away. Luo Hong couldn't help laughing when he heard it, and bowed to see him off and said, thank you for your guidance. What did you say, Daoist Duan? I will go to the law enforcement hall with you to go through the formalities. The Taoist surnamed Kang said fearlessly. No need, since you are visiting, why don't you go down quickly? How can a guest keep the host waiting for a long time? Or is Daoist Kang not polite? Duan Jintang obviously hated the Taoist surnamed Kang very much, and immediately cursed him in a yin-yang tone. Oh, this young friend Luo can see clearly. I thought he was so proud of himself, because he had the upper hand. The immortal Kang ignored Duan Jintang's yin-yang words, and flew to the formation. He was also very skilled and bold, and he entered the formation without hesitation. Luo Hong greeted the two and flew in. Knowing that his intention had been guessed, the immortal Kang no longer mentioned his fallen disciple. Instead, he smiled and said to Luo Hong, young friend Luo, this formation contains the power of yin and yang and the five element. It is quite exquisite. But did you arrange it yourself? Senior Kang, just say it directly. I'm in a hurry to take the mission at the Hall of Extraordinary Spirits. Luo Hong did not give him a good look. After leading him to sit down at a stone table on the top of the mountain, he said coldly without even pouring the tea, young friend Luo, take a look at what this is. The immortal Kang did not care about Luo Hong's attitude at all. He took out a jade bottle and said, there was no restriction on the jade bottle. Luo Hong scanned it with his spiritual sense, and found the contents of the bottle. He frowned and asked, dust killing pill? What do you mean, senior? I won't hide it from you. I came here, partly because my beloved disciple died. I want to make you suffer. But the most important thing is, that I want you to do something for me. Master Kang pushed the jade bottle in front of Luo Hong, and explained his purpose. His senior, your way of asking someone to do something is really peculiar. You don't need to tell me what it is. I won't agree to it. Luo Hong sneered. He immediately understood why the other party made such a fuss. If he was suppressed by the other party before the Jinting guards came, the other party would definitely not be so polite at this moment. 9 out of 10 times, he would not even take out the dust killing pill, and would directly threaten him. As for now, Master Kang was just a little afraid, and was just using threats and inducements. My dear friend Luo, it is your chance that the Long family has chosen you. You should not refuse, and you cannot refuse. I advise you to think it through before you speak. As if he had reached the limit of endurance, the real person surnamed Kang immediately showed a fierce light in his eyes, and suddenly released the breath of magic power, further threatening. But Luo Hong was not afraid of him. If he had not been concerned about the old monster of the combined body and Uruaxi who would ascend in the future, he would have beaten the old bastard to death just now. So, he leaned forward with his momentum and said, then please bring up the real reward first. Can the Long family only afford 30 or so dust extinguishing pills? Luo Hong guessed that the other party's abnormal behavior was definitely because he swallowed the benefits normally given by the Long family. His face was exactly the same as that of the old man surnamed Yi who had forcibly exchanged for Han Leo Mo's foundation building pill in the human world. Seeing Luo Hong's attitude, the real person surnamed Kang was also secretly surprised at this moment. He had previously used the same method to force the other two to do that thing for him for free. He thought that Luo Hong, who even had a ready-made excuse, would be more relaxed, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated one after another. Who on earth is the refining void cultivator? And what Luo Hong cares about at this time is definitely not the external objects given by the Long family. He just wants to know why he is being targeted by the Long family. After a long struggle, the real person surnamed Khan couldn't help but feel a sour tooth. He couldn't figure out whether Luo Hong was stubborn or really had a bunch of treasures in his hands, so he was fearless. Finally, the real person surnamed Kong, who was carrying a task, couldn't stand it first. He first took out 2 bottles of elixirs from the storage bracelet and put them on the table. Seeing that Luo Hong was indifferent, he gritted his teeth and took out 2 spiritual materials with high spiritual levels. Just when he thought that the other party should be satisfied this time, he found that Luo Hong's expression still didn't change. So, the two of them stared at each other again. "You are very good. Meet at the True Dragon Pavilion in 3 months. If you don't come, you will bear the consequences." After a while, the master surnamed Kang suddenly showed a ferocious look, fiercely slapped out a piece of red blood token, and said with great dissatisfaction. After that, he stood up and fled without wanting to look at Luo Hong again. This old bastard. I waited for him for a long time, but he didn't say anything. Is there something wrong with his brain? Luo Hong was also quite depressed. He was waiting for the other party to say something, but the other party kept taking things out. He was convinced. Chapter 886 Return to Black Flame Tower. After cursing, Luo Hong looked at the bottles and boxes on the stone table. The elixirs and spiritual materials in them were all rare and precious wild products. If they were put on the auction, they would be worth at least 7 or 8 million spiritual stones. No wonder a dignified cultivator would have evil thoughts and want to covet them. However, the red blood dragon pattern order that the old bastard took out at the end made Luo Hong particularly confused. Judging from his appearance, this thing is the most valuable and the one that the other party wants to covet the most. The Long family has made such a big move, and other major forces cannot help but pay attention. It just so happens that I'm already a qualified treasure talisman master, and I have reason to ask for the method of exchanging the interpretation of the golden seal text, so I will ask about the situation by the way. If an ordinary person suddenly asks to exchange the secret techniques related to the silver tadpole text and the golden seal text, he will definitely be suspected of having the Golden Palace Jade Book in his hand. But in order to improve the way of talismans, the treasure talisman master must study the silver tadpole text. This time, Luo Hong was going to use the title of treasure talisman master to exchange the interpretation methods of these two law texts at the same time, so that others would at most think that he was ambitious and would not associate too much. After putting away the spiritual objects on the stone table, Luo Hong went back to the cave to pack up his things, then opened all the restrictions and flew out of the formation. As soon as he came out of the formation, Luo Hong saw that Zhangzi and the other two had not left yet. Although the two of them did not take action directly just now, they were able to show their support, which was quite nice. Luo Hong couldn't help but feel that it was not in vain to bring them up together. Brother Luo, did Senior Kang make things difficult for you? Brother, don't worry. If the three of us join forces, we can fight against the cultivators in the early stage of refining emptiness. Zhangzi has been almost at the limit of his patience over the years. Seeing Luo Hong being beaten up, he realized the cruelty of the spiritual world, so he wanted to show off his muscles so as not to be treated as a soft specimen. That's right, Tai sect is not afraid of Zenlang Temple. We are right in this matter, so we should be tougher. Baiyangzha also agreed with this, and said with a fighting spirit. Senior brother Xiang and fellow Daoist Bei are both thoughtful, but Senior Kang has ulterior motives for coming here to cause trouble, and his purpose is to force Luo to work for him. The specific situation is not clear at the moment, so it's best for us not to do anything radical. Looking at the two of them, Luo Hong knew that they had encountered a lot of disgusting things in recent years, but this matter was quite complicated and not suitable for showing off their muscles, so he immediately dissuaded them. Did junior brother Luo compromise? Zhangzi asked in surprise. Of course not. It's just that Senior Kang thought that the foreign objects he vomited were enough to impress Luo, and he thought that Luo would be afraid of the tyranny of the forces behind him. Luo Hong snorted coldly. He would not be scared because of the other party's words. You'll bear the consequences yourself. When he finds out what the Long family is doing, if he should refuse, he will definitely not hesitate. After hearing this, Zhang Zili and the others suddenly understood. Before Luo Hong came out, they asked the Taoist friends around them and learned that this Master Kang was not the first time to do this. They were very confused at first, but now they have completely figured out the cause and effect. This Master Kang first found a random excuse to make trouble, then went to the door and forced the person into a very embarrassing situation, and then let the other party watch him rely on the privileges he enjoyed in Xianyuan City with the help of the power behind him, completely destroying the other party's idea of using himself or external forces to resist. Then, he put forward conditions, asking the other party to do things for him in exchange for his forgiveness. The monk who was targeted had no other choice at this time, so he could only agree to it in order to avoid disaster. Brother Luo is indeed quite proud, but you need to calm down when you should. Bear with him for a while and wait for us to improve our cultivation. Hey, Brother Luo, when did you break through to the middle stage of the spiritual transformation? Zhang Zili saw that Luo Hong was too tough and was about to persuade him, but suddenly found that Luo Hong's breath was a little wrong. After a careful sense, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "What?" Bei Yangtao was shocked when he heard it. After his spiritual sense probed, he couldn't help but show envy and said, "It's true. Fellow Daoist Luo, this is your fault. You hid such a happy event. Shouldn't you celebrate it?" Haha, Luo Ma also broke through by chance in recent years. Before that, I have been in seclusion to consolidate my cultivation. I didn't mean to hide it. When Luo Mao comes back this time, I will invite Brother Zhang and fellow Daoist Bei to come to my house for a drink. Luo Hong smiled heartily and made an agreement immediately. Then it's settled. Junior brother, since you have something important to do, I won't bother you today. I'll go back to retreat. Maybe next time we meet, I'll be able to make a breakthrough. Then Bei can't fall behind. I'll go first. Goodbye. After saying that, Bei Yangtao turned into a white light and went to his own cave. Then, Zhang Zili didn't say much. He bowed and flew away. Good guy, it's rolled up. It seems that I stimulated them. But think about it, my cultivation level was lower than this before, and it's really hard to accept that I suddenly surpassed them by a small realm. At the same time, on the third floor of Feeling Hall, in the dark room of the Black Flame building, Luo Hong was standing solemnly in front of a wall engraved with secret symbols. In front of her were 8 Black Phoenix envoys wearing the same clothes and wearing masks to cover their faces. Is there any news about the task assigned before? The clan is very urgent this time, and we can't afford to slack off. Seeing that everyone was there, Luo Hong immediately asked in a solemn voice. Report to the host. After we have inquired from many sources, the Long family is undoubtedly preparing for the dragon blood trial this time, but it is really hard to find people to cooperate with. Those human gods are all afraid of the power of the Long family. As long as we make a little test, they will be alert without exception, and will not give us any chance at all. One of the Black Phoenix envoys with 26 on his mask seemed to be quite prestigious, and he spoke on behalf of all the Black Phoenix envoys. Since there is really no way to cooperate, then try to send someone to replace them. This is a serious matter and we must complete this mission no matter what. Luo Hong knew the difficulties, but the order she received was to send someone to infiltrate this dragon blood trial without any conditions. Yes, we will select a few targets now. Although 26 secretly complained, he could only agree. When the secret meeting was halfway through, the teleportation array in the dark room suddenly lit up, which immediately made everyone nervous. Because all the Black Phoenix envoys in Xianyuan City were in the dark room at this time, the person who broke in at this time must have a big problem. After a quick glance at each other, the 8 Black Phoenix envoys were about to surround the intruder so that they could immediately stop the intruder. Wait, this is not an enemy. Luo Hong controlled all the restrictions of the Black Flame Tower. After noticing the difference in the teleportation array, she immediately sensed the person coming through the restrictions. Then, she was surprised to find that the person coming was also a member of the Black Phoenix Envoy. After a moment of hesitation, she realized who it was. It was not her fault. After all, this Black Phoenix Envoy had not shown up for more than 40 years, since the last time he reported. A newcomer? Why is there no news at all? Could it be that human? For a moment, the 8 Black Phoenix clan members exchanged glances frantically, and various thoughts flashed through their minds. The next moment, the light of the teleportation array dimmed, and a man wearing a number 68 mask walked out of it. Seeing that the person coming was indeed a Black Phoenix Envoy, everyone felt relieved and looked at Luo Hong, obviously wanting to know the purpose of this person's visit. According to the hidden information in the secret symbol, the clan's major events cannot be entrusted to this human male cultivator who calls himself Luo Bufan, and there is no shortage of manpower for other matters, so Luo Hong has not thought of Luo Hong for decades. Therefore, Luo Hong now does not know why the other party suddenly came to the door. Ahem. Let's go first, we will discuss that matter later. Although she had to be on guard against Luo Bufan, Luo Hong did not dare to neglect him as the clan leader personally ordered him, so she could only send everyone away first. The Black Phoenix Envoy was required to obey orders, and although everyone had some doubts in their hearts, they did not dare to have any objections. In a blink of an eye, there were only 2 people left in the dark room. It seems that Luo came at the wrong time, and disturbed the owner of Xiaolao to discuss important matters. Since he became the Black Phoenix Envoy, the superiors have not assigned him even a single task, which made Luo Hong wonder if the Black Phoenix Envoy was very idle. But now it seems that it was the owner of Xiaolao who never trusted him, so he never took the initiative to ask him to perform tasks. Luo Hong can understand this. After all, his identity is indeed suspicious, and it was good this way. He originally wanted to get a convenient trading platform. It didn't matter if he was not given a task. It was fine, as long as he could exchange things happily. Fellow Daoist Luo, you are too polite. It's not a big deal. There's nothing to bother you about. Luo Hong first said perfunctorily, and then she didn't intend to beat around the bush and asked directly, I haven't seen you for decades. I wonder why fellow Daoist Luo suddenly visited me? If you want to take the task, I can arrange it right away. Luo Hong was anxious about the affairs of the Long family, and didn't want to waste words with Luo Hong. She just wanted to get rid of him quickly. Luo has made a lot of progress in studying the way of talismans recently. I hope to exchange for the interpretation of silver tadpole characters and gold seal characters. Please ask Master Luo to apply for 1 or 2 from the clan. For Luo Hong, it was only a matter of time to cultivate to the late stage of the spirit transformation. Naturally, he wanted to get the skills done during this period, so he said it directly. I have heard of these 2 secret arts before, but the contribution required to exchange them is not a small amount. With fellow Daoist Luo's current contribution, you will not be able to exchange them, even if I apply for it. Moreover, I have also heard that only treasure talisman masters can use these 2 secret arts. Fellow Daoist Luo should think it over carefully and not waste your precious contribution. Luo Hong's words were obviously meant to persuade and remind Luo Hong, but in fact, she had already begun to doubt Luo Hong's real purpose. Haha, Luo has his own way to contribute points. As for the treasure talismans, I wonder if Master Luo is willing to buy a few. As he said that, Luo Hong flipped his palm and took out 3 talismans full of silver talismans and introduced them in a complacent tone. These 3 treasure talismans were all made by Luo himself, namely the Green Armor Warrior Talisman, the Green Tribulation Thunder Sword Talisman and the Yiward Rejuvenation Talisman. The Green Armor Warrior Talisman is famous enough, and there is no need for Luo to introduce it. And the Green Tribulation Thunder Sword Talisman contains a trace of the lore of the Heavenly Dao Tribulation Thunder. Its power can rival that of a refining void attack, and it also comes with Tribulation Key, which is most useful for self-protection in front of high-level beings. As for the effect of the Yiward Rejuvenation Talisman, it is simpler. As long as it is not completely lifeless, it can save the physical body and restore 70% to 80% of the mana of a spiritual transformation cultivator in a short period of time. Are these really made by fellow Daoist Zuo himself? But there is no such person as fellow Daoist in the Treasure Talisman Hall of Shinyuan City. The number of Treasure Talisman Masters is rare, and Luo Hong will never make a mistake. Haha, as a Black Phoenix envoy, isn't it normal for Zuo to use a pseudonym? And Zuo hasn't joined the Treasure Talisman Hall, so Luo Laozu doesn't have to guess Zuo's identity. As for how to prove myself. After a pause, Luo Hong flipped his left palm, and 7 or 8 Yimu rejuvenation talismans appeared in his hand. Luo Laozu, don't you really consider trading 2 of them with Zuo using contribution points? Most of the treasure talismans refined by the talisman masters of the Treasure Talisman Hall are reserved as strategic resources, and rarely circulate on the market. It is possible to purchase a few pieces sporadically, but for someone like Luo Hong to take out 7 or 8 of the same treasure talismans at once, only refining them by himself can explain it. What fellow Daoist Zuo said is right, but you are really willing to do it. This Yimu rejuvenation talisman is like a second life for a divine transformation cultivator. Are you really willing to exchange it for contribution points? Luo Hong suddenly felt that her action of sending everyone away was extremely wise. Although Zuo Bufan was suspicious, every time he took out something, she was very tempted. This talisman is good for dealing with some ordinary dangers, but if it really reaches a desperate situation, it will only delay for a moment. So it's useless to keep too many of them. It's better to use them to exchange for contribution points, so as to exchange for secret techniques and let Zuo improve his talisman skills. Luo Hong thought that, as long as the materials were sufficient, he could sell this kind of talisman wholesale, and there was no such thing as heartache. Since fellow Daoist Zuo has thought it over, I won't say much. I will apply to the clan as soon as possible. Fellow Daoists just need to wait for good news. Luo Hong nodded, smiled, and agreed to the matter, and then traded 5 talismans with Luo Hong. However, just when she thought Luo Hong would leave, the other party's words made her suddenly alert. By the way, Luo Laozu, I wonder if the clan has received any news recently. The Long family seems to have some special movements, which made one of Zuo's friends very uneasy, and finally forced to agree to something. Before leaving, Luo Hong asked casually, "Oh, really? Unfortunately, our tribe has never been very concerned about the affairs of the human race, and we haven't received any news. I'm sorry to disappoint fellow Daoist Zuo." Luo Hong's eyes flickered, and she still smiled. "Is that so? Well, Zuo will take his leave now, and you can continue your work, Master Zuo." Luo Hong nodded slightly, then bowed, turned around and stepped into the teleportation array. "A good friend? Humph, come on." After watching Luo Hong leave, Luo Hong's face suddenly darkened, and she shouted solemnly, "Master." With a flash of light, 2 Black Phoenix envoys appeared in front of Luo Hong, bowing and waiting for orders. "Go and check if there is anyone who is proficient in talismans among the targets." Chapter 887, Eliminating the Troubles and Giving Thanks. After leaving the Black Flame Tower, Luo Hong found a deserted place to change his clothes, thinking, "I left clues so obviously, Luo Hong will surely find out about me, and it won't be long before there will be news about the Long family." It turned out that after Luo Hong found out that he was not trusted, he gave up the idea of easily getting information from Luo Hong. Moreover, the other party's perfunctory words were too perfunctory. Everyone knows that the true spirit family is the elite force of the human race. As long as there is a move, the demon race will not ignore it. It would have been better if she didn't say it. As soon as she said it, Luo Hong guessed that the Black Phoenix envoys must have discussed this matter before he came. Therefore, Luo Hong immediately decided to reveal his identity, to let the other party know that he was also in the storm, and their concealment was meaningless. In this way, the other party would take the initiative to reveal information to him in order to get the situation from him. Anyway, Luo Hong's identity is still clean, and it doesn't matter if it is exposed. 3 months is plenty of time. I'll go and get that done first, so I can get rid of that thought. Thinking of this, Luo Hong suddenly increased his speed and flew out of the palace. However, not long after he escaped from Feeling Palace, a golden light shot towards him from the horizon. Golden Sword sent a letter? Who is looking for me? Luo Hong was suspicious and immediately stopped the light to catch the golden sword. After taking out the jade slip from it and reading it, he frowned and said to himself, it's him. He actually contacted me on his own initiative. Is it a trap? Well, it shouldn't be possible. The meeting place is in Guangna Palace, which is not a good place for them to do it. Guangna Palace is a place where humans and demons exchange what they have and trade. It can be called the commercial center of Xianyuan City. It is always bustling and lively. If you do something secretly here, the probability of being discovered is much greater than in other places. So, after Luo Hong's eyes flashed twice, he decided to keep the appointment without much hesitation. A few hours later, Luo Hong slowly flew on the main road of Guangna Palace. There were many immortal cultivators with different cultivation levels around him, and there were also many demon cultivators that were rarely seen. Although there were so many people that it was a bit crowded, Luo Hong's cultivation level in the middle stage of the spiritualization realm was enough to make most of his companions feel awed and take the initiative to avoid him. Therefore, there was a lot of space around Luo Hong. Lanxiang Pavilion, this is it. Suddenly, Luo Hong stopped in front of a pavilion, glanced at the plaque, and then floated to the ground, passed through a layer of restrictions, and walked into the hall. The outermost layer of restrictions obviously had a soundproofing effect. As soon as he entered the Lanxiang Pavilion, Luo Hong felt that the noise was far away, and his heart was at peace. The owner of this place was quite interesting. He opened a tea house in the Guangna Palace, where every inch of land is valuable, which was quite a quiet place in the midst of noise. This senior, do you want to make a reservation, or go to an appointment? Seeing that there was a guest coming, a female foundation building cultivator immediately came up to greet him, and asked after a greeting. It's time to keep the appointment. Take me to room 18. Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to scan the area, and found that most of the private rooms on this floor had opened a ban, indicating that there were people in them. It seemed that the business here was quite prosperous. Okay senior, please follow me. The female foundation building cultivator nodded and agreed, and then led Luo Hong on the way. After walking up 2 wooden stairs, Luo Hong went straight to the 3rd floor of Lanxiang Pavilion. After stopping in front of a private room, the female foundation building cultivator turned around and said respectfully, "Senior, this is the private room number 18. If you have no other instructions, I will leave now." "Well, you go ahead. Luo will call you if there is anything." Luo Hong sent the woman away with a calm look. When she walked away, he pushed the door open and walked in. The private room was decorated quite elegantly, and the incense burned there also had the effect of calming the mind. But the man sitting at the table at this time looked restless and irritable, and his tea drinking movements were quite rough. "Fellow Daoist Zufeng, you are very eye-catching like this. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity?" He casually closed the door with his magic power and came to the table with a calm face and sat down, pouring himself tea while speaking. The person who asked him to meet this time was none other than the spy Zufeng of the spirit race. "Fellow Daoist Luo, if you still want to continue the previous transaction, you must help me this time." Zufeng seemed not to have heard Luo Hong's sarcasm and said with a very solemn expression, "What happened? Haven't you been using the excuse of recuperating from your injuries to avoid the limelight for decades?" Seeing that Zufeng's expression did not seem to be false, Luo Hong's tone sank, and he said with a hint of accusation, "Because of Luo Hong's mistake in this matter, many of the spies of the spiritual clan in Xianyuan City were caught." Fortunately, Zufeng was seriously injured and in seclusion at the time, so he was not suspected too much. But because of this, Zufeng's plan to leave Xianyuan City was delayed. Now, more than 40 years have passed since this incident, and there should not be any aftermath. Therefore, Luo Hong couldn't help but guess that the other party had done something behind his back, and now that something happened, he wanted to ask him to help clean up his ass. "You can't blame me for this. I just thought that after so many years, the limelight should have passed. So I contacted a fellow tribesman to understand the current situation. But that day, I met shooting on the way, and was delayed for some time, so I went a little late." As a result, before I arrived at the meeting place, I sensed the movement of the fight. The fellow tribesmen who went to meet that day must have been arrested, so I'm also in danger now. Even now thinking about it, Zhu Feng still felt a lingering fear. He was almost caught. And the shooting he was talking about was the woman in yellow during the battle for the spirit land. King Feng. Luo Hong would not easily believe Zhu Feng's one-sided words, and immediately wanted to prove it to King Feng. After all, the other party had been staying in Zhu Feng's dungeon to monitor him, and he should know everything. Sir, he was not lying just now. Hearing the call, King Feng immediately replied. Fellow Daoist Luo, although our Yuan Shen is protected by prohibitions, the Yiling Hall also has special soul-searching magical powers, and it cannot be guaranteed to be foolproof. And if I'm implicated and exposed, I'm afraid that fellow Daoist Luo will be in trouble. The current plan is to send me out of the city as soon as possible. I have already made a plan for this. Fellow Daoist Luo only needs to take the initiative to go to the Yiling Hall to pick me up. As soon as King Feng finished speaking, Zhu Feng immediately told the purpose of his visit, which shows his urgency in his heart. Fellow Daoist Zhu, are you threatening me? Without waiting to hear Zhu Feng's plan, Luo Hong's face sank, and he said with great dissatisfaction. Zhu Feng paused when he heard this, and then said with a bad face, Zhu is just stating a fact, but there is no threat at all. Oh, really? Then Luo is also stating a fact, that is, you are no longer useful to Luo. As soon as the voice fell, Zhu Feng's figure suddenly froze, and King Feng took action to imprison him. At this time, Luo Hong's mind moved, and the object on his waist suddenly lit up. The next moment, Luo Hong and Zhu Feng's figures disappeared in the elegant room, only a jade pendant floated above Luo Hong's seat. At this time, the figures of the two appeared out of thin air in the jade mansion. A ball of green light escaped from Zhu Feng's body. Just as he made a move to escape, he found that the surrounding environment was extremely unfamiliar. Damn, what is this place? Zhu Feng's voice came from the green light ball, and his tone was quite terrified. You don't need to know. After saying this in a cold voice, Luo Hong threw his sleeves, and the heavenly wolf divine fire jumped out immediately. Zhu Feng knew the power of Luo Hong's spiritual fire, so he tried to dodge without thinking. But at this moment, Luo Hong pointed his finger, and a stream of 5-colored light pierced into the green light ball at an extremely fast speed. With a scream, the spiritual light of the green light ball suddenly dimmed, revealing the spiritual treasure inside. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the heavenly wolf divine fire immediately pounced on Zhu Feng's body, pressing it down and biting it madly. After a few bites, the green flag was completely covered by the blue and white fire, and it immediately showed signs of melting. No. Daoist friend, spare my life. Spare my life. After a series of desperate pleas for mercy, the green flag and Zhu Feng's soul disappeared from the world. King Feng, did he leave any tricks behind? The reason why Luo Hong could kill so decisively was because King Feng had been monitoring him. This person has brought all the key items with him. There is no suspicious trace left in the cave, and there is no clue related to you. King Feng said while controlling Zhu Feng's body. That's good. You did a good job this time. Come back. Luo Hong nodded and said with a little satisfaction. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the storage bag on the body. Then he pointed his finger and made it turn into a pile of white ash without any 5 element and dissipated in the air. After checking the contents of the storage bag, Luo Hong picked out some suspicious ones and destroyed them. The remaining spiritual stones and spiritual materials were all put into the treasure bag. At the beginning, he tried to subdue Zhu Feng for 2 purposes. One was to remove him from the key investigation list of the Spirit Clan spies, and the other was to facilitate him to make merit and obtain the dust elimination pill. Now, Luo Hong couldn't say whether the first purpose had been achieved, but now the Spirit Clan spies in Shinyuan City are shrinking, and the effect is similar. As for the second purpose, after Luo Hong handed over the corpses of 2 purple Rangwood tribesmen and the soul of a wild beastman in the alien spirit hall, the merits he gained had already made his need for the dust extinguishing pill no longer urgent. Therefore, what he said just now was not a lie. Zhu Feng had indeed lost its effect after these series of changes, and his fate was only to be destroyed in both body and soul. With a flash of his figure, Luo Hong returned to the Lanxiang pavilion. With a thought, he recalled the jade pendant to his waist. Although he had just killed the person he was meeting, Luo Hong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at the noisy scene of people coming and going outside the window, and tasted tea seriously. You are so stingy. The spiritual tea you ordered is not as good as the one Han Laomo invited me to drink in the human world. After 2 or 3 hours, Luo Hong pushed the door calmly and prepared to go to pay the bill. However, he had not taken a few steps when the door of a room next to him was pushed open, and several divine transformation cultivators walked out. Fellow Daoist Luo, I didn't expect to meet you here. A voice of surprise came from the crowd, and someone actually recognized Luo Hong. So it's fellow Daoist Bei. Judging from your complexion, your previous injuries have healed. Congratulations. Luo Hong looked over and saw that the person who spoke was the young man in white robes whom he had met in the battle for the spiritual land. 40 years ago, he saved his life from the hands of the wild beasts. Speaking of this, I haven't thanked fellow Daoist Luo properly yet. I wonder if you have received my letter? The young man in white robe greeted him with a happy face. Brother Bei, is this the fellow Daoist Luo Hong who saved your life as you mentioned before? At this time, a middle-aged man in a Confucian robe next to the young man in white robe said with a look of surprise. Yes, fellow Daoist Luo is a first-generation ascended cultivator, and his magical powers are far superior to mine. If Brother Qiu can get his help with the matter he entrusted to him, it will surely not be a problem. The young man in white robe praised him generously. Luo has just come out of retreat in the past few days, so I just saw the letter from Daoist fellow Bei. I was thinking of visiting him after finishing some chores, but I unexpectedly met Daoist fellow here. When he came out of retreat, there were many letters and the restrictions at the entrance of Luo Hong's cave, and he read them all. Among them was the one from the young man in white robe, saying that he invited him to visit the cave and specially prepared a thank you gift for him. And this matter was indeed in Luo Hong's plan, because the other party's cave was in Kyanglei Mountain, and he was about to take the piece of Jink Jade book that recorded the Beimei refining treasure technique, and the other party's invitation could provide him with a good cover. But after hearing the conversation between the other party and the middle-aged man in Confucian robes, Luo Hong realized that this invitation might not just be a thank you. With a change of mind, Luo Hong carefully looked at the people around the young man in white robes. The middle-aged man in Confucian robes had the highest cultivation level, enough to be in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit, while the other beautiful woman with long black hair and an old man with a long beard were both in the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit. Moreover, the beautiful woman and the middle-aged man in Confucian robes behaved very intimately, and they were most likely a pair of Taoist lovers. And just now, the young man in white robes and the middle-aged man in Confucian robes called each other brother and younger brother, which showed that they had a close relationship. 4 mutually trusting spiritual cultivators gathered together, most likely to go to some dangerous place together. Haha, that's really a coincidence. Brother Qiu also happens to be going to Base Cave. Why don't you and I go together? The young man in white robes smiled heartily and invited him immediately. Of course, that's fine. Luo Hong nodded slightly in response. After this was settled, Luo Hong went downstairs with the young man in white robes. When paying the bill, the other party also rushed to pay the spirit stones for him, with a look of gratitude. After leaving Guangna Hall, the middle-aged man in Confucian robes immediately sacrificed a dragon pattern flying boat, and took them to the Kyanglei Mountain spiritual vein. On the spirit boat, the 4 people each gave their names, which was considered to be a real acquaintance with Luo Hong. The full name of the young man in white robe is Bei Xiao. Like the other 3, he is a descendant of the first generation of ascended monks. However, because of the long gap between them, except for the need for the dust extinguishing pill, there is actually no difference between them and the local monks. When Luo Hong heard the middle-aged man in Confucian robes, Qiu Wanian, say that the spiritual land where he lived was also in Kyanglei Mountain, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. With the cultivation level of fellow Daoist Qiu, you can get a better spiritual land. Why do you still live in Kyanglei Mountain? Haha, it's mainly because I have lived here for a long time and I can't bear to leave my friends around me. Besides, the spiritual land is of limited help to our cultivation, so I didn't think about changing it. Qiuan explained with a smile. So that's how it is. It seems that fellow Daoist Qiu is a man who values friendship and loyalty. Luo Hong first praised him, and then asked with a flash of his eyes, I wonder where fellow Daoist Qiu's spiritual place is. If there is a chance in the future, Luo Hong will definitely visit it. Qiu's spiritual place is very easy to find. It is the largest area in the spiritual vein of Qionglei Mountain. Fellow Daoist Luo only needs to fly over it, and he will definitely recognize it. Qiuan immediately introduced himself. Well, Luo has made a note of it. Luo Han responded calmly on the surface, but his thoughts were already turning wildly in secret, and he had some guesses. Chapter 888, Heavenly Evil Armor. 3 days later, the flying boat arrived at the Qionglei Mountain spiritual vein, and soon stopped in front of a layer of black spiritual cover. The young man in white robe immediately cast a spell, and a gap with a diameter of several dozen feet was opened on the black spiritual cover. With a flash of spiritual light, the flying boat escaped from the gap into the black spiritual cover. Although this black spiritual cover was obviously from a large formation related to evil spirits, under this spiritual cover, there was a scene of vitality and lush greenery. Many plants and trees had traces of artificial arrangement, and it was obvious that the young man in white robe had spent some time. Not long after, the flying boat landed on the top of a green peak. The young man in white robe led everyone to sit down in an open space with a jade table, and then said that he was going to get a thank you gift, and then he went into the cave in the belly of the mountain alone. Luo Hong and the other four would not wait idly, so they began to exchange their respective cultivation experiences. It turns out that fellow Daoist Luo has just broken through the middle stage of the spiritual transformation. That is really a cause for celebration. Let's drink a cup. Qiuan raised his glass and invited him with a smile. The beautiful woman Zhu Yuanying and the long-bearded old man Mo Buping raised their glasses to Luo Hong upon hearing this. The three people's intention to please him was too obvious, and Luo Hong immediately concluded that they must have something to ask for later, but this was most likely the same as his purpose, so he accepted this kindness without hesitation. Haha. Thank you very much. In my opinion, fellow Daoist Qiu has a great chance of breaking through the refining realm, and if you hold a banquet to celebrate, don't forget me. Everyone carried the fancy sedan, and Luo Hong directly made a commercial boast. Breaking through the refining realm is not easy. Qiu has no confidence, but I still want to thank fellow Daoist Luo for his good words. Qiuan waved his hand with a smile on his face. Dao Luo, I heard from Brother Bei that you once killed a wild beastman in the state of human beast fusion with one strike. It is really admirable. If it is convenient, can you tell us in detail? My husband and I are also serving as Kingming guards. I'm afraid that we will encounter this kind of alien race sooner or later in the future. The more we know in advance, the less danger we will face. As if the atmosphere was almost heated, Zhu Yuanying began to inquire about Luo Hong's magical powers. It's not inconvenient. In fact, Luo took advantage of the sneak attack at that time, so he could defeat the enemy with the strongest magical power. After the wild beastman merged with the ancient beast, although his physical body and cultivation would increase greatly, his spiritual intelligence would decrease instead of increase. If the fellow Daoists are in danger in the future, it is best to find a way to outwit them. Fighting hard is too disadvantageous for us. Luo Hong gave sincere advice at the moment. After all, according to his current rough observation, among the three people, only Qiuan can fight with the wild beastman, and the other two are not very good. The barbarians are naturally thick-skinned and tough, and this is even more true after the combination of humans and beasts. Even if it was a sneak attack, Brother Luo was able to kill it with one blow. The power of his supernatural power is extraordinary. Mo Buping couldn't help but sighed. These three people seemed to be particularly concerned about the power of my supernatural power. Luo Hong took a sip of the spirit wine and thought with a slight twinkle in his eyes. Then the four chatted for a few more words, and suddenly a white escape light flew from the bottom of the mountain. It turned out that Bei Shao had returned from the cave. Brother Luo, although this thing cannot be equal to your life-saving grace to Bei, it can at least repay me a little and make me feel at ease. Please be sure to accept it. After showing up, Bei Xiao went straight to Luo Hong's jade table, flipped his palm, and took out a piece of armor with a white aura and a ferocious style, and then said solemnly, "Heavenly evil armor. Brother Bei, isn't this the treasure you value most? Do you really want to use it as a thank you gift?" Qiu Wanyan was shocked when he saw the white armor and asked in a lost voice, "Brother Qiu, you don't have to persuade me. I didn't make this decision on impulse, but after careful consideration. Fellow Daoist Luo, this armor was obtained by me in a strange encounter. Although I have never refined this armor, I can guarantee that its protective effect is extraordinary. Fellow Daoist, don't underestimate this armor." Bei Xiao looked at Qiu Wanyan very seriously, then turned to look at Luo Hong and said, "A gentleman should not take away what others like. I have deeply felt fellow Daoist Bei's gratitude, but you sent me this valuable gift, which makes me feel uneasy." Luo Hong said politely, while secretly thinking that this person was a good person. "Fellow Daoist Luo, don't think too much. In fact, Bei is willing to give this armor away. In addition to your life-saving grace, it is also because Bei can't control this armor at all. It can be said that it is a treasure mountain in vain. Only those who have great evil spirits have the opportunity to become the real owner of this armor. Although Bei's cultivation method is related to evil spirits, it is still far from it, and your magical power far exceeds your cultivation level. You can easily kill the same level of aliens. It will not be difficult to gather evil spirits in the future. Among the cultivators I know, only you have the hope of becoming the owner of this armor." Bei Xiao immediately explained why he was willing to give up his love after hearing this. But in fact, he still had some reasons that he didn't say. When he first got this armor, Bei Xiao, who practiced the evil spirit method, was naturally ecstatic. He thought that his chance had come, and then he began to gather evil spirits very actively. But as everyone knows, if the physical realm is not enough, the evil spirit will backfire. Although Bei Xiao's cultivation method is not bad, under his eagerness for quick success, his own situation also had some problems. During the battle for the spiritual land that day, he briefly lost his mind when he was using his full strength to activate his skills. If his mind was completely destroyed by the evil spirit, he would become a beast that only knew how to fight, and it would be no different from falling. Although he was aware of the problem, the temptation of the heavenly evil crazy armor was too great, and he always had the dangerous idea that, if he gathered more evil spirits, he could master this armor. Therefore, Bei Xiao did not think of abandoning this armor until he was saved by Luo Hong. He even secretly put this armor on the auction before. It's a pity that the audience of the heavenly evil crazy armor is too small, and the conditions for recognizing the master are extremely harsh. No one is willing to spend a large amount of spiritual stones for it, and it is even more impossible for Bei Xiao to sell it at a low price. After going around in circles, Bei Xiao himself was annoyed, so he simply used it to thank Luo Hong for saving his life. He thought clearly that building a good relationship with Luo Hong, a cultivator of the same level with extraordinary magical powers, would definitely benefit him a lot in the future, and it might be more cost effective than getting a large amount of spiritual stones. "Brother Bei, you are too kind. Well, since you insist on seeing me off, I will accept it." The other party had said so much, Luo Hong could no longer refuse. Moreover, as soon as the armor was taken out, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if it was not as cold as Bei Xiao said. Heavenly evil crazy armor? Could it be that only a person with the heavenly evil can control this armor? That's too bad. Luo Hong knew the bad consequences of being possessed by the heavenly evil. After all, this is something that can only be obtained after offending the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao of the human world cannot be compared with the heavenly Dao of the spiritual world. Anyone who goes against the heavenly Dao of the spiritual world for a piece of precious armor is simply crazy. Seeing Luo Hong put the heavenly evil crazy armor into the treasure bag, Bei Xiao immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then sat down in front of an empty jade table. The host arrived, and everyone talked and drank again. After 3 rounds of drinking, Qiu Wanyan glanced at Luo Hong and said to Bei Xiao, "Brother Bei, can't you spare some time recently? You are indispensable for that matter." Hearing this, Bei Xiao immediately looked embarrassed and said with a wry smile, "Brother Qiu, it's really not that I'm unwilling to help, but hey, I will tell you the truth. I have been involved in another big event recently, and I really can't get away." "I see. I wonder if this matter is dangerous. Is there anything I can do to help you?" Qiu Wanyan also learned about Bei Xiao's situation for the first time, and he immediately said with concern, "It's not very dangerous, but it can't be sloppy. I must prepare well for it. If there is really a need, I will definitely ask you. As for Brother Qiu's request, I still say the same thing. Why not try to ask Luo Daoyao to help? He is definitely more suitable than me." Bei Xiao shook his head and pointed out a way for Qiu Wanyan. Qiu Wanyan was waiting for this sentence and immediately looked at Luo Hong with expectation and said, "Does Daoist Luo have any important matters recently?" In fact, when he learned that the divine transformation cultivators summoned by the Long family did not include him, Luo Hong realized that the other party was most likely not coming for his 5-colored true blood. Therefore, the Long family's affairs were not a big deal in Luo Hong's eyes, and he immediately asked curiously, "Luo is free recently. I wonder if Daoist Qiu has any difficulties?" Qiu Wanyan was happy at first, and then hesitated for a moment before saying, "This matter concerns a secret of the three of us. It's okay to tell Daoist Luo, but Daoist Luo must swear not to spread it. Daoist Qiu is so cautious. Could it be that you have discovered the secret place?" Luo Hong didn't waste time with them and directly tested them. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Qiu Wanyan and the other two suddenly changed, and the atmosphere suddenly became cold. "Haha, Brother Qiu is so anxious. No wonder fellow Daoist Luo guessed it." However, fellow Daoist Luo is also a quick-witted person. Even if others guessed it, they would not say it out loud. "Bei offers you a glass." Bei Xiao suddenly laughed at this time, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. "Haha, Luo is just like this. Please don't blame me, fellow Daoists. Luo will drink a glass as a punishment." After drinking from the glass, Luo Hong continued, "We must be extremely cautious about the matters concerning the secret realm and the abandoned mansion. Luo Hong swears by his inner demon that what I see and hear today will never be told to outsiders." Seeing Luo Hong decisively swearing by his inner demon, Qiu Wanyan and the other two's faces suddenly relaxed. Then, Qiu Wanyan stopped hiding and said solemnly, "Daoyao Luo's gentlemanly demeanor is really admirable, so I will tell you the truth. We have indeed discovered a secret realm, but it is not the kind of secret realm full of natural treasures that Daoyao Luo usually hears about, but a sealed secret realm where the ancient demon is imprisoned." Sealed secret realm? That is not a good place. Why is Daoyao Qiu interested in it? Luo Hong pretended to be stunned and asked curiously. "Daoyao Luo, you don't know that in the ancient sealed secret realms, spiritual treasures are usually used as suppression objects, and after so many years, there will always be some natural treasures in it. As long as we can deal with the suppressed demons, we can have a good harvest, not to mention becoming rich and powerful." Qiu Wanyan explained immediately. "So that's how it is. Luo has only ascended to heaven for a short time, so I really don't know about this. So, fellow Daoist Qiu wants to invite Luo to fight the monster together. Do you have any specific information about the monster? If I know nothing, Luo will not take risks." Luo Hong nodded with some understanding, and then asked with some interest. Hearing this, the old man with a long beard, Imo Buping, took the initiative to speak. "According to the ancient books I have obtained, the monsters in the secret realm are quite powerful. Although they are not yet at the level of refining emptiness, their bodies are very hard. Even if a cultivator in the late stage of transformation of the spirit uses all his strength, it is difficult to hurt them. However, this only refers to the general situation. With fellow Daoist Luo's magical powers, it should not be difficult to break its body. We have been planning this for a long time. We originally wanted to ask Brother Bei for help, but he was seriously injured first, and now he is in trouble, so we can only ask fellow Daoist Luo for help." Zhu Yuang glanced at Bei Xiao with a little complaint, and then looked at Luo Hong with earnest eyes. Although the monster is powerful, we have already made a thorough plan. As long as fellow Daoist Luo agrees to help, we only need to give the monster a thundering blow at the critical moment. Qiyu Wanian was afraid that Luo Hong would think the risk was too great and refuse, so he promised immediately. After being persuaded by the three people, Luo Hong hesitated and did not reply immediately. After a long time, he said, "If Luo joins, how should the benefits be distributed? Don't worry about this, fellow Daoist Luo. With your contribution, we will give you the second priority to choose spiritual objects. We will definitely not let you suffer any loss." Qiyu Wanian replied immediately, "Well, this is fair. Then I wonder when you are going to leave." Luo Hong nodded seriously and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, it will be half a month later. That is when the restrictions of the sealed secret realm are the weakest. If you miss it, you will have to wait another 60 years. Qiyu Wanian told the truth. Half a month? So rushed? Can you three give Luo a few days to consider? Luo Hong looked surprised and looked up at the three people and asked. Of course, but it can't be too long. You can only give Daoist Luo 7 days at most. Qiyu Wanian frowned, thought carefully and said. Haha, Luo is not so indecisive. I will give Daoist Qiyu a reply in 5 days at most. Luo Hong chuckled and made an agreement with the other party. Then, he stood up and bowed to Bei Xiao and said, Daoist Qiyu is in a hurry. Luo will not stay for long. I will have a drink with Daoist Bei in the future. No problem, business is more important. Daoist Luo, have a good journey. Bei Xiao also stood up and saw him off immediately. After watching Luo Hong's escape light disappear in the sky, Qiyu Wanian also took the lead and stood up, saying goodbye. Brother Bei, take care of yourself. We also have to go back to prepare. Whether Daoist Luo agrees or not, this trip cannot be delayed. After that, he sacrificed the flying boat and fled out of Bei Xiao's spiritual land with the other two. Chapter 889 Master Qian Bao and the Secret. The spirit boat flew in the clear sky, and the protective magic array made the breeze blowing in the face quite warm, but even such a comfortable environment could not dispel the worry on Zhu Yuang's face. Husband, do you think Daoist Luo will agree? It is said that the first generation of ascended monks are cautious and suspicious. Even if Brother Bei is the middleman this time, the other party will not easily believe in monks like us who have only met once, right? Finally, Zhu Yuang couldn't help but worry in her heart and asked Qiyu Wanian. I can't say for sure. Qiyu Wanian first shook his head and sighed, and then comforted in a deep voice. Fellow Daoist Luo must be suspicious of us. I would be the same. But judging from his demeanor at the party, he must have been tempted by the treasures in the sealed secret realm. Now it all depends on whether he is skilled and brave enough. However, madam, don't worry too much. Don't forget that we have already purchased a thunder seed at the auction because of Brother Bei's injury, so we don't necessarily need fellow Daoist Luo's help. Brother Qiyu, I'm not trying to pour cold water on you. Although that thunder seed is quite effective in suppressing monsters, its power is still a little lacking. I'm afraid it will only be enough to barely stop the enemy and allow us to escape from the secret realm alive. The ancient jade slip that recorded the sealed secret realm was originally obtained by Mo Buping. He did a lot of research for this and was the one among the three who knew the danger of this trip best. Brother Mo, although the monster has a great origin, it has been sealed for countless tens of thousands of years, and its strength is certainly not comparable to that of its heyday. Lei Zenzi is a one-time magic weapon that can kill a late-stage spirit transformation. It almost emptied the family funds of the three of us to buy it. By then, even if we can't kill a monster in one fell swoop, we should be able to injure it severely, giving us a chance to take advantage of it. Qiyu Wanian frowned and retorted with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. After all, it was Mo Buping who proposed to buy Lei Zenzi in the first place, and now he said that it was not powerful enough. This is a joke. Brother Qiyu has also seen that ancient jade slip. It can be said to be a suicide note left by Master Qian Bao. It was originally intended to be sent to the other party's best friend at a certain time, but I don't know what happened, and it ended up in the belly of a black snail beast. Master Kyanbao was so famous back then, and the monster he transformed into was already very terrifying. And not long ago, I also found out that Master Kyanbao has a secret technique that can refine spiritual treasures into the flesh. If the spiritual treasures that shocked the two clans back then are now in the body of the monster, Lei Zenzi will definitely not be able to do anything to it. It turned out that the cause of all this was an ancient jade slip that Mo Buping accidentally found in the belly of a black snail beast. This ancient jade slip records in detail the location of the sealed secret realm and the reason for its opening. In fact, this sealed secret realm is not used to seal any monsters, but was opened up by Master Kyanbao himself to seal himself. In ancient times, Master Kyanbao was a famous weapon refiner with many spiritual treasures in his hands, and the most powerful one even made it to the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list. However, the reason why the way of refining weapons is called a miscellaneous study is that no matter how deeply you practice this way, it cannot make the cultivator immortal. Therefore, despite Master Kyanbao's great reputation, he still cannot avoid the great tribulation of life and death on the road to immortality. So, when he thought he could not survive the next great tribulation, he decided to take a risk and forcibly switch to practicing magic skills to improve his cultivation and impact the bottleneck of the fusion. This move is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, the magic energy will fill your brain and your mind will be completely lost and sink into a monster. Master Kyanbao knew this very well, so before the last fight, he first opened up a small sealed secret realm to prevent the monster he turned into after his death from causing chaos and ruining his reputation. After that, Master Kyanbao disappeared and has been missing ever since. Obviously, he did not succeed in his fight for his life, and the sealed secret realm became a real sealed secret realm. However, most of them contain treasures left by Master Kyanbao, so they are much more valuable than ordinary sealed secret realms. Knowing that Mo Buping was not deliberately making trouble, but had received new information, Qiyu Wanyan's expression relaxed. After pondering for a moment, he said, Master Kyanbao specially opened a secret realm to prevent the worst situation. It can be seen that he was not sure that he could successfully change his fate, and his spiritual treasures did not help him to change his cultivation method at that time, and I think he would not use secret techniques to refine them into his body. Moreover, in his suicide note, he also specially predicted his approximate strength after demonization, so as not to let his friends who handled his funeral affairs be cheated. If he refined the spiritual treasures into his body at that time, wouldn't it be inconsistent? In this case, Brother Emo's worries should be unnecessary. Zhu Yuang nodded slightly in agreement. Although the possibility is small, we must be on guard. In my opinion, if we find something wrong, we must not be greedy and think too much, and we must escape from the secret realm immediately. Mo Buping did not want to back down, and he just warned the two of them. Then my husband, should we tell Brother Luo about this matter, so that he will not be able to react in time if something really goes wrong? Zhu Yuang said hesitantly. This Qiyu Wanyan was immediately entangled when he heard this. Logically, they must tell Luo Hong such important information. But in this way, the possibility that Luo Hong would agree to help would inevitably be greatly reduced, which was not what Qiyu Wanyan wanted to see. Well, Fairy Zhu, I think there is no need to make trouble. Brother Luo has great magical powers. It should be enough for us to remind him when the time comes. Mo Buping rolled his eyes and suggested after a dry cough. Hearing this, Zhu Yuang couldn't help but frown. She had known the old man for many years, and how could she not know that the other party had bad intentions at this time? But her husband had already acquiesced without saying a word. Although she felt something was wrong, she didn't say much in the end. While Qiyu Wanyan and the other two were secretly discussing, Luo Hong was also dishonest. He did not return to the cave to think about it as he said, but found a place with thin spiritual energy in Kyanglei Mountain and escaped into the forest. After all, he didn't need to think about it at all. He would definitely agree to Qiyu Wanyan's invitation. However, if he agreed so readily at that time, it would seem very abnormal, so he pretended to say that he would consider it for 5 days. Sitting cross-legged on a piece of bluestone by the lake, Luo Hong touched his chin and said to himself, the secret realm that seals the monsters, the largest spiritual land in Kyonglei Mountain, can be reached in 7 days. Haha, so many clues have come up, and the secret realm that Qiuanian is eyeing is undoubtedly the one that seals the Jade Bone Demon. Unexpectedly, the group of cultivators with Han Lao Mo more than 400 years later were not the first to visit this sealed secret realm. No wonder they triggered the ban not long after they entered, causing the entire secret realm space to collapse. It must be the trouble left by Qiuanian and his group. However, Qiuanian's piece of spiritual land later fell into the hands of Han Lao Mo. He must have escaped from the secret realm safely, otherwise the time would not match. And if I hadn't existed, Beishao in the original time and space would have been doomed to die. The fact that Qiuanian and his 3 men were able to avoid being annihilated by the Jade Bone Demon must have been not only due to preparation, but also because they must have known more information than they revealed. But these are secondary. Judging from the situation in the original time and space, the strength of the Jade Bone Demon should be between the spiritualization and refining void, with low attack and high defense. Therefore, even the refining void cultivators would find it difficult to deal with it. However, with my current strength, it is not difficult to capture it alive. This trip is not dangerous for me. As long as the 3 people do not have any improper thoughts, it should be quite smooth. Luo Hong not only knows the dangers in the sealed secret realm, but also has no fear. Therefore, he did not think about it anymore, but took out the heavenly evil crazy armor from the treasure bag with a thought. This armor is very different from ordinary spiritual treasures, and does not require the practice of Tang Baoju. According to Beishao, the way to subdue this armor is to leave a spiritual consciousness imprint on it. Every time he tried before, he was severely bounced back. Once, he was so angry that he even injured his soul. Is it really that difficult? Luo Hong said to himself with some doubt. Then he probed out his spiritual consciousness and cast a spell to try. Although he had expected it, the success of imprinting the spiritual consciousness still surprised Luo Hong. As we all know, the process of branding the spirit consciousness is actually the process of tuning the overall frequency of the spirit particles in the magic weapon. Therefore, even if it is a magic weapon with a general brand, it will feel obvious resistance. But this Qiansha Kuangjia has a very fierce name, but just now it was like a docile little lamb, posing itself and letting Luo Hong leave the brand directly, without any resistance during the period. Not only that, after being branded with a spirit consciousness, this armor also changed on its own, turning into a shape that fits Luo Hong's body shape. Good guy, this is really a coquettish bitch. If Beishao saw this scene, Luo Hong believed that he would definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood. It seems that this armor is really very friendly to people with Qiansha. I don't know which daring person dares to refine such a fierce armor in the spirit world. Doesn't he know that the great heavenly tribulation can kill even Mahayana cultivators? Looking at this dark white armor, Luo Hong couldn't help but sigh. Hey, why does this white armor look so familiar to me? My head hurts. Just when Luo Hong was hesitating whether to put on the armor and try it out, the voice of the silver fairy suddenly sounded. Halfway through her words, she cried out in pain. Fairy, what's wrong with you? Luo Hong's face changed when she heard the voice. While asking about the situation, she put the heavenly evil armor back into the treasure bag. The silver fairy did not respond, but her cry of pain soon subsided. Don't worry, Luo, I just had some memories aroused. It will be fine after a while. After a while, the slightly weak voice of the silver fairy sounded. It's good that you're fine. This armor is something I got recently. I don't know much about its origin. Fairy, do you know anything? It's okay to provoke the heavenly Dao in the human world, but Luo Hong will not easily provoke the heavenly Dao in the spiritual world, at least before the fusion. If there is an exception, it must be for some major experiment, not for a piece of fierce armor. Not only do I know, I'm also very familiar with it. My master used the sky-breaking spear to shatter this kind of armor many times in the past. Luo boy, have you heard of the evil dragon clan? Fairy Silver asked proudly. Luo really knows a thing or two about this. Legend has it that in ancient times, the spirit world was ruled by several large clans, among which was the evil dragon clan. However, because these ancient large clans bullied other races in the spirit world too much, they were later destroyed by all the races united. It is said that this war caused the various races in the spirit world at that time to be destroyed, which can be said to be quite tragic. And the large clans in the spirit world today are all the ones who laughed last in that war. Fairy, you are talking about the evil dragon clan now. Could this armor be a relic of this clan? Luo Hong's eyes flashed, and he guessed. You actually heard of it, saving me a lot of trouble. Yes, this armor is the life armor of the evil dragon clan. It is surprising that it is still left in the spirit world. It is probably because the original power is completely lost, so it was not found and destroyed by the various clans after the war. Fairy Silver said with a little disappointment, as if she could not show her holiness in front of Luo Hong. Destroy. It's just a spiritual treasure. Is it necessary to destroy it? Luo Hong asked with a suspicious look on his face. Boy Luo, you haven't experienced it, so you don't know how much hatred the various tribes had for those ancient tribes at that time. Not to mention the natal armor of the evil dragon tribe. Even the houses and buildings of the evil dragon tribe were all razed to the ground. If it were in the past, you would have to go to the heavenly punishment court to hide this heavenly evil dragon armor. But before this fairy left the spirit world, the heavenly punishment court was already in name only, and the evil dragon tribe was even less known, so even if you have this armor, it is not a problem. Fairy Silver said in a relaxed tone. Then I wonder what magical powers this armor has. Can it backfire on its master? The dark white armor filled with evil spirits is not a good thing at first glance. Luo Hong must ask clearly, so as not to suffer in the future. Since it is a natal treasure, its magical power will naturally continue to increase with the improvement of its owner's cultivation. The one in your hand has lost all its original power, which shows that its owner must have fought a bloody battle back then. Therefore, it is difficult to judge its specific level, and many secret techniques of the evil dragon clan cannot be performed with this armor. The protective ability of this armor is closely related to the evil aura of its owner. Luo, you are also blessed with so many natural evil spirits that this fairy has never seen them even on those combined evil dragons, so you can wear it with confidence. If you have the opportunity to get some real dragon blood in the future, this fairy will teach you a secret technique to repair the original power of this armor. By then, this armor will definitely appear on the Chaos 10,000 spirits list, and some old guys' faces will probably change. Perhaps because she didn't think Luo Hong would have such an opportunity, Fairy Silver said without any hesitation. So that's how it is. Then I have to refine this armor. I can't be idle for the next 5 days. Luo Hong said thoughtfully, and then he sacrificed the heavenly evil dragon armor again. He flicked his 10 fingers and began to cast spells on it. 7 days passed, day went and night came, and soon 5 days passed. I feel that the previous Chaos 10,000 spirits list was written wrong. There are too few Tongshan Bao that can be on the list, which does not conform to some plots in the original work, such as the Long family's design of the Yi family throwing away one. Although it was Beidou, it has been changed to 10,000 Tongshan Bao that can be on the list, instead of the previous 100. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 890 Demonic Bird. In a sacred place somewhere in Kyonglei Mountain, Qiyu Wanyan and the other two were sitting in a pavilion, waiting for news from Luo Hong with anxious expressions. Suddenly, Qiyu Wanyan's face flashed with joy, and he quickly said, "I'm here," and flew out of the pavilion. The other two's eyes lit up when they saw this, and they flew out immediately. They saw a brilliant blue escape light flying from the sky like a meteor. After sensing the breath of magic power, the three recognized the identity of the person. Soon, the brilliant blue escape light passed through the light shield of the large formation and stopped in front of Qiyu Wanyan and the other two, revealing Luo Hong's figure. "Fellow Daoist Luo, since you have come here in person, have you agreed to help us?" Without too much politeness, Qiyu Wanian asked anxiously. Luo is indeed very interested in the treasures in the sealed secret realm, and I trust you three to some extent, but if I want Luo to completely agree to this matter, I need you to answer a few questions of Luo. Luo Hong looked solemn, and said very seriously, "Fellow Daoist Luo, please feel free to speak." Qiyu Wanian nodded, and his heart was even more excited. After all, the more serious Luo Hong acted, the more likely he would agree to this matter. Fellow Daoist Amos said before that he got the clues of the secret realm from ancient books. I want to see it with my own eyes. Is it possible? Seeing Qiyu Wanian's attitude, Luo Hong did not hesitate and directly made a request. Of course, but it must be after fellow Daoist Luo agreed to help. I can swear that the previous introduction of the monster's strength is not a lie. But if it is because of the relationship with the spiritual treasure that makes it stronger than what I said, there is nothing I can do about it. Mo Buping silently added in his heart. Qiyu Wanian and his wife had no objection to Luo Hong's request. After all, the other party would definitely be present when the treasure was divided, and he might not have heard of the name of Master Qian Bao. In addition to knowing the origin of the sealed secret realm, the ancient jade slip could not tell the other party too much. That's fine. Luo Hong nodded in response, and then after a moment of silence, he asked, "Fellow Daoist Qiyu, I want to know why you are so eager to get the treasure in the secret realm. After all, seeing that you are trying so hard to invite me, you are not sure about this trip. What is the reason that makes you willing to take such a risk? Although the spiritual treasure is good, it is nothing compared to your own life." Hearing this, Qiyu Wanian's face darkened, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Fellow Daoist Luo, do you know how many of us who are in the stage of transformation of spirits can live to the end of our lives?" Luo Hong was stunned when he heard this. He really hadn't thought about this question, so he guessed it should be half. Haha, leaving aside those fellow Daoists who can advance to the stage of refining emptiness, less than 10%. Qiyu Wanian smiled bitterly, shook his head and sighed. "Fellow Daoist Luo, you are a first generation ascended cultivator. You have not experienced the spiritual world's calamity yet, so you are not aware of the dangers. When you experience it yourself, you will understand that what my husband said is true." Zhu Yuang stroked Qiyu Wanian's back and frowned. "I see. I have no other questions, so I will go with you three." Luo Hong thought that everything was right and announced with a bow, "Great. With the help of fellow Daoist Luo, we will definitely succeed this time." Haha. Qiyu Wanian couldn't help but laugh. "Then please ask fellow Daoist Luo to sign this spiritual contract." As he said that, Mo Buping flipped his palm and took out a scroll. "You three actually prepared a spiritual contract? That's good, so everyone can rest assured." Luo Hong saw at a glance that the spiritual contract in Mo Buping's hand was the kind sold in Shinyuan City. The restrictions of this contract were quite strong, but the price was also very expensive. He was also very surprised that the other party was willing to spend so much money. After taking the scroll of the spiritual contract and reading it, Luo Hong squeezed out a drop of blood from his fingertips without much hesitation and tapped it lightly. The next moment, many blood-colored runes flew out from the scroll of the spiritual contract and poured into Luo Hong's body. This is the restriction of the spiritual contract. It is said that, even if a cultivator of the refining realm violates it, the result will at least be a fallen realm. Therefore, it is absolutely more than enough to use it on a cultivator of the spirit transformation realm. However, Luo Hong found that, as soon as the restriction entered his body, the 5-colored true blood in his body reacted, like driving a flock of sheep, forcing it to one place. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong immediately knew that this restriction was just restrained by his 5-colored true blood. At this moment, he only needed to slightly stimulate it to completely erase it. But this would definitely change the spiritual contract, so he controlled the 5-colored true blood instead. As for the content of the spiritual contract, it was all the old routine of not attacking each other in the secret realm and the agreed way of dividing the treasure. There was nothing special. Dao Luo is so straightforward. Please stay in Qiyu's cave for the next few days and wait for the best time to open the sealed secret realm. Qiyu took the spiritual contract and said with great relief, "Staying Qiyu's cave? Didn't you say that the time to open the secret realm was only a few days away? Why are you not in a hurry now?" Luo Hong smiled secretly in his heart and pretended not to know. "I hope Dao Luo will not be offended. Qiyu has concealed something before. The sealed secret realm is not somewhere else, but in Qiyu's spiritual land." Qiyu explained with a smile. "Is there such a thing? That saves us the trouble of traveling." Luo Hong responded accordingly. Afterwards, the four chatted for a while, and before parting, Luo Hong got the ancient jade slip as promised. After reading the records in it, his doubts about the Jade Bone Demon were immediately solved. 10 days later, on a bare stone mountain in Qiyu spiritual land, 4 figures were suspended in the air. They were Luo Hong and his group. "This place is right on the spiritual vein, but there is no grass growing. I think the entrance to the sealed secret realm is hidden here." Looking at the stone mountain below, Luo Hong speculated calmly. Fellow Daoist Luo guessed correctly. Next, Qiyu will use the formation to break the ban. "You should retreat a little first." After instructing the 3 people, Qiyu turned his palm and sacrificed a whole plate. Suddenly, a huge light formation enveloped the entire stone mountain. As he cast the spell, 8 translucent light pillars fell from the light formation, forming a square formation. When the formation was formed, the stone mountain soon cracked into more than 10 cracks in the ground, and light blue spiritual light emanated from it. "Break it for me," Qiyu suddenly shouted, and slapped the formation plate in his hand, which greatly increased the aura of the light formation above his head. Correspondingly, the spiritual light emanating from the cracks in the stone mountain became more and more intense. Finally, after a sudden huge shock, a circle of space waves rippled out. "It's done." Qiyu was delighted when he saw this. He cast a few spells on the array plate, hiding it in the array, and then flew to a crack in the ground. Luo Hong and the other 2 also knew that the sealed secret realm had been opened, and they all flew over. With a thought, Luo Hong's eyes glowed with spiritual light. Looking down along the crack in the ground, he saw a blue light ball that looked like a vortex. I remember that when Han Laomo approached, he was swept into the 7 colored rays of light emitted from the light ball, but now this light ball looks quite harmless. Obviously, the change was caused by Qiyu and others. Luo Hong was thinking, and Qiyu slightly excited voice sounded in Luo Hong's ears. "The array can only keep the entrance to the secret realm open for 1 month. There is no time to lose. Let's hurry up." A month is indeed a short time for a divine transformation cultivator. Sometimes it takes more than that to break a restriction. Then, Qiyu took the lead in escaping into the blue light ball, followed by Zhu Yuang. Luo Hong habitually wanted to be the last one to go in, but found that Mo Buping seemed to be waiting for him to go in first. When Luo Hong looked at him, he just made a gesture to invite him in first. After a moment of stunned silence, Luo Hong couldn't help but chuckle, and immediately flew into the blue light ball. With a flash of blue light, he came to the secret realm. He saw that he and Qiyu and his wife were in a white mist at the moment. There were 7 huge milky white light balls floating about 1,000 feet above their heads, illuminating the secret realm like the sun. However, their light gave people a cool feeling. Under their feet, the white mist was very thick, and there was a faint sound of water waves, as if they were flying over a foggy lake. Luo Hong couldn't help but frown. After all, this kind of environment is very easy to be attacked by surprise. As if to confirm Luo Hong's thoughts, several strange noises came from the mist. The next moment, Mo Buping also appeared in a burst of blue light. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Qiyu looked at Zhu Yuang and said, "This white fog seems to be not peaceful. Yuang, try to blow it away." Zhu Yuang nodded immediately, and then she opened her red lips and spit out a small bottle like a snuff bottle. After the bottle spun around, it pointed the bottle mouth at the white fog in front. As Zhu Yuang pinched her fingers and chanted a spell, the bottle immediately shone brightly, and a strong green wind blew out of it. When the wind just blew out of the bottle mouth, it was only as thin as a little finger, but after only blowing a few feet away, it suddenly expanded with a whistling sound, and in an instant it turned into an extremely fierce hurricane. After the hurricane blew, the surrounding fog immediately rolled away crazily. Soon, an extremely clean passage appeared in front of the four people. Husband, there is an inexplicable power in this white fog. It is impossible to blow it away completely. We can only open the way like this. Looking at the hurricane dissipating in the distance, Zhu Yuang shook her head and said, "That's enough. This sealed secret realm is not big. It is estimated that after 3 or 4 rounds, we will be able to reach the place where Master Qian Bao fell." Qiu Wanyan felt that it was completely worthwhile to consume a little mana for this, which was better than being attacked by an unknown existence in the fog. After that, the four people began to fly forward along the passage. About a cup of tea later, Luo Hong suddenly turned his eyes and looked at the white fog on the side. The next moment, a group of white monster birds with a wingspan of several feet flew out of the white fog. These monster birds had sharp beaks and long wings, a tumor hanging under their beaks, and a pair of emerald green claws on their abdomens. Green claw crane? How did it grow into this? Qiu Wanyan exclaimed when he saw these monster birds. The green claw crane is a high-level spiritual crane. Because of its fairy-like appearance and very gentle temperament, it is often raised in the cave by high-level monks to decorate the facade. But now, these green claw cranes look ferocious and fierce, and they immediately killed the four people. As soon as the voice fell, the tumors under the beaks of these green-clawed cranes suddenly shrank, and black water arrows shot out from their mouths. Mo Buping happened to be flying on the side where the green-clawed cranes were attacking, and he was the first to bear the brunt of it. Because he didn't know what magical powers the mutated green-clawed cranes had, he didn't dare to take these black water arrows head-on. With a thought, he sacrificed a palm-sized bronze mirror. After a spell was cast, the treasure suddenly turned into several feet in size, like a bronze wall, protecting Mo Buping behind. Qiu Wanyan and his wife also used their own methods at this time. Zhu Yuang still sacrificed the flat jade bottle, and the green wind blowing from the mouth of the bottle tightly wrapped her in Qiu Wanyan. Qiu Wanyan himself spread his right palm, causing a small green jade tree to emerge. The next moment, the sound of crackling continued to be heard. The power of these black water arrows was not strong, and even if many of them hit the bronze mirror together, Mo Buping didn't feel any pressure. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the next scene made his face change drastically. It was seen that on the bronze mirror magic weapon, all the places hit by the black water arrows had pits and corrosion marks. In just a few breaths, Mo Buping's magic weapon dimmed and was seriously damaged. On the other side, Zhu Yuang and Qiu Wanyan and the wind bull also looked unhappy. Although it was not as obvious as the bronze mirror magic weapon, the wind ball was also much lighter after being hit by the black water arrows. Obviously, the corrosive power of these black water arrows is not simply on the material level. Among the four people, only Luo Hong looked normal at the moment. The power of heaven and earth is invisible and intangible, and is not affected by these black water arrows. Hurry up and kill these green claw cranes together. Mo Buping couldn't help but call out in a hurry when the magic weapon was damaged. Without waiting for everyone to respond, he first sprinkled 7 black nails and killed those green claw cranes. Luo Hong didn't want to waste time here. With a thought, he sacrificed all 72 Shenfeng shadowless swords. As the flying sword slashed, many of the jade claw cranes turned into blood rain and fell, which immediately made the black arrow rain sparser. Zhu Yuang pointed with one hand, and countless green wind blades were thrown out from the edge of the wind ball. The bodies of these mutated jade claw cranes were very weak, and they couldn't even resist a wind blade, and they were slaughtered immediately. Fortunately, these strange looking jade claw cranes are not strong, otherwise it would be really tricky. Seeing this, Qiu Wanyan retracted the jade tree in his palm, and sighed in a deep voice. "Husband, what's wrong with these jade claw cranes? Why did they mutate into this state?" Zhu Yuang asked with a frown. It is not a good sign to encounter unexpected situations just after entering the secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, these jade claw cranes all have a faint demonic aura. They are most likely to have been demonized and then reproduced here. However, demonization is a matter of life and death. Even if there were many spirit beasts here originally, I don't think they will cause us any trouble now. Let's keep going. Fellow Daoist Luo, are you interested in the poison sacs of these jade claw cranes? After saying soothing words, Qiyu Wanyan asked everyone to continue on their way. At this time, he saw Luo Hong fiddling with a tumor intently. Chapter 891 The conspiracy is revealed. Oh, the black water in this tumor is very similar to the spiritual material that Luo Hong is looking for, but the color is different, so Luo Hong didn't recognize it at once. Luo Hong cast a spell to take out a drop of black water while explaining intently. After the demonization mutation, the materials on the spiritual beast will become unrecognizable, and even spiritual objects that did not originally exist in this world will appear. Daoist Luo, you'd better not have too much hope. Qiyu Wanyan didn't think that the jade claw crane would mutate into the spiritual material that Luo Hong needed, and often the refining of tools and pills would be 1,000 miles away, so he advised kindly. Well, it's not true. The corrosive magical power of this black water is still far from it. However, if there is really no other way, we can only try it as a substitute. As he said, Luo Hong controlled the power of heaven and earth, and absorbed all the tumors of the demonized monster birds. Thank you for waiting for me. Let's continue on our way. Luo Hong naturally would not refine the black water immediately. After simply sealing the spirit, he put the many tumors into the Wanbao bag, and said to the three people, it's just a few breaths, it's not a big deal. However, fellow Daoist Luo's power of heaven and earth has opened my eyes. Before that, I had only seen this magical power in the classics. Qiyu Wanyan said without any dissatisfaction. It is quite dangerous to practice this magical power. If I had a choice, I would not have taken this path. It's too late to turn back now. Luo Hong shook his head and said modestly as usual. There is no such thing as a good thing in this world that you can get benefits without taking risks. We are not here for a few spiritual treasures. Do we know there are tigers in the mountain and go to the tiger mountain? Qiyu Wanyan didn't know what was touched, and his eyes suddenly fixed and said with emotion. Afterwards, everyone continued to move towards the center of the secret realm. Although strange noises were heard from the white fog from time to time, the situation of demonized monsters rushing out of the fog wall did not happen again. Soon, everyone saw bursts of 7-colored clouds in the white mist in front of them. Zhu Yuang immediately drove a hurricane to blow around it, causing the thing that emitted the spiritual light to reveal its shape. I saw a huge 7-colored light ball floating on the water, and the breath was amazing. This must be the 7 clouds breaking the sky ray. Brother Qiyu, use that magic weapon. After staring at the 7-colored light ball for a few seconds, Mo Buping suddenly spoke. Luo Hong was not surprised by the scene in front of him. After all, it was recorded in the ancient jade slip. In order to prevent the monster he transformed from escaping the secret realm, the Qian Bao master specially asked the Buddhist sect for the 7 clouds breaking the sky array, and left the method of refining the magic weapon that could open the array in the jade slip. Although the spiritual materials used in this magic weapon are ordinary, it is quite troublesome to refine. Qiyu Wanyan and others also invited the weapon refiner in Xianyuan City to successfully refine it. After countless years, I don't know what's going on in this formation. Everyone, be careful and be ready to deal with that monster at any time. After giving a serious instruction, Qiyu Wanyan flipped his palm and took out a hollow jade ball. He used his magic power to sacrifice it in the air. It was seen that this jade ball had more than a dozen layers, each with hollow carvings. At this time, when it rotated together, it suddenly projected extremely complex light and shadow. After more than 10 breaths, under the nervous gaze of Qiyu Wanyan and the other two, a gap finally appeared slowly in the 7-color light ball. The gap was very small at first, but soon it became bigger and bigger like a vortex, and a suction force was transmitted, pulling the hollow jade ball over. When the hollow jade ball was completely embedded in the light wall, everyone finally saw the scene inside the 7-color light ball. Unexpectedly, the interior of the formation was not as dangerous as everyone had imagined, filled with demonic energy, but was peaceful, with only a floating giant rock floating in it. The top of the giant rock was flattened by someone using magical power, and a building was built. There were traces of formations and prohibitions in many places. Husband, is it that the Kiksha confirmation is too powerful and has already eliminated the monsters in it? Zhu Yuang couldn't help but guess. After all, the scene in front of her did not look like the appearance of a demonic energy out of control. Don't be careless. Some demons will fall into a deep sleep after being sealed for a long time and will gather all the demonic energy into their bodies in order to last longer. Our top priority now is to find the demon, and it would be best if we can kill it while it is sleeping. Qiyu Wanyan warned everyone with a solemn look. Without further delay, I will light the demon hunting incense. Brother Qiyu and fellow Daoist Luo, please be prepared. Mo Buping obviously didn't think they would be as lucky as Zhu Yuang said, and immediately took out a black incense stick as thick as a finger, and asked the two. Qiyu is fine. Does fellow Daoist Luo have anything to prepare? Qiyu Wanyan nodded. Luo is ready at any time. As long as you, Daoist Qiyu, can control the monster in a short time as we agreed before, Luo will guarantee to severely injure the monster with at least one blow. In fact, Luo Hong did not want to kill the Jade Bone Demon. After all, the monster had thick skin and flesh and was a good fighter. It just so happened that Huangquan Ghost Hand had the ability to imprison this demon, so Luo Hong was thinking of subduing it at this time. If he was lucky enough, his incarnation could even make great progress in cultivation with the help of the Jade Bone Demon. However, whether this could be successful would have to wait until he comprehended the 100 Meridians refining treasure art before he could know. After confirming that Luo Hong was fine, Qiyu Wanyan immediately took the lead to escape into the formation and headed towards the floating giant rock. This time, Mo Buping was very straightforward and followed Zhu Yuang. Instead, Luo Hong deliberately delayed a little. Without anyone noticing, a small purple crystal scorpion crawled out from his waist and quickly got into his clothes. After approaching the giant rock, Mo Buping immediately lit the demon-seeking incense. Suddenly, a black smoke floated out, and after accumulating for a while, it went straight to a circular square in the center. There were many stone tablets erected on the circular square, with dense silver runes engraved on them. But upon closer inspection, you will find that one of the stone tablets has a strange shape, and there is a faint outline of a human figure. Seeing this, Qiyu Wanyan's eyes flashed with fear, and he immediately looked at the two people beside him. Seeing that they also showed the same expression, he knew that they had the same guess as himself. That strange stone tablet is the corpse of Master Qian Bao, which is the monster here. The monster is now motionless, as if it is still asleep, and it is a perfect time to take action. Qiyu Wanyan made a prompt decision, and after signaling Mo Buping and Zhu Yuang with his eyes, he restrained his breath and slowly fled to the circular square. Luo Hong pulled away a little and followed behind, looking ready to attack with all his strength at any time. But in fact, his thoughts at the moment were not on the monsters at all, because the news that Azi had just brought him made his bad premonition come true. P.S. I haven't thought about this part very well, so that's all for today. I'll arrange the plot carefully. Chapter 892, Betrayal and Destruction. Master, it smells sweet. When Mo Buping lit the demon-seeking incense, Azi immediately transmitted the message. In Azi's cognition, any poisonous substance smells sweet, so the demon-seeking incense must have been tampered with. But what puzzled Luo Hong was that, if Mo Buping had deliberately poisoned, the restriction of the spirit contract would have taken effect immediately, but now he looked like nothing had happened. In addition, Qiyu Wanyan and his wife did not seem to know about this, otherwise they would not have been in a hurry to deal with the Jade Bone Demon, and they would have delayed for a while to ensure that he was poisoned. It seems that there is probably a third party involved. Now that the other party has not shown up, I cannot act rashly. Luo Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. At this time, Qiyu Wanyan and the other two had quietly surrounded the circular square, and when he approached, he clearly saw that the strange-shaped stone tablet was actually a curled-up human skeleton. It was just that the human skeleton was covered with a layer of grey cloth, making it difficult to identify. It goes without saying who the owner of this human skeleton is. Qiyu Wanyan did not hesitate. He offered up the emerald green tree with his palm and shouted, "Do it." Zhu Yuang and Mo Buping immediately offered up a bright silver chain each. grabbed it and swung it, and made it roll towards the human skeleton like a spirit snake. And as if stimulated by the spiritual energy, the long rotten and faded grey clothes on the human skeleton suddenly broke apart and flew like catkins, and the black devil flame suddenly ignited in the eye sockets of the skeleton. At this time, everyone was able to see the whole picture of the human skeleton. Each of its bones was as crystal clear as jade. Fortunately, the jade bone demon woke up a little slowly after all. Before he could make any move, the two silver chains entangled him tightly on the left and right. As soon as he struggled, many golden Sanskrit words appeared on the two silver chains, burning it with a sizzling sound, and emitting bursts of black smoke. Qiu Wanian had explained to Luo Hong about these two silver chains. This was a magic weapon that he borrowed from a Buddhist friend he knew. As soon as this weapon appeared, Luo Hong took action. Not good. The magic chain can't hurt him. My husband, quickly use the wood spirit tree to suppress him. Zhu Yuang could see clearly that, although the magic chain was quite powerful, it did not leave a trace on the other party's jade bones. Moreover, the strength of this demon's struggle was surprisingly strong. Just a few breaths of restraint caused her magic power to drain 20%. Qiu Wanian also saw this, so before Zhu Yuang finished speaking, he cast a spell to sacrifice the emerald green tree in his palm. This magic weapon called wood spirit tree can only be used once, and it needs to be refined with the crystal core of the purple level wood family. It has a strong ability to suppress. After the emerald green tree flew to the top of the jade bone demon, it expanded 1,000 times in an instant, turning into a giant tree over 100 feet high, and then suddenly pressed down. Although it was not compacted, the jade bone demon's figure still sank. At the same time, countless roots surrounded the jade bone demon and drew wisps of black magic energy from its body through the air. Normal magic weapons must avoid being contaminated with magic energy, not to mention actively absorbing it, but the wood spirit tree is a one-time magic weapon, so there is nothing to be reluctant about. Fellow Daoist Luo, now is the time, hurry up. Seeing that the three of them finally managed to control the jade bone demon with their combined efforts, Qiu Wanian immediately shouted to Luo Hong to take action. Luo Hong did not hesitate, and immediately pushed out a palm, and suddenly a Huanquan ghost hand several feet long pressed towards the jade bone demon. The sudden burst of Qiankan power and the breath of law made Qiu Wanian feel refreshed. Qiankan magic power plus the power of spiritual treasures. As long as the demon's body has not been refined into the spiritual treasure of Master Qian Bao, it will be successful in one fell swoop. This was indeed the case. With a loud bang, the jade bone demon was smashed into the jade ground by the yellow spring ghost hand. The demon flame that was originally rising was immediately cut off by a large part, and it was obviously seriously injured. However, just when Qiu Wanian was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue, a red light suddenly flew from a distance and hit Luo Hong's back. Fellow Daoist Luo, be careful. Qiu Wanian shouted with bloodshot eyes. But it seemed to be too late. Luo Hong did not have time to react, and was hit by the red light the next moment. Suddenly, a large ball of red flames exploded in the air, and soon a figure with black smoke fell out of it, and fell to the ground. Luo Hong was attacked and unconscious, and the yellow spring ghost hand also dissipated. The jade bone demon began to struggle again. Although it was not as fierce as before, it was still not something that Qiu Wanian and the other two could control all the time. Who is plotting against us? Why don't you show up after you've already made your move? Seeing that the mission was about to be accomplished, someone suddenly disturbed him. Qiu Wanian was extremely annoyed at the moment. Master Kai, is it necessary to do this with Master Liu here? If this sneak attack gets out, this young master's reputation will be damaged. The person in the dark didn't take Qiu Wanian's anger to heart at all, and said in a leisurely tone, although senior Liu beside the second young master is enough to calm the situation, Qiu Wanian and Luo Hong are not easy to deal with, so it's always good to save some energy. Moreover, except for the dead here, fellow Daoist Demo should not spread what happened today. As an old voice sounded, two old men, and one young man, three figures gradually emerged in the air. Master Kai is right. I don't want to try the means they prepared for this jade bone demon. The green-robed old man put away a piece of crystal gauze and said calmly, Although there were cultivators in the early stage of the void refining realm among the visitors, Qiyu Wanyan was most shocked by Mo Buping's betrayal. Brother Mo, why are you doing this? Have you forgotten our nearly 1,000-year friendship? Seeing that the betrayal was exposed, Mo Buping immediately put away the demon subduing chain, and with a flash of his figure, he fled in the direction of the three green-robed old men. After pulling away from him, he said with a sad face, Brother Qiyu, don't blame me. I can't survive the next minor heavenly tribulation. I must get the qualification to enter the Long family's dragon pool to have a chance to survive. Brother Mo, you are confused. You got the spiritual treasure of Master Qianbao, and you are still afraid that you can't survive a minor heavenly tribulation? Qiyu Wanyan said with red eyes, quite hating him for not fighting. Haha, Master Qianbao's spiritual treasure. However, Mo Buping gradually showed a crazy look when he heard it, and then he said indignantly, Qiyu Wanyan, do you really think that Master Qianbao has 1,000 spiritual treasures? Even in ancient times, he was only famous for 2 or 3 spiritual treasures in the 2 clans, let alone today. It is obviously the ancient jade slip that I found. It's fine that you don't give me the right to choose the spiritual treasure first, but you let an outsider rank ahead of me. It's simply too much. Qiyu Wanyan didn't expect that Mo Buping made the choice to betray because he was dissatisfied with the way of dividing the treasure. To be honest, he did have selfish motives. He wanted to get Master Qianbao's most famous glazed golden light hammer, so he ranked himself first. But who said that the location of the sealed secret realm was in his spiritual land? According to the rules of Shinyuan City, all treasures found in the spiritual land belong to the owner of the spiritual land. He was willing to share the treasure with Mo Buping. In fact, it was already because of their previous friendship. Besides, this spiritual treasure is not his own. He will lend it to him for emergency when he is going through a tribulation. Qiyu Wanyan originally thought that with his friendship with Mo Buping for nearly 1,000 years, he didn't need to explain these things too clearly, but now it was useless to explain them clearly. Thinking of this, Qiyu Wanyan stopped staring at his old friend and turned his gaze to the 3 green-robed old men. After scanning the faces of these 3 people, Qiyu Wanyan recognized one of them and immediately said with enlightenment, Master Kai, you are a great master of refining weapons, but you did such a shameful thing. Aren't you afraid that no one will ask you to refine weapons in the future? Obviously, what provoked these 3 people was the hollow jade ball they asked them to refine. After all, this 36-layer exquisite ball was a famous key to the Great Formation in ancient times, and was generally used by the Inheritance Treasure House of major forces. If it wasn't really difficult to refine, they wouldn't ask outsiders to do it. For this purpose, Qiyu Wanyan specially found the most reputable Master Kai, but now it seems that the other party is undoubtedly a hypocritical person. Haha, if it were someone else, I might not be interested, but Master Qianbao's weapon refining skills are so outstanding, how can I not be tempted? Besides, do you think you and your wife can get out alive today? Master Kai, who was dressed in white and had a kind face, smiled viciously at this moment. HMPH. 3 of you, my husband and I are not made of clay. Besides, there is a jade bone demon here, and Lei Zenzi is also in Qiyu's hands. Don't think you can kill people to silence them. Qiyu Wanyan first exposed his trump card in a threatening manner, but then changed the subject and said, what you want is just the spiritual treasure here, and Qiyu doesn't want to offend the Long family. As long as you let my husband and I go today, we will keep our mouths shut. Although he was very angry, Qiyu Wanyan did not lose his mind. If he fought hard, he would have to fight 2 against 4. Even if there was a jade bone demon to restrain the green-robed old man, their chances of winning were not great. Haha, you think you still have room for bargaining? Look at your wrist, it should have turned black. The handsome young man with a jade-like face among the 3 shook his head and laughed. What? Qiyu Wanyan was shocked when he heard the words and immediately looked at his wrist, only to see that the blood vessels had become as black as ink without knowing when. Yuang, how are you? My husband, I'm poisoned too. Zhu Yuang said in a panic. Second master, what kind of poison is this? Will you give me the antidote? Strangely, Mo Buping was also poisoned and seemed to know nothing about it. Take it. I'll have a chance to use you in the future. I won't let you die so easily. The handsome young man casually threw out a jade bottle and said. It turned out that Mo Buping didn't know that the demon seeking incense was mixed with poison. He was just told to ignite it immediately after entering the Kiksha Duan Khan formation. In this way, he didn't intentionally poison and bypassed the restrictions of the spiritual contract. Others may not know, but the aristocratic families like the Long family are very clear about the various loopholes in the spiritual contract. And the reason why the three of them talked so much nonsense with Qiyu Wanyan after they dealt with Luo Hong like thunder was to wait for him to take effect. Although the poison they used was colorless and tasteless, it took a long time to take effect. Therefore, at the moment, when the handsome young man threw out the jade bottle, Master Kai and the green-robed old man simultaneously offered their magic weapons. Fortunately, Qiyu Wanyan was very experienced and knew that, after he was poisoned, the other party would never let him and his wife go. At that moment, he actually took the lead and put away the wooden spirit tree that suppressed the jade bone demon. Zhu Yuang also shared the same mind with him and his wife, and at the same time, she loosened the demon slaying chain in her hand. In an instant, the jade bone demon lost all its restraints, and with a dong sound, it jumped up from the ground, roaring and emitting a monstrous demonic energy from its bones. Old Liu. Facing such a fierce demon, the handsome young man did not dare to be careless and shouted immediately. However, the green-robed old man reacted faster. He saw that the spell in his hand suddenly changed, and a small green jade bell flew out from his head. Then, he used his magic power to urge the green jade bell to grow to a huge size of 100 feet. Go. After the order was given, the bell suddenly fell like a meteor and directly trapped the jade bone demon who had just escaped. Through the transparent bell body, it can be seen that, although the demon can make the bell body dent a little with each punch, it is obviously not a short time to escape. Kill the man first, and we will slowly deal with this demon. The green-robed old man knew that human hearts are more dangerous than demons, and then he killed Zhu Yuang who was protected by Qiyu Wanyan. Qiyu Wanyan, who was entangled by Master Kai, was furious when he saw this, but he was poisoned, and the current flow of magic power was extremely obscure. It was already very difficult to deal with Master Kai in the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit, and he really had no spare energy to help. At the critical moment, Qiyu Wanyan suddenly thought of a desperate method, and immediately shouted madly, "If you want the lives of my husband and me, then die together." The next moment, he ignored the spiritual treasure offered by Master Kai, and after quickly pinching his hands, he cast a spell towards the exquisite ball in the 7-color light wall. In an instant, the 7-color light wall covering the entire space became transparent. The 7 milky white light balls that were originally hanging high in the air suddenly moved outside the light wall and flickered faster and faster. It turned out that Qiyu Wanyan had asked his Buddhist friend about the 7 clouds breaking sky formation. In addition to sealing and suppressing, this formation also has a magical power, which is to destroy some small spaces at critical moments. This move is undoubtedly a disaster. Qiyu Wanyan thought that, even if he failed to take the treasure, he would just retreat and look for a good opportunity, so he didn't take this accidental activation method to heart. However, at this moment, he couldn't care too much. Not good, those 7 light balls are vibrating the space. If the space here collapses, we will all die here. Master Kai was the most knowledgeable of the three. He was the first to react, and warned in a startled voice. "Humph, you want to die with me? It's just a foolish dream." The handsome young man's face darkened when he heard the words, and he turned his palm and offered a dragon-shaped jade pendant. As soon as the jade flew out of his hand, a real dragon phantom condensed in a burst of red spiritual light, which immediately slowed down the flashing speed of the 7 light balls. Chapter 893, Sneak Attack and Idle Chess. Seeing the handsome young man use a valuable treasure to resolve the crisis, Qiyu Wanyan couldn't help but reveal a look of despair and hatred. Compared with the means of these children of the big families, the desperate means of these ordinary cultivators seemed so pale. "I wanted to give you a quick death, but since you two are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless." The green-robed old man was also frightened just now. He immediately opened his right palm and condensed a ball of dark green spiritual fire and said with a ferocious face, "Zhu Yuanying," who was being chased by him, couldn't help but pale when she saw this. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and sacrificed the North Wind bottle, wanting to cast a spell to make it self-destruct in order to seek a glimmer of life. However, before she took action, a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly came from the direction of the green jade giant bell. At this moment, everyone looked over and saw that the jade bone demon under the giant bell had taken out a crystal clear hammer that emitted a dazzling golden light and was smashing it towards the giant bell. No, it's the glazed golden light hammer. Seeing this golden hammer, Master Kai shouted excitedly and fearfully. Damn it. The green-robed old man didn't care about chasing Zhu Yuanying anymore. He urged his mind to take back his spiritual treasure. You know, this glazed golden light hammer is a famous spiritual treasure on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list. It is a real existence that can be called a spiritual treasure that can reach the sky. Although there are tens of thousands of spiritual treasures that can reach the sky on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list, that is looking at the entire spiritual world. For the human and demon races alone, only the spiritual treasures ranked in the top 100 have the opportunity to be on the list. Even so, this is still the case when the human race has made great achievements in refining weapons. The power of the spiritual treasure that can reach the sky cannot be compared with that of the spiritual treasure. The green-robed old man didn't want his spiritual treasure to be hit by this glazed golden light hammer. However, his reaction was a little slow after all. Before the giant green jade bell left the ground, the jade bone demon swung the spiritual hammer and smashed it. There was a startling bell sound, and many cracks appeared on the giant jade bell. The next moment, golden light burst out from these cracks, and the entire giant jade bell suddenly exploded and broke into countless pieces. The magic treasure was destroyed, and the green-robed old man groaned, looking at Zhu Yuanying, who had already escaped far away and did not continue to chase. After all, the other party had been poisoned, and the more magic power was used at this moment, the more severe the poison would be. At present, the two of them can barely mobilize their magic power, but soon they will lose all their magic power and can't run far. On the contrary, this jade bone demon can inexplicably activate the glazed golden light hammer. If he is not careful, even his life will be in danger. Second young master, the Tangshan magical treasure in the hands of this demon is too dangerous. We must kill him first, and then deal with Qiyu Wanyan and the others. They can't escape the formation are left at the entrance of the secret realm. What Elder Liu said is exactly what I want. With this Tangshan magical treasure, I wonder how my father can say that I'm not as good as my elder brother. After seeing the glazed golden light hammer, the handsome young man's eyes had already lit up, and he wanted to grab it immediately, so he didn't care about Qiyu Wanyan and the other two small characters. If young Master Long can't get away, why don't I do it for you and capture Qiyu Wanyan and his wife and hand them over to you? Mo Buping knew that the glazed golden light hammer had nothing to do with him, and if Qiyu Wanyan and his wife ran away, he would definitely be in endless trouble, so he took the initiative to volunteer. You can go if you want. The handsome young man responded casually, and then cooperated with the green-robed old man and Master Kai to escape to the jade bone demon. However, no one noticed that a pair of eyes were observing them through a window railing. There is no doubt that the owner of these eyes is Luo Hong. Long before he took action, Luo Hong had guessed the existence of a third-party force, so he would not be defenseless. In fact, he was the first one to notice the sneak attack. Although the one who attacked was a cultivator in the early stage of refining emptiness, he summoned the heavenly evil dragon armor at that moment and activated the great 5-element magnetic light to protect himself. Therefore, he was not injured at all at that time, but just jumped out of the game to observe the situation. The handsome young man did not hide his identity at all. He wore the jade pendant of the Long family on his waist. Combined with what Mo Buping said, it can be basically confirmed that the other party is a direct descendant of the Long family. Although he had just obtained the heavenly evil dragon armor, a direct descendant of the Long family appeared, which was a bit like a sleepy pillow, but this guy was a real hornet's nest. If he poked it, he would definitely not have a good result. This fairy seemed to have heard the roar of a real dragon just now. You kid can't be so lucky, right? Fairy Yin was sleeping soundly, but was suddenly awakened by a dragon roar, and immediately appeared and said, "This person does have the blood of a true dragon, but it is not only difficult to extract, but also has many connections behind it, so he cannot be touched." Luo Hong shook his head, as if explaining to Fairy Yin, or as if trying to convince himself. It would be fine if you weren't tempted, but why aren't you even a little surprised? Don't you know that the blood of a true dragon is one of the top bloods among the true spirits? Fairy Yin said with a suspicious look on her face. Fairy, you don't know that there are some true spirit families in the human race, and it is well known that their direct descendants have true spirit blood. Naturally, there is nothing to be shocked about. Luo Hong explained, while paying attention to the battle situation. True spirit family? There are still several? Haha, that's interesting. It seems that you humans are not simple. Fairy Yin rolled her eyes, and suddenly said something with a hidden meaning. Why do you say that, Fairy? Even if we humans form an alliance with the demon race, we only occupy a corner of Fingyuan continent. We are just a small race struggling to survive. Luo Hong couldn't help but say with some interest. Those true spirits are not good-tempered, and they will not easily allow their blood to circulate outside. Therefore, ordinary cultivators who get the blood of true spirits only do it secretly and quietly to make a fortune. For people like you humans who openly create true spirit families, they must have a very good relationship with the corresponding true spirits. This is not a foundation that a small tribe can have. You humans must have been glorious in the past. Fairy Silver touched her chin and analyzed seriously. No matter how glorious it was in the past, and it is useless for people like us today. Luo Hong turned his eyes to the battle in the air again. The three young men of the Long family are still fighting fiercely with the Jade Bone Demon. The opponent can not only activate the glazed golden light hammer, but also take out a golden light sword that seems to be made of the same material from time to time. Once this sword is thrown, it will explode suddenly, and its power is extremely powerful. So even though it is 3 against 1, the Jade Bone Demon has always had the upper hand. At least until he uses up the exploding golden light sword, the situation will not change. As for Qiu Wanyan and his wife, Mo Buping had prepared some means in advance, temporarily suppressing the backlash of the spiritual contract prohibition, and also had the upper hand against 2 people. Let's not talk about anything else. Luo boy, do you really not want to take that boy's real dragon blood? You know, the secret techniques of the evil dragon clan are very useful for overcoming the tribulation. Fairy Silver tempted. Are you serious now? In the spirit world, no one can help but be in awe of the heavenly tribulation. All treasures and secret techniques that help to overcome the tribulation are in high demand and everyone is vying for them. Even Luo Hong is no exception. Is this true? After all, the evil dragon clan needs to use the heavenly evil to practice, which can enhance the power of the heavenly tribulation. If they didn't have some special means, how could they dominate the spirit world back then? Fairy Silver said immediately with an anxious tone. Hearing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but ponder, but after a few breaths, he shook his head and said, no, the matter of the heavenly tribulation is not important now. If we offend the Long family and other true spirit families for this, it will be too much of a loss. It is better to think of another way. The true spirit families have an agreement with each other. As long as someone maliciously extracts the true spirit blood of their clansmen, they will be the public enemy of all true spirit families, and will be hunted down to the ends of the earth. But the blood of the true dragon cannot be taken, but it does not mean that the Tangshan Ling Bao has to be handed over to others. Fellow Daoist Qiu is almost forced into a desperate situation. Considering that he reminded Luo before, I will save his and his wife's lives this time. Since the details of the enemy have been explored clearly, Luo Hong no longer needs to hide. After saying that, he summoned the heavenly evil dragon armor with a thought, and used the secret technique taught by the Silver Fairy before, so that it changed into a full body armor that was completely different from the original. Haha, it's rude not to return the favor. After muttering to himself, Luo Hong's figure flashed, and fled towards the green-robed old man who was fighting fiercely with the Jade Bone Demon. The sudden burst of breath made the green-robed old man alert immediately, but Luo Hong caught the opportunity very well. The other party had just dodged the attack of the glazed golden light hammer, and the old strength had just gone, and the new strength had not yet been born. You sneak attack me once, I will return you once. This is very reasonable. Thinking of this, Luo Hong clenched his fist and hit the back of the green-robed old man. At the critical moment, the green-robed old man's protective magic weapon, that had been refined to the point of spiritualization, responded in time. A heavy square shield flashed and protected his body. A moment later, there was a roar, and he and the shield were hit by Luo Hong's punch, and fell to the ground like a meteor. With a dung, the entire floating giant rock sank suddenly. The only cultivator of the refining void sect was attacked, and the young man of the Long family was shocked. He immediately sent his spiritual sense to the place where Luo Hong had fallen before, and found that the other party was still lying quietly in the pit, with a weak breath. It turned out that Luo Hong had called out his incarnation before taking action, pretending to be seriously injured. This senior, the treasure here has been spotted by our Long family, please don't make a mistake. Although he didn't know how the other party suddenly appeared, and his breath was obscure, it was undoubtedly that he came with bad intentions. However, the young man of the Long family was not afraid. After all, the breath of Elder Liu was still there, and his background also gave him enough confidence. You are from the Long family, so what? Can you still reach out to our demon clan? I didn't expect that just leaving a mark on a somewhat interesting human race would allow me to encounter the opportunity of Tang Shenling Bao. Boy, if you retreat now, I can consider letting you go. The evil armored cultivator that Luo Hong transformed into looked at Mo Buping and smiled sinisterly. How shameless. Ahem, sneak attack is nothing. Dare you leave your name on the ground? The green-robed old man broke out of the ground. Although Luo Hong's punch did not break his protective magic weapon, it also shocked him to death. He coughed up blood and said he didn't want to talk nonsense, but he had to delay time to calm down his blood. Why not? I will not change my name. My surname is Hanli. If you want to seek revenge in the future, you can come to the Silver Moon Wolf clan and try. Luo Hong was about to continue to attack, but he heard the other party asking about his name. He changed his mind and dug a trap for the young man from the Long family. Although he didn't want to kill the young man from the Long family here today, otherwise he would not be able to get away, even if he really lay on the ground, but he didn't want to let him off easily. So, he suddenly had a strange idea, and lied that he was Hanli. If the other party really went to the Silver Moon Wolf clan to investigate, Linglan would most likely know about it. If he alarmed the proud ancestor again, that would be a lot of fun. Of course, this was just a casual move. Luo Hong didn't expect it to succeed. So as soon as he finished speaking, he made a hand gesture, and a blazing blue and white spiritual flame rose from his body. In an instant, he imitated the appearance of Linglang's true body that day, and turned into a blue and white fire wolf with a length of 100 feet. With a step of his 4 feet, he actually moved in front of the green-robed old man in an instant, opened his wolf mouth, and bit him fiercely. The green-robed old man was also confused. Why did he just ask him to seek revenge in the future? But he killed him immediately. But at the moment, he didn't have time to think too much, so he could only suppress his blood and ki and use his protective magic weapon to deal with the attack. However, he felt bad just by being burned by the fire. Just when he was about to abandon the magic weapon and flee, he was left in place by a huge force. No. Second young master, save me. The green-robed old man who underestimated the power of the heavenly wolf divine fire only had time to shout at this moment, and he was swallowed into the wolf's mouth with his shield. Under the burning of the heavenly wolf divine fire from all directions, the green-robed old man's protective shield melted into a pile of waste slag in less than 3 breaths, and he himself was also reduced to ashes. Old Liu. Seeing this, the young man of the Long family was furious, and wanted to take out some treasure from the storage bag without thinking. Boy, I advise you not to take it out, otherwise I will have to kill you today, even if I don't want to. The blue and white fire wolf looked at the young man of the Long family with extreme vigilance, and said in an extremely cold tone. At this moment, the young man of the Long family felt cold all over his body. The fire wolf in front of him seemed to have become an unparalleled ferocious beast, which made him so afraid that his outstretched palm froze in midair. The reason why he looked like this was naturally not because he was as timid as a mouse, but because Luo Hong activated the magical power of the heavenly evil dragon armor. Heavenly evil captures the heart. In ancient times, the evil dragon clan was able to enslave hundreds of clans because of this terror. Second young master, I can't hold on any longer. The green-robed old man and the young man from the Long family were both dealing with Luo Hong. So naturally, Master Kai was the only one dealing with the Jade Bone Demon. Although the Jade Bone Demon's exploding golden light sword had been used up, Master Kai, who was in the middle stage of the spiritualization realm, was still no match for him, even with the help of a powerful spiritual treasure. HMPH. Senior Han, I will remember this grudge. The young man from the Long family was hit by the heavenly evil heart and had already intended to retreat. When Master Kai urged him to do so, he put away his magic weapon without much hesitation and fled towards the gap in the 7-color light wall. Chapter 894, Treasure and Dragon Blood Trial. Seeing the young man escape first, Master Kai was relieved, and then his face showed a look of heartache. He urged a magic treasure to self-destruct, forcing back the crazy attack of the Jade Bone Demon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Master Kai immediately fled without looking back, fearing that the fire wolf would be dissatisfied and kill him here. Luo Hong did not stop him when he saw this. After all, this weapon refining master would still be useful in the future, and dying here would be troublesome. Just when he was about to completely suppress the Jade Bone Demon, Qiyu Wanian suddenly cried out, "Brother Qiyu, let's talk it over, don't use the Thunderbolt." Although the power of a one-time magic weapon like the Thunderbolt is great, it lacks changes and can only go straight, so as long as you are prepared, it is not easy to be hit. This is why Mo Buping dared to chase Qiyu Wanian, even though he knew he had this treasure. However, the situation changed too drastically. First, the green-robed old man was reduced to ashes, and then the two young men of the Long family escaped. Mo Buping could not help but commit the taboo of distraction in the battle, which immediately gave Qiyu Wanian an opportunity. If it were any other time, Qiyu Wanian might have hesitated for a moment when he heard Mo Buping begging for mercy. But now, with the Lingsu demon who was most likely an enemy, rather than a friend beside him, his and Zhu Yuang's lives were in danger, and he was eager to get away, so he naturally would not hesitate. With a rumble of thunder, Mo Buping disappeared from this world without even having time to scream. After succeeding, Qiyu Wanian did not escape immediately, but first cast a spell on the exquisite Jade Ball to stop the restriction of the formation's collapse of space. Because he knew that, if he didn't do this, the demon elder who turned into a fire wolf would definitely not let him go. The fact was indeed as he expected, and then when he took Zhu Yuang away, the other party did not stop him. This was not surprising. After all, the other party disdained the revenge of the young man from the Long family, and naturally would not pursue any murder to silence him. Within a dozen breaths, the originally lively formation was suddenly left with only Luo Hong and the Jade Bone Demon. Although he was suppressed by Qiyu Wanian and others first, and then ravaged by the spiritual treasures of the three young men of the Long family, the jade-like skeleton of the Jade Bone Demon still had no cracks. However, the spiritual light of the golden hammer in his hand was more than half dimmer than at the beginning. Obviously, this demon could not really drive this treasure. The demonic energy in his body was not compatible with this treasure, so every time he swung the hammer, he was consuming the spiritual power of the golden hammer. This move would undoubtedly damage the spirituality of the spiritual treasure, and it would even be irreparable if used too much. We must fight quickly. With a flash of thought, the fire wolf transformed by Luo Hong opened its mouth and spit out a blue and white crystal bead, which was Luo Hong's life magic weapon Kaiang Kunzu. The Jade Bone Demon only had the desire to kill, and no spiritual intelligence. Whoever was closest to him was his target of attack. At this moment, he raised the golden hammer with both hands and smashed it towards Luo Hong. Facing this spiritual treasure that was on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list, Luo Hong did not dare to be careless at all. He immediately used all his strength to activate the Kaiang Pearl, making it grow to a diameter of several dozen feet in an instant. Suddenly, the surging Kyankan power surged out like a tsunami. Under the impact of this huge force, the Jade Bone Demon's figure with the hammer was immediately bounced back. The demon roared wildly, turned around, and threw out the glazed golden light hammer. The hammer flew out in a rotation, and the Kyankan power along the way could not touch it. It pushed away the wave all the way, and rushed straight to the Kyankan pearl. The law of force. Such a mysterious change can only be explained by the power of the law. After Luo Hong pondered for a moment, he immediately pinched out a spell with both hands. The next moment, the Kyankan pearl moved 100 feet away and narrowly avoided the glazed golden light hammer. While watching the battle secretly, Luo Hong discovered that this hammer was particularly good at destroying magic weapons. It would hammer a large amount of gold spiritual energy into the magic weapon at the moment it hit the magic weapon, tearing it apart from the inside. To do this treasure must have a certain amount of gold law power. Possessing the power of two laws at the same time, and being able to cooperate with each other to amplify the power of the magic power, this treasure is worthy of being on the Chaos 10,000 Spirits list. No wonder Master Kyanbao was able to shock both the human and demon races. I'm afraid his title did not come from the fact that he refined more than 1,000 spiritual treasures, but from the countless spiritual treasures destroyed in his hands. However, although this hammer is powerful, the Jade Bone Demon cannot really drive it after all. Otherwise, after being avoided, this hammer should have immediately turned around and pursued, instead of falling straight to the ground like it is now. Fortunately, you don't have much brains. Luo Hong didn't expect the Jade Bone Demon to be so stupid as to throw out the glazed golden light hammer. It can only be said that his desire to attack and kill made him not consider the consequences at all. Without the glazed golden light hammer, the Jade Bone Demon was nothing more than a durable target. The blue flame rolled back, the fire wolf disappeared instantly, and Luo Hong's figure reappeared. Then, he pushed out with one palm, and the yellow spring ghost hand immediately appeared above the Jade Bone Demon's head. With the help of the power of heaven and earth, he grabbed it in his palm. Without waiting for him to struggle, the 6 demon faces grinned at the same time, and countless ghost hands drilled out from their palms, pulling the Jade Bone Demon into the yellow spring ghost hand. After a while, the Jade Bone Demon was completely suppressed in the yellow spring ghost hand. Luo Hong retracted his magical power, spread his right palm, and a milky white jade appeared in front of him. This is the Golden Palace Jade Book hidden in the arm bone of the Jade Bone Demon. Looking at the familiar silver tadpole characters on it, Luo Hong couldn't help showing joy on his face, and then he grasped it with his right palm and put it into the Wanbao bag. After dealing with the Jade Bone Demon, the only thing left is the finishing work. Let me see how many things Master Kyanbao left behind. Looking down at the huge rock below, Luo Hong said to himself with a curled mouth. More than 10 days later, in the Lingdi cave, Qiu Wanyan and Zhu Yuanying sat cross-legged on the jade bed face to face, practicing the exercises with their palms facing each other. They were sweating profusely and looked bitter from time to time. It was obvious that they were not at ease at the moment. 3 hours later, they groaned at the same time and spit out a large amount of purple blood from their mouths, but their faces became a little rosy. After practicing kicking and regulating her breathing for a while, Zhu Yuanying slowly opened her eyes and said, "My husband, it's been more than 10 days, and that demon clan senior hasn't come out yet. Are we really not going to notify the Jinting guards?" Qiu Wanyan couldn't help but look tangled when he heard this, but he soon shook his head and said, "I'm lucky to be alive this time. If we make a big fuss, wouldn't we offend both the Long family and the Silver Moon Wolf clan? It's a pity for Daoist Luo. He hasn't come out for so many days. I'm afraid he's in danger." The bad thing about this matter was Mo Buping. If the young men of the Long family broke into his spiritual land directly and took the treasures in the spiritual land, he would definitely go to the law enforcement hall to file a complaint. But the 3 people of the Long family were obviously recruited by Mo Buping, and Mo Buping was invited by him. In this case, the nature of the matter is very different. It can be regarded as a dispute caused by the interests of the secret realm, and there is a lot of room for manipulation. With the power of the Long family, it is not impossible to reverse black and white. After all, the other party has people even in the Elders Council. In addition, although he was very unwilling, Qiyu Wanyan had to admit that the matter had developed to this point and had nothing to do with them. Now that the Long family has lost an on Liangsu, they will most likely not let it go, and the Silver Moon Wolf clan is not easy to mess with, so there will definitely be friction between the two. Qiyu Wanyan has no idea now, just hoping not to be burned to death by the sparks generated by the friction between the two behemoths. Of course, if there is a chance to add insult to injury to the Long family, he will spare no effort. Hearing that her husband was going to settle the matter peacefully, Zhu Yuang sighed, but did not say much. After all, in reality, this is indeed the best choice for them. Just as the two fell silent, a spiritual power fluctuation suddenly came from the entrance of the secret realm. After looking at each other, Qiyu Wanyan immediately took out the array plate and cast a spell on it. The next moment, spiritual light sprinkled out, and the image of Shishan appeared in front of them. A figure wearing full body armor escaped from the entrance of the secret realm. After glancing in the direction of their cave, he broke through the air and fled. Although it was just a glance from a distance, the couple still broke out in a cold sweat, fearing that they would follow the footsteps of the green-robed old man. Finally he left. "Husband, let's go and collect the formation, and then we will retreat for a while." Zhu Yuang felt a huge stone fall from her heart and was about to get up. Wait, there's more movement. Qiyu Wanyan had the same idea, but with a glance, he saw that the blue vortex emitted a dazzling spiritual light again, which was a sign that someone was teleporting out. Not long after, Luo Hong's figure staggered out of it and fell on the stone mountain with a pale face. "Dao Luo. He is still alive," Zhu Yuang exclaimed when she saw this. "Go and have a look." Qiyu Wanyan frowned and immediately decided. After all, Luo Hong's current appearance showed that he was extremely depleted of vitality and had just recovered from a serious injury. He could not pose any threat to the couple. Two beams of light flew up at the same time. After leaving the cave, they came all the way to the vicinity of the stone mountain. Luo Hong was still leaning on the rock to regulate his breath. "Fellow Daoist Qiyu, you really made me suffer this time. You didn't even take me with you when you ran away. It's really not nice." Luo Hong complained weakly. He was not pretending at this moment. That day, it was the first time he tried so hard to activate the Heavenly Wolf Divine Fire. Although the effect was very good, it consumed a lot of mana. Later, when he took the glazed golden light hammer, he found that this hammer was related to the 7 clouds breaking sky formation. He had been working hard until today to break the restriction. Therefore, even with the help of Han Leomo's magic medicine, he still had a shortage of mana. So, he simply took advantage of the situation and came out in this posture to avoid suspicion. After being said by Luo Hong, Qiyu Wanyan and his wife couldn't help but show shame on their faces. After all, the problem was with their people. Luo Hong was right to say that he was cheated. Ahem. Fellow Daoist Luo, you may not know the situation at that time. It was too dangerous. My husband and I tried our best to protect ourselves. We really didn't have the energy to save you. I hope you will forgive us." Qiyu Wanyan bowed his hands and apologized. Forget it. Luo was not completely unconscious at that time. In that situation, we can only pray for the best. Luo Hong's move was a bit like a bad guy complaining first, so he naturally didn't pursue it too much. I'm glad that fellow Daoist Luo can understand. Haha, fellow Daoist is not in good health now. Why don't you go to Qiyu's cave to recuperate for a few days and then go back after you recover a little? Qiyu Wanyan's eyes flashed and he invited in a warm voice. Luo Hong knew that the other party must have many questions, so he smiled and agreed. Then, Qiyu Wanyan sacrificed the spirit boat and took the 3 of them back to the cave. After delivering a bottle of elixir, he finally couldn't help asking. Ordinarily, Daoist Luo is weak now, so we shouldn't ask too much, but Daoist Luo also knows that the two forces involved in this matter are both very powerful, and the entrance to the secret realm is in Qiyu's spiritual land, so Qiyu Wanyan walked around, paused for a moment and said, "May I ask if the Jade Bone Demon has been killed?" Haha, Daoist Qiyu, you don't have to beat around the bush. Luo, and you feel the same way and know how difficult this matter is. The Jade Bone Demon was suppressed by the Demon Elder not long after you and your wife left the secret realm, and the spiritual treasure naturally fell into the hands of that elder. And Luo was able to survive this time because that elder needed Luo's help to break some restrictions, which really made me nervous. The building complex on the floating giant rock cannot be called the Cave of Master Kayan Bao. At most, it is a temporary residence, and the layout is quite simple. This is understandable. After all, the other party was in the life and death retreat at that time, and it was normal that he didn't have the mood to decorate. But correspondingly, most of Luo Hong's gains this time were concentrated on the Jade Bone Demon. Whether it was the demon's body, the Golden Palace Jade Book, or the glazed golden light hammer, they were all obtained from him. From those buildings, Luo Hong only found a batch of spiritual materials. However, it is worth mentioning that some of these spiritual materials were refined using special techniques and sealed in a special square metal box. These metal boxes were quite troublesome to unseal. At first, Luo Hong damaged several of them, causing the spiritual materials inside to be lost, so he was really worried. Although Luo Hong has not yet figured out the origin of these refined spiritual materials, judging from their appearance, they are mostly related to the refining techniques in the Golden Palace Jade Book. Yes, we are already very lucky to be able to survive this time. We really can't force too much. Qiyu Wanian nodded and said with deep agreement. Fellow Daoist Qiyu, where does that young man come from? When we were in the secret realm, that demon elder said that you would never report to the Jinting gods and let Luo Hong feel at ease to work for him. Is that true? The first sentence of Luo Hong's words was false, and the second sentence was true. Although Qiyu Wanian chose to keep things quiet in the original time and space and did not make it public, Luo Hong still wanted to confirm it for the sake of caution. Fellow Daoist Luo, are you thinking about revenge? Qiyu advises you not to think too much, and the other party chose to sneak attack you, not only because of your great magical powers. Fellow Daoist Luo also participated in the dragon blood trial of the Long family, and that attack definitely had the intention of getting rid of you. Although Qiyu Wanian did not realize the truth of Luo Hong's words, his answer at the time still aroused Luo Hong's interest. Chapter 895 The Secret of the Long Family. Dragon Blood Trial. I don't understand what fellow Daoist Qiyu is talking about. Luo Hong had guessed it, but still pretended to know nothing. Fellow Daoist Luo, there is no need to hide it. That Master Khan made such a big fuss, and there were many witnesses on that day. I only asked around a little during the 5 days that fellow Daoist Luo was considering it, and I learned about it. I guess you also considered the trial, so you finally decided to accept my invitation. Qiyu Wanian shook his head and said very confidently. So fellow Daoist Qiyu is talking about that thing. Yes, Senior Khan did set a date for a meeting with me that day, but because it was not very pleasant at the time, he left some things and left without telling me the purpose of the invitation. I have also been troubled by this matter. Since fellow Daoist Qiyu knows the ins and outs, I hope you can teach me. Luo Hong thought that he would have to wait until Xiao Hong and the others came to find him before he could know what the Long family was doing, but he unexpectedly got something unexpected from Qiyu Wanian. Fellow Daoist, do you really not know? Seeing that Luo Hong's expression did not seem to be false, Qiyu Wanian could not help but said with a look of surprise. Luo is absolutely not lying. Luo Hong responded with great seriousness. Well, it's not an important secret anyway. After calming down, Qiyu Wanian thought for a while and said, not many people know about the Long family's dragon blood trial, but that's not because the Long family deliberately concealed it, but because the trial is extremely long and there is no stable day. It is very likely that there will not be one in tens of thousands of years. The sect where Qiyu belongs has also been glorious, so there are records in the sect's classics. I believe that fellow Daoist Luo also knows that the Long family is a true spirit family with true dragon blood, but not every member of the Long family can have a strong true dragon blood. On the contrary, the true dragon blood of most Long family members is extremely thin, basically the same as that of ordinary cultivators. Only the direct lineage is better. As we all know, the most important thing for a force is not the number of disciples or the resources controlled, but the cultivation of the ancestor of the force. This dragon blood trial is a trial that will only be opened when there is a member of the Long family who is expected to break through to the Mahayana. For the True Spirit family, it means that there is a member with a very strong True Spirit blood among the members. Once the dragon blood trial begins, all members of the Long family who are of the same generation as the destined dragon son must participate. If they lose, they will lose nearly half of their true dragon blood. And this part of the blood will eventually be integrated into the body of the winner through secret techniques at the end of the trial. It is worth mentioning that, although the dragon blood trial is said to be fair, there is actually no time when the destined dragon son does not win. This is partly due to his own strong strength, but more importantly, the destined dragon son usually has treasures given by the top leaders of the Long family. For the rest of the Long family, the so-called dragon blood trial is just a formality. After all, it is too much of a stretch to ask them to willingly offer their dragon blood. Only through the trial can they admit defeat, even though the entire bet is controlled by someone. Sacrificing a generation of clansmen to achieve one person. Isn't the Long family afraid of a break in inheritance and internal disunity? Exclamation mark. After hearing about the situation of the dragon blood trial, Luo Hong couldn't help but be amazed. Extracting the true spirit blood is not as easy as it sounds. Most of the recipients will not only lose their blood, but also suffer great damage to their essence. It can be said that their future is basically ruined, and their immortal path is cut off. It's just a generation of clansmen. The Long family has had several combined old monsters in the past generations. A generation is not as long as a great heavenly tribulation. As long as they're not to start the trial, how dare the clansmen below disobey? What's more, the destined dragon sons are basically from the direct line. The direct line is already in power, and the meat is rotten in the pot, so there is no worry about internal strife. Qiuanian looked at Luo Hong with a look of "you are too naive," and said with a little ridicule to the Long family, "Haha, the actions of the aristocratic families are really incomprehensible, but this has nothing to do with Luo. Fellow Daoist Qiu. From what you just said, this dragon blood trial is an internal matter of the Long family. Why does it involve outsiders like us?" Luo Hong also sneered at the moment, without commenting, and then asked again. In the first few dragon blood trials, no outsiders participated. However, the Long family leaders cheated too much to determine the dragon son, which made the members who participated in the trial completely lose hope. There were several cases of defection and even self-immolation. This made the Long family leaders modify the trial rules, allowing them to recruit 3 foreign aides at the spiritualization realm on their own, and all the resources spent were from the clan. After all, the winner of the trial can basically become the patriarch of the Long family in the future, and be named the young master. This change can also cultivate his command skills. Qiuanian explained slowly. I see. Then I would like to ask fellow Daoist Qiu, are casualties allowed in this dragon blood trial? This is one of the questions that Luo Hong is most concerned about. It's hard to say. Hearing this question, Qiuanian frowned first, and then said, after all, they are from the same clan. Taking away someone's dragon blood is already too much. If they want to take someone's life, then this trial will really not be held. Therefore, the Long family will not kill each other, unless they have no choice. But for foreign aid like Luo Dao, although there are some rules about how to stop, there is no supervision, so there are still many casualties. Luo Dao must be careful when the time comes. Hearing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but be a little surprised. Judging from the way the real person surnamed Kong invited him, the Long family member he assisted must be a marginal figure, and there must be many such people. Putting himself in their shoes, no one would be treated like this and still work hard in the trial, so how could there be so many casualties? As if seeing the doubt in Luo Hong's eyes, Qiuanian took the initiative to explain without waiting for him to ask, fellow Daoist Luo, please don't disbelieve it. In order to make you and other foreign aides do your best, the Long family has set a very high reward. The more opponents you defeat in the trial, the more benefits you can get in the end. Among them, there is a qualification to enter the dragon pool that made Brother Mo defect. Looking at the look on fellow Daoist Luo's face, I guess he doesn't know what the dragon pool is for, right? Please teach me about this. Luo Hong couldn't help but smile bitterly. For cultivators without true dragon blood, entering the dragon pool can obtain a blood dragon phantom to protect them. This dragon has a miraculous effect in fighting against minor heavenly tribulations and can basically protect the divine transformation cultivators from any minor heavenly tribulations in their lifetime. Haha, did fellow Daoist Luo also feel moved after knowing this? QIU said a little more. Brother Bazion is also among those invited to the dragon blood trial, and he is working hard to fight. QIU Wanyan said again with great confidence. Hearing these words, Luo Hong immediately understood why these foreign aides would still fight fiercely. This was not for the Long family members, but for their own lives, so they should fight to the utmost. At the same time, he also understood why the real person surnamed Khan would put aside his face and want to embezzle his reward. The token that the old bastard took out at the end must be related to the Funan Pond. As a collateral descendant of the Long family, he also has the rare blood of the real dragon in his body, and 9 out of 10 can get more benefits from it. Such a change in the trial seems to be harmful to those ordinary Long family members. On the surface, adding 3 foreign aides can allow ordinary members of the Long family to rely on external forces better, and even the top leaders have specially formulated incentives. But as long as you think about it carefully, you will find that this incentive will not only make it difficult to control the foreign aides, but also aggravate the mutual slaughter between the foreign aides, so that the destined dragon son can do nothing and lose a large number of opponents. QIU Wanyan looked at Luo Hong in surprise when he heard this. The other party's focus is always different from what he thinks. Doesn't he worry about the small heavenly tribulation at all? Luo, you have a good idea. If you don't fight for something with strength, you will only work from 9 to 5 and have nothing to show for it. Speaking of this, QIU Wanyan was suddenly stunned. He suddenly realized how he was different from the ordinary members of the Long family. It was just that one was within the framework of the family and the other was within the framework of Shinyuan City. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but talk about it. After a few words, he took Zhu Yuang and said goodbye. When QIU Wanyan and his wife left, Luo Hong touched his chin and smiled to himself. This dragon blood trial is quite interesting. Maybe we'll see what Xiao Hong's purpose is. Nodding slightly, Luo Hong did not touch the elixir given by QIU Wanyan, took out his own elixir and swallowed it, and began to recuperate. A month later, above the spiritual vein of Killam Mountain, Luo Hong, who had recovered as before, was flying to his own cave with the escape light. He gained a lot from this trip, and was in a good mood at the moment. But as soon as he arrived outside the formation, his face suddenly sank. After pausing for a while outside the formation, he pinched his sword finger and took out a King Jilei sword talisman. Wait. Don't panic, fellow Daoist Luo. It's sus. Before Luo Hong could make a move, 3 figures emerged from the darkness. It turned out that 3 people had sneaked into the spiritual formation. Luo Hong made those moves because he found something wrong. At that moment, Luo Hong glanced and saw that the 3 people were all wearing the costumes and masks of the Black Phoenix envoy. Their figures were quite graceful. Obviously, they were all women under the masks. Combined with the voice and the great mind just now, Luo Hong immediately recognized that the person in the middle was Xiao Hong. Master Xiao? How did you find Luo? Although he had guessed half of the other party's intention, Luo Hong still pretended to be ignorant. At the same time, his thoughts were turning secretly. Although I intentionally exposed my identity, it was also beyond my expectation that Xiao Hong would sneak into the formation to block me. It seems that the Black Phoenix clan is planning something big this time. Since fellow Daoist Luo is also a member of the Black Phoenix envoy, he naturally knows what we are doing. Moreover, there are only a few people in Shinyuan City who can refine treasure talismans, so it is normal for us to discover your true identity. But don't worry, fellow Daoist, we have no ill intentions in waiting here this time, but there is a task in the building that needs to be entrusted to fellow Daoist. Xiao Hong nodded and acknowledged her identity, and then comforted Luo Hong. She didn't expect Luo Hong to be so alert. She originally wanted to use this method to increase the weight of the other party to take on the task, but now it backfired. Even so, Master Zyro, it's still too rude for you to come in without invitation. Luo Hong took advantage of the situation and put pressure on him, saying in a very dissatisfied tone, "It's indeed inappropriate for us to do this, but Killing Mountain is the place where your human race's gods gather. It's really inconvenient to be outside with so many eyes. I hope fellow Daoist Luo will forgive me." Zyro Hong immediately made an excuse. "I understand the difficulties of Zyro Laosu. That's all. This won't happen again. Please follow me into the mansion." While speaking, Luo Hong had already checked the restrictions in the cave. After confirming that they were intact, his expression eased. Oh, that was a close call. Something bad almost happened. While leading Zyro Hong and the others into the cave, Luo Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You know, there is his laboratory in the cave. If someone goes in, they will definitely find many of his secrets, including the 5-color true blood and the Zuanshan remnant treasure. Therefore, the restrictions in these key places are connected to a fusion bead and the restrictions in the small golden stone room. If someone touches them forcibly, the only result is that Zyrogen will be moved to a secret place, and then the fusion bead will explode, destroying all traces. However, this will only make the investigation much less powerful, and Luo Hong can only run away. Not long after, Luo Hong led Zyro Hong and the other two to the meeting place in the cave. Just as he was about to take out the spiritual tea and spiritual fruit to entertain, Zyro Hong stopped him and said, "Fellow Daoist Luo, don't bother. The Black Phoenix envoy will never take off his mask when he is on a mission. Let's talk about business. Master Zyro, you came here this time, probably for the dragon blood trial of the Long family." Luo Hong immediately stopped what he was doing and said with a flash of his eyes, "Oh. Fellow Daoist, have you found out everything?" Zyro Hong said without being too surprised. "This is not an important secret. I have already found out from a good friend. So, let's not talk about Master Zyro's mission. I don't want to offend the Long family and die young before I reach the age of 1,000. Although Luo Hong had become interested in the dragon blood trial, he had to refuse it at this time regardless of whether he was interested or not. Otherwise, how could he add money? Luo Hong's directness made Zyro Hong swallow back the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and then he turned his head to look at the Black Phoenix envoy beside him, who immediately responded with a shake of his head. Retracting her gaze, Zyro Hong's face suddenly showed a solemn expression, and she said in a deep voice, "Dao Luo, the method of interpreting the silver tadpole script and the golden seal script that you applied for earlier has already been responded to by the clan. If you want to exchange it, I'm afraid it won't be as easy as you think." "Why? Master Zyro is using this as a threat," Luo Hong said in a deep tone. "Dao Luo has misunderstood. I'm just telling the truth. Although these two secret techniques come from your human race, over countless years, the great powers in my demon race have added a lot of content to them, and it is reasonable that they cannot be passed on to any human race. Or does Dao Luo want to settle for the second best and choose the original version, which can be exchanged with contribution points?" Zyro Hong felt that she had completely grasped Luo Hong by taking out such a bargaining chip. After all, this was a temptation that a treasure talisman master could not refuse. Chapter 896 Mission. "Then I really misunderstood Master Zyro. In this case, I just want the original version, and it will save trouble." Luo Hong chuckled and leaned back slightly. "Are you kidding? You want to use this to control me? Then you have completely miscalculated. The interpretation of the silver tadpole text and the golden seal text is originally a personal understanding. If too much is borrowed at one time, it will be harmful to his comprehension of the immortal family skills in the Golden Palace Jade Book. Of course, it is not to say that Zyro Hong's chips are not good, but Luo Hong's current realm is not enough, and he can't afford such a good one. This fellow Luo Daoist, don't joke about your future in the way of talismans. Or do you have some handle in the hands of the Long family, so you are so afraid?" Hearing this, the corners of Zyro Hong's mouth under the mask twitched twice, and her tone trembled with dissatisfaction. "Take it step by step. The original interpretation method is enough for Luo to comprehend for thousands of years. It is a taboo for us treasure talisman masters to be too ambitious. As for the fear of the Long family, haha, Xiao Laos who doesn't need to test anything. You are here to block Luo today, isn't it because you have been rejected by others? With the power of the Long family, what handle do you need to be afraid of them? If there is, it is not just fear, but fear. Luo Hong didn't buy Xiao Hong's words, and sneered immediately. Seeing Luo Hong so stubborn, Xiao Hong couldn't help but feel a headache. She couldn't force the other party, so she could only think hard about what could impress the other party. In contrast, Luo Hong looked completely calm and even took out the teapot and poured himself a cup of spiritual tea. The four of them were silent for half an hour, and then Xiao Hong gritted her teeth and hammered the table with her right fist and said, "I'll make the decision. I'll give you 3 black flame pills within 30 years. How about that?" Black flame pills. Can't they also be exchanged with contributions? Luo Hong remembered clearly that the black flame pill was listed in the exchange table of the Black Phoenix envoy. Dao Luo, you only know one thing, but not the other. Although black flame pills can be exchanged, the successful exchange and the actual possession are not the same concept. On Xiao Hong's left hand, the Black Phoenix envoy with 11 engraved on his mask suddenly spoke up with a somewhat unfriendly tone. "Master, is there really no other way? You will seriously hurt yourself if you do this." Another Black Phoenix envoy with Ganbei engraved on his mask urged. "I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore." Xiao Hong stretched out her hand to stop her men from persuading her, and then said to Luo Hong, who looked suspicious, "Fellow Daoist Luo, you also know that refining the black flame pill requires the life-giving black flame of our high-level black phoenixes, and refining one furnace will often seriously damage their vitality. But this medicine is useless to our clan, and can only improve the chances of other monsters and your human race to advance to the refining void stage. So generally no clan member is willing to do this thing that harms themselves and benefits others, and the production has always been very small. Even the monsters who are on good terms with our clan often have to wait for hundreds of years to obtain this pill. Fortunately, the monsters have a long lifespan, so they can wait. But fellow Daoist Luo has advanced to the middle stage of the spiritualization stage in less than 100 years of ascension. I believe that the potential accumulated in the lower realm has not been exhausted, and it will not take too long for him to advance to the late stage of the spiritualization stage. Can you afford to wait? Gan. Of course I can't wait. Luo Hong cursed inwardly. He didn't want to wait in line for hundreds of years. If he was involved in a race war because of a few black flame pills, it would be too stupid. What does Xiao Laos mean? Luo Hong asked with a sullen face. If I'm willing to refine the black flame pill, the clan will provide all the spiritual medicines needed, and I can control half of the pills after refining. By then, I can have at least 3 pills, which is enough to pay Luo Dao. Xiao Hong explained with a solemn face. For this mission, she also fought hard. She would rather be weak for 100 years to pull Luo Hong on the chariot. This, Luo Hong couldn't help but hesitate when he heard it. Luo Dao, don't feel embarrassed. We are also taking what we need. After all, the risk you took this time is really great. Xiao Hong continued to persuade. No, Luo wants to ask, can the quality of the black flame pill refined by Xiao Laos be guaranteed? The black flame pill is so famous, and she is also connected with the Black Phoenix clan, so Luo Hong had inquired about it before. He knew that the black flame pill was usually made by the refining void beings in the Black Phoenix clan, because this pill was too much of a burden for the transformation spirit Black Phoenix. Mr. Luo, don't go too far. Ganbei suddenly slammed the table and shouted. Looking at the palm print on his jade table, Luo Hong calmly took a sip of tea and said, "This is a major matter related to the success rate of breaking through the refining void." Luo Hong must ask clearly. Dao is so excited. Why don't you do something under the nose of the Long family yourself? It doesn't matter. It's natural that Dao Luo would be concerned about this matter. Although Xiao Hong was also very angry at this time, she still maintained a steady and kind tone and explained, "It will only take me a little longer to refine the black flame pill, and the quality of the black flame pill will not be reduced. Dao Luo can rest assured." Luo Hong still believes in the guarantee of Xiao Laos who, in this case, Please let Luo Laozu tell us about this mission. Luo Hong felt that it was about right, so he stopped and said, okay. Luo Hong felt relieved after hearing Luo Hong's reply, and then said, in fact, the task this time is not complicated. It just requires you to take advantage of this dragon blood trial, to kill at least one member of the Long family. The nobles want to plot the blood of the real dragon? Luo Hong frowned and asked, as soon as Luo Hong finished speaking. Killing a member of the Long family without a target. The purpose is undoubtedly the blood of the Long family, which is not difficult to guess. After you kill the Long family, use this thing to pierce the opponent's heart. There is no need to cast a spell, just pull it out after a few breaths. Luo Hong would of course not admit such a thing directly, but took out a sharp cone like a dead tree. Can you use this thing to extract the dragon blood from the Long family members? Luo Hong couldn't help asking, after staring at the dead tree spike for a while. But Luo Hong still didn't give a direct answer, as if she was afraid of leaving any handle. Seeing this, Luo Hong frowned, and said with dissatisfaction, Master Luo, the dragon blood in the bodies of the Long family members has been refined with secret techniques, and ordinary means cannot be used to extract it. If you don't reveal anything, it will be difficult for Luo to help you. Hearing this, Luo Hong's expression couldn't help but relax a little. After hesitating for a moment, she said, this thing was personally refined by the predecessor of our clan. Although it cannot completely extract the dragon blood in the bodies of the Long family members, 30% to 40% is always possible. Although it has not been tested, it will most likely not trigger the blood restrictions in the bodies of the Long family members. Senior predecessor of fusion? Could it be that the Black Phoenix Demon King wants the blood of the real dragon? This kind of conspiracy that easily provokes conflicts between the two major forces is not something that an ordinary fusion existent can decide. It seems that the only possibility of using the power of the clan so openly is the will of the Black Phoenix Demon King. The two true spirits of the real dragon and the colorful phoenix are originally a complementary relationship of yin and yang. No matter which side can obtain the power of the other, it can help to improve its own potential and even break through the current bottleneck. Therefore, it was reasonable for Luo Hong to think that the Black Phoenix Demon King was plotting to obtain the true dragon's blood. However, if the Black Phoenix Demon King was really behind this matter, would she have noticed her existence? Luo Hong couldn't help but ponder. After all, if it were him, he would also make some changes to the Black Phoenix secret mark that day, so that his original body would know something about him. Corn kaboom, that's all for today, brothers. Please don't fight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 897 The Demon King appears. Although it is very likely, as long as the Black Phoenix Demon King does not interfere with him, he can just wait and see. Thinking of this, Luo Hong couldn't help but ponder the task itself. One of the keys to advancing to the refining void is to gather the 5 element. In addition, Luo Hong is confident that the 3 element of spirit, energy, and spirit are far superior to ordinary spiritual cultivators, so he is actually quite confident in advancing to the refining void. Therefore, although the black flame pill is important, it is just icing on the cake. Compared with the risk of stealing the blood of the real dragon, it is still a little insufficient. Normally, Luo Hong would not agree to take on this task, but he also has a need for the blood of the real dragon at present, so he has room for consideration. Luo boy, what is there to hesitate about? With the Black Phoenix clan as a shield, the revenge of the Long family after you seize the dragon blood will not fall on you. Fairy Yin seemed to want to see the heavenly evil dragon armor reappear, and immediately sent a voice message to persuade. Of course, Luo Hong had already thought of what she said, and he was not hesitating about this now. According to what the fairy said before, a lot of real dragon blood is needed to re-refine the heavenly evil dragon armor. If I use the magic weapons Luo Hong gave me, I'm afraid I'll have to kill 7 or 8 ordinary members of the Long family to meet the needs. But the senior members of the Long family are not blind. They can get away with 1 or 2 casualties occasionally, but if too many people die, they will definitely notice something is wrong, and then I'll be in danger. It turned out that Luo Hong was no longer considering whether to take the task, but was already considering killing a few people and the aftermath. Judging from the task Luo Hong gave, the Black Phoenix clan didn't want to make a big deal. According to their estimation, Luo Hong killing 2 members of the Long family would be the most he could do. If he killed too many people, and the real dragon blood he got in the end was too different from what he deserved, the Black Phoenix clan would most likely abandon him and use it to calm the conflict with the Long family. Didn't this fairy tell you? After the heavenly evil dragon armor is activated by secret techniques, it becomes the world's most powerful spiritual treasure that can extract the blood of a real dragon. How can the blood restrictions of the Long family compare to the means that the evil dragon clan uses to deal with other real dragons? After coming to the spiritual world, Fairy Yin's memory often became confused because the Zuanshan remnant treasure where she lived was absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth to restore itself every moment. Although the process was extremely slow, it would also allow Fairy Yin to have some new memories from time to time. This fairy has never mentioned it before. I wonder how much it can extract, Luo Hong whispered. Of course it's 100%. Fairy Yin's voice was quite proud, and Luo Hong seemed to see her chin raised 100%. That's no problem. Luo Hong's eyes flashed, and then he looked up at Luo Hong who had been waiting for his answer. Luo Hong was immediately nervous when Luo Hong looked at her like this. The human man in front of her was really hard to figure out. After suffering 2 losses, she no longer dared to speculate about the other party. Master Zio, I have one last question. How much pressure can your Black Phoenix clan withstand? What do you mean by this, fellow Daoist Luo? Luo Hong was immediately confused. What I mean is, how many members of the Long family can the nobles accept me to kill at most, and how much benefit can I get for each piece of true dragon blood I get back? Luo Hong asked seriously. Of course, the more the better. Fellow Daoist Luo, please do your best. As for the benefits, in addition to a large amount of contribution, the clan will also open a special exchange list for you, which contains many valuable things that are hard to find. Luo Hong almost laughed out loud when she heard this, thinking that Luo Hong was still so greedy. Could it be that he thought that other foreign aids of the god transformation were made of mud? Forget it. It's better not to wake him up and let him imagine for a few more days. Anyway, after he meets the other 2 companions, he should have a clear idea in his mind. I see. Then please sign the contract as a witness, Master Zio. Of course, Luo Hong couldn't rest assured with just a verbal agreement, so he immediately bowed his hands and said, "This." Luo Hong hesitated when she heard this. After all, in her opinion, Luo Hong might fail, even if he hunted down one of the Long family members, not to mention multiple members. And if he failed, and the contract on his body was found by the Long family, wouldn't their Black Phoenix clan not only not get the dragon blood, but also get into trouble? However, she looked at the other party, and saw that he obviously didn't agree without signing the contract. Luo knows what Master Zio is worried about. He is just afraid that Luo will fail and die, and the contract will implicate the nobles. Luo will not make it difficult for Master Zio. We can sign a secret contract without specifying that the exchanged object is the blood of the real dragon. In this way, the Long family will not blame the nobles if Luo fails, and if Luo succeeds, there will be a guarantee. Luo Hong seemed to have thought about it long ago, and immediately proposed. Well, I will follow Brother Luo's instructions, and get the contract paper. Luo Hong also felt that this was very appropriate, and stretched out her hand to ask 11 beside her for the spiritual contract. Afterwards, the 2 discussed the contents of the contract word by word. It was not until 3 days later that Luo Hong led the others to leave Luo Hong's cave exhaustedly. Haha, interesting. This fairy has no time to see Zio Feng's shocked expression. As soon as Zio Hong and the other 2 left, Fairy Yin showed up with a face full of metaphor. In her opinion, putting Luo Hong in a group of incarnation cultivators was simply bullying. How many people from the Long family would die depended on how many people Luo Hong disliked. After all, she knew that Luo Hong was sometimes quite pedantic and insisted on the principle of not killing innocent people. If she were to say, since she had embarked on the road of cultivating immortals, there was no innocent person and all living beings could be killed. There was no way, because although she looked delicate, she was actually a weapon spirit with great killing power. Fairy, you are too serious. We should not be careless. After all, there is always a mountain higher than the mountain. With that, Luo Hong stood up and walked towards the stone chamber where Xiao Jin was. There was still more than a month before the agreed date, and he still had a lot of things to do. The first thing to do was to arrange for the glazed golden light hammer. This spiritual treasure had been forcibly used too much by the Jade Bone Demon, and it urgently needed to be nurtured. Fortunately, the stone chamber, where Xiao Jin was already made place for nurturing. Luo Hong simply added a few restrictions and accomplished the task, which did not take long. Then, Luo Hong took out the tumors he had taken from the demonized jade claw cranes in the sealed secret realm and cast a spell to extract the black water from them one by one. The reason why he wanted to collect these black waters with corrosive magical powers was because of the insect breeding secret technique in the Mayfly clan Jade Slip. This secret technique requires a spiritual liquid with extremely strong corrosive magical powers. In combination with other spiritual medicines, it can be prepared into a poisonous water that enhances the strength of the insect body. However, the stronger the insect body of the spiritual insect itself, the stronger the corrosive spiritual liquid as a main ingredient must be. At present, these black waters certainly cannot meet the conditions. After all, Arzee's body, the double-tailed purple crystal scorpion, has a physical strength that can be compared with the gold-eating insects of the same level. But as long as the soul can be successfully raised, everything will be different. Luo Hong plans to use this black water as an opportunity to formally begin to study the way to raise the soul under the heaven and earth's vitality. This matter will definitely not be completed in more than a month, so after Luo Hong finished refining, he sealed all the black water and put it away. After dealing with trivial matters, Luo Hong flashed to the quiet room used for cultivation, flipped his palm, and took out the newly obtained Jing Jade book, and couldn't wait to comprehend it. On the other side, Xiao Hong had already returned to the Black Flame Tower and reported Luo Hong's task. On this day, she was convening the Black Phoenix envoys in the Black Flame Tower to discuss matters as usual. Suddenly, without any signs, all the Black Phoenix envoys, except her, fell unconscious. Before she could show her surprise, a ball of black flame rolled out from a point in the void, and then a gentle but majestic female voice came from it. How have you done with the task that the king entrusted to you? As if recognizing the person by the voice, Xiao Hong immediately calmed down and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I have found a suitable person, and the specific situation has been reported to the elders before. Oh, that person actually agreed. Haha, what did he say? The woman in the black flame obviously had not received the news yet, and asked with some surprise. Good guy, this Luo Hong is actually the king's man, worthy of her coming to ask in person. While secretly surprised, Xiao Hong did not dare to delay and replied, fellow Daoist Luo seems to be very confident, and he also asked openly how much pressure our clan can withstand. It is clear that he intends to hunt down more than one member of the Long family. Oh, it seems that he has some selfish motives and wants to borrow the power of our clan. Also, is he interested in the method of interpreting the two law runes? The woman in the black flame asked again. Your Majesty, it's strange that fellow Daoist Luo is not interested in the two precious secret arts, but rather sneers at them, and specifically asks for the originals. Xiao Hong frowned slightly. Even now, she still finds it puzzling. No wonder. However, the woman in the black flame seemed to realize something, and said with a sudden realization. After a few breaths of silence, a few sweet laughs suddenly came from the black flame. You, the junior, won't be fooled by him, and promise more benefits, right? This. After being said by the king, even a fool would know that there was something wrong. Xiao Hong was stunned in embarrassment. After a few breaths, she said, since fellow Daoist Luo doesn't like the secret technique specially given by the king, the junior can only use other benefits. to induce him to join the mission, so I promised to personally refine 3 black flame pills for him. Although you are a little stupid, you are dedicated to your work. Don't worry about refining the pills. The clan will allocate resources to restore your vitality. Let this king see the purity of your required 5-element body and whether it can be used for that purpose. After whispering to himself, the black flame suddenly rolled up and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Soon after, the group of Black Phoenix messengers who had fainted on the ground gradually woke up, and screams came from the dark room. After Ganbei woke up, he found Luo Hong still standing firmly. He knew that she had not been tricked. He secretly thought that she was worthy of being the owner of the building. At the same time, he could not help asking, "Owner, what happened just now? Why did I suddenly faint?" However, Luo Hong seemed to be in a daze and did not respond. She was no less puzzled than Ganbei at the moment, especially about the relationship between Luo Hong and her own demon king. Although she was like 100 claws on her heart, she did not dare to think about it, let alone ask. 7 days passed, and soon a month in the spirit world passed. Since Luo Hong took out the newly obtained Jade book that day, she has not stepped out of the quiet room. She has been carefully comprehending the immortal secrets in the Jade pendant. Suddenly, Luo Hong, who was sitting cross-legged, exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly put down the Jade pendant that she had held for a month, and stretched out her hand to rub her eyebrows with a slightly tired look. It is indeed the Jade book that records the 100 Meridians treasure refining technique, but there is more than one secret technique in it. But the 100 Meridians treasure refining technique occupies most of the entire text. To be precise, this piece of golden Jade book contains the way of controlling treasures of the immortals. After analyzing the entire text, Luo Hong found that all the secret techniques in this golden Jade book are related to treasures, and the 100 Meridians treasure refining technique is only the most exquisite one. The reason why this technique is so long is that the Jade book records many methods of refining treasures suitable for practicing the 100 Meridians treasure refining technique. In addition to this technique, the other secret techniques are also very mysterious in Luo Hong's eyes, and even after comprehending it, he can feel a sense of enlightenment and sigh that treasures can be driven in this way. Of course, these secret techniques are all created for the treasures of the immortals, and Luo Hong can't use many of them at the moment. At present, it seems that the most valuable one is a secret technique called Shianio and Gimming technique. This technique was specially created for the life magic treasure, and the threshold for practice is extremely low, which can be said to be quite practical. Anyway, there are only 10 days left. I'll try to practice this secret technique. It will give me another tool in the future. Seeing how mysterious this technique was, Luo Hong couldn't help but take a pill and practice. 10 days passed in a flash. Today was the day Luo Hong and Master Kong agreed to meet at the True Dragon Pavilion. This True Dragon Pavilion was actually a place similar to the Black Flame Tower. It was a base of the True Dragon Temple in Shianyuan City, but it didn't do any auction business. Instead, it usually refused to allow cultivators other than Taoists from the True Dragon Temple to enter. However, the situation today was obviously different. In a reception room on the top floor of the pavilion, a group of divine transformation cultivators were sitting cross-legged around a huge incense burner, and Master Kong was sitting on the first seat. In addition to Master Kong, there were 8 divine transformation cultivators in the reception room at this time, and they were divided into 3 groups, and were on guard against each other. There were both men and women among the 8 people, and the common feature was that they all had dissatisfaction with Master Kong, but due to the other party's cultivation, they did not show too much. After several hours, when the incense burner in the center of the crowd no longer emitted thin green smoke, Master Kong slowly opened his eyes and said, "The time has come." As he spoke, he used his spiritual sense to scan, and found that there were still only 8 people in the room, but one was missing, and he couldn't help but frown. Although he was recruiting foreign aid for the 3 marginal members of the Long family, as long as the quality of the candidates was acceptable, but if 1 or 2 were missing, he would definitely not escape the punishment of failure to do his job. Damn it, this person is really so bold that he dared not take my warning seriously. Chapter 898, Long Family Worship and Companions. Zuzianzi, Li Dao. It seems that your luck is not very good. There are people who deserted in the team. Haha, in this case, you have become the target of public criticism. However, if Zhu Xianzi is willing to ask for help, Jing can help you. Among the 8 people, a middle-aged man dressed in bright clothes had lust for lies, and said in a voice that was neither yin nor yang. In fact, without this person's reminder, the other several divine transformation cultivators had already cast unfriendly eyes on the man and woman sitting cross-legged next to them. As the yin-yang man said, their team, with only 2 people, was the perfect prey in the trial. Humph. If anyone wants to try the feeling of having a chill in the body, just come and trouble this fairy. The fairy surnamed Zhu snorted coldly. Although Li is not talented, if I fight to the death, I'm afraid that fellow Daoist Jing will not get any good. The sturdy man with his upper body naked on the side also had a ferocious look on his face, and said with the same hatred. However, although the 2 of them did not show any fear on the surface, they had already cursed in their hearts. The yin-yang man was so intimidated by the man surnamed Li, but he still had a smile on his face. He was about to say something, but suddenly stopped and looked towards the direction of the door. I saw a blue light flying straight in, and after landing, it turned into a young man in a strong suit. He had an ordinary face and his cultivation had just broken through the middle stage of the spiritualization. Although there were no cultivators in the late stage of the spiritualization in this room, they had all advanced to the middle stage of the spiritualization for a long time, and were only 1 step or even half a step away from the late stage. Therefore, the cultivation of this young man in a strong suit was the weakest among them, so that everyone had the same thought in their hearts at this moment. This person is not to be feared. Fellow Daoist Luo, you are late. Seeing the newcomer, the real person surnamed Kang said with a stern face. Then I will leave. Luo Hong was not afraid of this old bastard, so he turned around immediately. Wait. The face of the real person surnamed Kang twitched, but he immediately called Luo Hong. After realizing that he had lost his composure, he couldn't help but cough and said seriously, it's not too late. Take a seat quickly. I'm preparing to tell you the details of this dragon blood trial. The other divine transformation cultivators didn't know the past between Luo Hong and the real person surnamed Kang. At this time, they thought that Luo Hong had a problem with his character and couldn't tell good from bad. They couldn't help but laugh secretly. Only the fairy surnamed Zhu and the big man surnamed Li had a sullen look in their hearts. They felt indescribable discomfort in their hearts. Even when Luo Hong bowed to them, they just responded hastily. And if Luo Hong wanted to seize the blood of the real dragon, he would have to avoid these 2 teammates in the trial, so he just smiled and didn't show any displeasure. Senior Kong, Zheng believes that everyone has inquired about the trial before coming here, so why not just tell us what reward the Long family is willing to give this time? The yin-yang man bowed respectfully. It just so happened that Master Kong didn't want to waste any more words. After looking around and seeing that no one objected, he said, I know what you are concerned about. Don't worry, the qualification to enter the dragon pool this time is still included in the reward. In addition, there is a bottle of anti-god pill and 7 spiritual treasures. Whether you can get them depends on your own ability. Anti-god pill? But the anti-god pill that will greatly increase the spiritual consciousness by 1 realm after taking it? The yin-yang man exclaimed immediately. He had only seen this kind of heaven-defying divine pill in the classics and always thought it was just a legend. He didn't expect it to appear in the reward. It can only be said that it is worthy of the Long family. Don't think too much. This pill can indeed greatly increase the spiritual consciousness after taking it, and the increase is fixed. As long as it is below the refining void, the medicinal power will not be affected by the cultivation level. However, if you want to increase the spiritual consciousness by 1 realm, you must take 6 anti-god pills in a row. At that time, the side effects of this pill will cause your cultivation to stagnate at the current level, and you will not make any progress in your life. As if he was very satisfied with the reaction of the yin-yang man, Master Kong stroked his beard with a smile on his face. Even so, this pill lives up to its name. An old man in a green robe couldn't help but nod and sigh. Well, since you all know the situation, I won't delay any longer. The master has already handled the procedures for you to leave the city. Now follow me out of the city. We need to reach Wanglong City within a year. Seeing that everyone was eager to try, Master Kong nodded slightly with satisfaction and stood up immediately. The next moment, the floor of the reception room lit up with a forbidden light, and then there was a spatial fluctuation. Luo Hong felt a flash before his eyes, and he came to the deck of a giant dragon-headed ship. Looking around, he saw many divine transformation cultivators gathering in groups of 3 or 3. After a quick count, there were as many as 50 or 60 people. Looking up, Luo Hong immediately saw the figure of Master Kong, who was standing with several other void refining cultivators. Sensing Luo Hong's gaze, Master Kong's eyes flashed, and he approached an old man and whispered, pointing out Luo Hong's position with his eyes. "This old bastard is causing trouble again." Luo Hong's eyes flashed with anger, thinking secretly. In this way, Luo Hong and others stood on the deck for an hour, during which time, the forbidden light was lit up one after another, and more than 20 people were teleported over. It seemed that, because everyone had arrived, a majestic old man in black appeared on the top of the ship's building at this time, and without saying a word, he showed his cultivation. Late stage of refining emptiness. Luo Hong narrowed his eyes and said secretly. The old man in black was obviously the one with the highest cultivation on the ship. When he appeared, even Master Kong and others couldn't help but look solemn. "I'm Long Lai, the master of this warship. Now that you are on board, you must obey my orders for the next year. If anyone can't stand it, get off the ship now. Don't wait for me to take action, and then you will blame me for not saying the ugly words in advance." The old man in black stood on the top of the ship with his hands behind his back, saying without room for negotiation. After waiting for a while, seeing that no troublemakers came out, Long Lai couldn't help but snorted coldly and said in boredom, "Listen carefully, then stay in the cabin for me. From now on, no one is allowed to step out of the cabin without my order." After saying that, Long Lai flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Don't be stunned, move. One team lives in one cabin. First come first served. After a refining cultivator near the real person, surnamed Kong, left a word, he turned and entered the ship. Soon, all the refining cultivators left the sight of Luo Hong and others. Although they were given a show of strength, the divine transformation cultivators who could come here were not ordinary people. For example, Luo Hong was selected by the Long family only after he had a record of killing 5 purple level wood clansmen. Other divine transformation cultivators not only had similar records, but some were even more exaggerated than Luo Hong. Therefore, everyone was not too affected by Long Lai's state of mind, and they immediately selected the cabin in an orderly manner. This spiritual boat is a warship, so the cabin environment is naturally not very good, but as long as the spiritual energy is full, ordinary cultivators will not care about these. However, just when everyone thought that the entire cabin selection process would be spent in peace, a red-haired man blocked the way of Luo Hong and the other 2. What advice does this Taoist friend have? Seeing that the red-haired man's eyes were fixed on him, Luo Hong knew that the other party must be coming for him, and he smiled and bowed and asked. The red-haired man did not respond, and at this moment he actually walked towards Luo Hong step by step. Every time he took a step, a circle of forbidden runes would light up on the plank under his feet, and a dull dong dong sound would be heard. It was obvious that this person had made great achievements in body training. Heh, the old bastard's targeting came quite quickly, and he is indeed a real villain. Facing the pressure from the red-haired man, Luo Hong naturally did not feel any pressure. While standing in place to deal with it, his mind flew elsewhere. However, just when the red-haired man approached within half a foot, the big man surnamedly stepped between him and Luo Hong, and the muscles of his upper body suddenly bulged, obviously practicing some kind of mysterious skill. Although the target had changed, the red-haired man did not mean to stop. After 3 steps, he was seen lightly pushing out a palm. The big man surnamedly was not to be outdone. He sank his body and punched out. Then, there was a crisp sound of pop, and the 2 fists and palms intersected, and neither of them took a step back. However, a trace of pain flashed across the face of the big man surnamedly, and it was obvious that he had suffered a small loss. After the attack, the red-haired man did not attack again. Instead, he looked at Luo Hong and turned away. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, the surrounding cultivators moved away. Later, Luo Hong pushed open the door of a cabin, and the three of them walked in one after another. After each of them took out a cushion and sat cross-legged, Luo Hong politely bowed to the big man surnamed Li and said, "I'm Luo Hong, thank you for helping me just now. It doesn't matter. Since you and I are in the same team, we should naturally help each other. I'm Li Jun, meeting you." The big man flexed his fists and smiled innocently. Luo Hong nodded immediately and looked at the woman surnamed Zhu who was wearing a frosty mask. Zhu Chun. After simply saying a name, the woman frowned and asked, "Dao Luo, where did you offend Wu Liang, so that he wanted to embarrass you just now?" Originally, Luo Hong saw that this woman was very beautiful and had a cold look, a bit like her senior sister's appearance in the past, so she didn't care much about her rudeness. But she kept speaking impolitely, which made Luo Hong dissatisfied, and the corners of her mouth suddenly sank. As if seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Li Jun hurriedly said, "Dao Luo, don't be surprised. It is understandable that Zhu Xianzi is so anxious. After all, Wu Liang is a very powerful person. If he sets his sights on us, this trial will be really dangerous." "I see, but Luo has indeed never offended the other party, and this is even the first time I have heard of his name. I wonder what amazing things he has done that make the two of you so afraid." Luo Hong felt that Li Jun was a good person, so she gave him face and asked calmly, "HMPH, this guy is a fellow who has taken the path of dual cultivation of Dharma and body. His combat power is extremely strong. When he was in the middle stage of the transformation of spirit, he fought with the primary spiritual commander of the Dangsu clan and was not defeated. Now he has broken through the late stage of the transformation of spirit, and his magical powers are even more unfathomable. I don't want to blame fellow Daoist Luo. I just hope that when the other party attacks again, fellow Daoist will not hide behind fellow Daoist Li like today," Zhu Chuan said with a cold face. She didn't want to make things too awkward with her companions in the trial, but Luo Hong's lateness made her nervous, and her resentment increased before they met. Later, she provoked a strong enemy, which was simply a negative effect. It directly broke her defense in her heart, and she felt that she was extremely unlucky. "Don't worry about this, Fairy Zhu. Since the other party came for me, I will take it when the time comes, and I won't bother you, Fairy Zhu," Luo Hong said without being polite at the moment. "That's the best." Zhu Chuan thought Luo Hong was just being stubborn, and he didn't want to talk to her anymore. He cast a soundproof cover and closed his eyes to practice his skills. "Don't be angry, fellow Daoist Luo. Although Zhu Xianzi is not polite, she is very righteous. The patrol team she led has set a record of the smallest loss in 10,000 years. Although I have never met her before, I have heard other Daoists praise Zhu Xianzi's character many times." Li Jun seemed to be afraid that Luo Hong and Zhu Chuan would have a rift, so he immediately persuaded them. "Haha, fellow Daoist Li, don't worry, Luo Hong is not that petty and won't take this little thing to heart. However, Senior Long Lai just said that we should listen to his orders at any time. Will Zhu Xianzi's meditation and practice like this cause trouble?" Luo Hong smiled heartily and then raised his chin towards Zhu Chuan. "It seems that this is the first time for fellow Daoist Luo to deal with the Long family. We need to pass through a dangerous place to go to Wanglong City. Because of the harsh environment, there are no forces of the human and demon races there, but there are a large number of ancient beasts. If the warship crosses, it will definitely disturb those ancient beasts, and there will even be a group of beasts to attack. Only then will Senior Long Lai order us to take action. Before that, fellow Daoist Luo can just practice," Li Jun explained slowly. "I understand. Thank you, fellow Daoist Li, for clearing up my confusion." After bowing his hands to thank him, Luo Hong faced the side of the cabin and suddenly raised his hand to cast a spell. Suddenly, the cabin wall became transparent, allowing people to see the scenery outside directly. I don't know when the warship has set off. It is now flying at high speed, but because it is very high above the ground, it does not affect the view. Seeing Luo Hong start to watch the scenery, Li Jun didn't care. He started to practice as soon as he moved his breath. But when he opened his eyes again more than 10 days later, he found that Luo Hong still had no intention of entering into meditation to practice. The scenery outside seemed to have an infinite attraction to him, making him indulge in it all the time. Although he felt extremely strange, Li Jun could not say much, so he could only forget about it and enter into meditation again. On the other side, Zhu Zuchuan was also paying attention to Luo Hong's behavior. Seeing that he really wanted to waste a year, she immediately became more disgusted with him. But how could they know that as long as Luo Hong practiced the skills, his body could practice on its own, and there was no need to enter into meditation at all. In addition, Luo Hong was only really watching the scenery in the first few days. After all, it was the first time he saw the scenery of the spirit world. But in the following days, he was secretly deducing the Xianniu and Gimming technique. After more than half a year, the warship that had been flying steadily and without any bumps suddenly shook violently. In an instant, all three people in the cabin woke up. Chapter 899, Human-Faced Snake-Tide. After the earthquake, the forbidden runes that were hidden in various places lit up one after another, and the window that Luo Hong used to view the scenery immediately turned into a bulkhead again. It was obvious that the entire spirit boat had entered a combat state. Such a situation naturally could not make people feel at ease. Zhu Zuchuan waved her hand to disperse the restrictions around her body and then floated up. She was about to go out to take a look, but she remembered Long Lai's instructions, and her body could not help but stagnate. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Luo Hong and asked, "Fellow Daoist Luo, you have been looking at the scenery from the window. Did you see what happened outside?" This Luo didn't notice it either. It seems that the warship was attacked. Luo Hong's mind was not on the scenery outside the window, and the attack was not coming towards him, so he didn't feel anything. In other words, at the moment when the earthquake struck, he caught a glimpse of a ball of fire with his peripheral vision. Such an answer naturally could not satisfy Zhu Zuchuan. Fortunately, she didn't expect much from Luo Hong. After frowning in disdain, she looked away. "We should have arrived at the Zirong Basin by now. The attack just now was probably launched by an ancient beast. Don't worry, fellow Taoists. According to Li's previous two experiences, the Long family warship is enough to deal with the attacks of ordinary beasts. And if we are unfortunate enough to encounter a large beast group, Senior Long Lai will let us go out to help and will not let us stay in the cabin in fear," Li Jun said calmly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another huge shock came, and this time there was even a sound of the ship's hull being torn apart. Logically speaking, Long Lai should have ordered everyone to leave the cabin after such a serious attack, but now not only is there no news, but the forbidden rune on the cabin door has lit up, locking them in the cabin. Seeing this scene, Li Jun was stunned, and then his face sank, and he stood up uneasily. "Good guy, this is obviously a big problem." Luo Hong's mind moved, and he stepped in front of the cabin door, and without saying a word, he stretched out his palm to print the cabin door. He had no intention of handing his life over to the Long family. He was ready to break out of the door immediately. "Wait, fellow Daoist Luo, you are violating the ban by leaving without permission. The situation is unclear at this time. It is better to stay calm." Zhu Zuchuan stopped him immediately. After all, they were in the same cabin. Luo Hong's violation of the order would inevitably implicate them. In her opinion, Luo Hong was in a panic at this time. Once he went out, he might do something unwise. But Luo Hong would not change his mind just because of Zhu Zuchuan's words. He immediately secretly used the law of power and gently pushed forward with his right palm, smashing all the forbidden runes on the cabin door. The next moment, he opened the cabin door and turned into a blue light. "You." Zhu Zuchuan was furious when he saw this. He gritted his teeth and didn't know what to curse for a while. "Zhu Xianzi, calm down. The current situation is indeed not normal. No wonder fellow Daoist Luo is uneasy. Since the restriction on the hatch has been broken, we might as well go out and take a look. I think Senior Long Lai is not an unreasonable person and will not blame us for this." Li Jun once again acted as a peacemaker and explained for Luo Hong. Zhu Zuchuan was hesitating and considering when suddenly another more violent shock came from above her head, which immediately made her unable to calm down. She immediately said, "Well, let's go out and take a look." On the other side, Luo Hong had passed through the long passage and came to the exit connecting to the deck, but it was also sealed by the restriction. Whether it was the divine consciousness or the spiritual eyes, it was impossible to detect the situation outside. Luo Hong didn't think much at this moment and stretched out his hand to repeat the trick and break the restriction. But at this moment, a familiar breath suddenly appeared, and a red escape light flew from the other end of the passage. After landing, it turned into a red-haired man, who was Wu Liang in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. Wu Liang was surprised to see Luo Hong here. You know, he had tried his best to break the ban. After feeling the second vibration, he was still slower than Luo Hong. Doesn't it mean that the other party broke the ban faster than him? Exclamation mark. Is this person a hidden talent? Just as Wu Liang was re-examining Luo Hong, two more escape lights arrived. They were Zhu Zuchuan and Li Jun. So that's how it is. These three people are united. In an instant, Wu Liang thought of a reasonable explanation for Luo Hong being faster than him. The other party must have broken the ban with the joint efforts of three people, which was naturally faster than him alone. With Li Jun's previous experience of shielding Luo Hong from disaster, it was natural for Wu Liang to have such a guess. Seeing that someone had the same idea as him, Luo Hong was not in a hurry at the moment. After all, the situation outside was unclear. Maybe a magical power would come down as soon as the ban was opened. At this time, he should learn from Han Laomo and quietly retreat behind everyone. This restriction is quite powerful. Let's attack together and break it quickly. HMPH. No need, Wu Liang can do it alone. For some reason, Wu Liang had included Luo Hong in his must-kill list, so he would not have any good color towards the three people who he thought were of the same mind. After saying this without any courtesy, he turned his palm and offered a dark blue gem, which bounced towards the exit restriction. As soon as the gem was launched, he immediately retreated. Oh no, it's King Lizi. Retreat quickly. Zhu Zuchuan immediately recognized the dark blue gem. It was the King Lizi of the same series as Lei Zhenzi, but weaker. His face changed immediately. If this bead exploded in this narrow environment, even if they were divine transformation cultivators, they would suffer a little loss if they were close. Good guy, so insidious. Luo Hong thought for a moment, and then dodged and retreated 100 feet. Zhu Zuchuan also flashed and retreated far away. However, Li Jun's body movement was not as good. He saw that he had no time to escape from the affected area, so he simply used his profound skills to protect his body. The next moment, there was a loud boom and the exit was completely covered by green thunder. Soon, the lightning dissipated, and the original exit became a charred hole, and the restrictions were gone. Wu Liang took the lead in flying out, and Zhu Zuchuan and Li Jun followed. None of the three of them cared. Luo Hong, who had arrived at the exit first, was now the last one. As soon as he flew out, Luo Hong was surrounded by countless strange noises. Looking up, he saw countless winged flying snakes besieging the Long family warship. Although the warship was wrapped in a layer of khaki light cover, the light cover was disturbed from time to time, and gaps of varying sizes continued to appear on the surface. Although these gaps were mostly fleeting, the number of winged flying snakes gathered outside was too large, and even if the warship continuously shot out beams of light, it could not significantly reduce them. Therefore, as long as a gap appears, a large number of flying snakes and ancient beasts will inevitably pour in. Fortunately, there were many body refining practitioners under the Long family, stationed on the deck at this time, so these winged flying snakes did not occupy the deck. The source of the previous several huge earthquakes was also found by Luo Hong after his spiritual sense swept through it. It was seen that the bow of the Long family warship was hit hard by something, and a piece was missing. Obviously, there must have been some powerful arrangement there, which was first attacked and broken by the attacking ancient beasts. Just as Luo Hong was looking for the figures of those refining cultivators, a few muffled dong sounds suddenly came from not far away. Luo Hong turned around and saw that it was actually two monsters with human heads and snake bodies, 10 feet tall, falling from a gap on the deck. This monster, like those winged flying snakes, had black and red scales, but it did not have a snake face, but a hideous woman's face. Two pairs of white and tender arms stretched out on both sides of the snake body, each holding a bone knife. As soon as the human-faced monster snake appeared, the surrounding Long family body refining warriors panicked and dodged in all directions. Then, under the shouting of the leader, they formed a formation and approached back. Suddenly, 6 or 7 brass spears stabbed at the two human-faced monster snakes, and the spearheads were all lit up with a hot red light. But the scales of the human-faced monster snakes were extremely hard. Even if these body-refining warriors tried their best, they could not hurt them. They could only work together to repel the opponent again and again. After a few rounds, these body-refining warriors had consumed a lot of energy, but the two human-faced monster snakes were still fierce, waving 4 bone knives non-stop. As time went on, the number of human-faced monster snakes that fell on the deck increased, and to deal with them, they had to split up their forces, so the defense line of the Long family body-refining warriors became increasingly thin, and they were about to lose. However, at this moment, the Long family monks who had been shooting beams of light in the warship finally realized the bad situation on the deck. Suddenly, a light array appeared above the deck, and many blood-colored spiritual lights fell from it, shooting directly towards the body cultivators on the deck. Once these blood-colored spiritual lights touched the body cultivators, they would immediately penetrate into their flesh. The next moment, these Long family body cultivators suddenly grew in size, and sparse scales grew on their faces and arms, as if they had performed a mysterious skill. Their strength also increased greatly, and the human-faced monster snakes that were originally unable to break through the defense could no longer take the copper spears, and most of them were stabbed to death without warning. This seems to be some kind of secret technique to stimulate blood power. After this, these body cultivators will probably lose 4 or 5 years of life. Luo Hong took a few glances, and then retracted his gaze. He had no intention of helping, because after a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation, many of the winged flying snakes surrounding the warship were shaken off, allowing him to see the battle group in the sky. It turned out that Master Kong and others had been entangled by 3-headed monster snakes. In front of the warship, a strange snake that looked like a girl was holding a treasure that looked like a formation plate, shooting spiritual light at the warship. There was no need to think too much. The abnormal changes in the restrictions on the Long family warship must be related to this strange snake girl. Strange? Why do these human-faced snakes look like they are coming for us? After seeing the battle outside the warship, Li Jun couldn't help but frown and sigh. Zuzuchuan on the side had the same feeling. After all, those 3-headed monster snakes did not fight to the death with a real person, surnamed Kong and others. Instead, the high-level human-faced snakes that besieged the warship fought hard. In addition to the specially prepared treasures to seize the cabin restrictions, it is difficult not to guess their goals. Oh no, did we just run into the resurrection of the human-faced Snake King, and these human-faced snakes want to capture us as sacrifices? After suddenly thinking of this possibility, Li Jun couldn't help but say with a pale face, HMPH. I don't want to be devoured by that monster. The human-faced snake that looks like a girl is only guarded by a few 2-headed human-faced snakes. I will kill it now. After being reminded by Li Jun, Wu Liang's face suddenly turned livid. He was really confident. With a fierce light flashing in his eyes, he rushed out without any intention of greeting Luo Hong and the other two. Fellow Daoist Li, may I ask what the origin of this human-faced Snake King is that makes you so afraid? Zuzuchuan didn't want to go out and take risks without knowing the situation, so he asked with a frown. You two Taoist friends must know that the Zurong Basin, where we are currently, is a rare untamed land among the human and demon races, and is completely occupied by various ancient beasts. But in order to avoid too much obstruction in the passage, the combined predecessors of the two races will clean up this place from time to time to prevent the appearance of ancient beasts above the combined level. And this human-faced Snake King is a combined ancient beast, and it has been killed many times. However, every time the Snake King is killed, it will be resurrected after almost 10,000 years. During the resurrection period, the human-faced Snake King needs a lot of sacrifices, and the yuaning of cultivators like us is what it likes to devour the most. At this point, Li Jun paused, frowned with an ugly face, and continued, "It is said that all the cultivators devoured by it will not perish, but will exist twistedly in the body of a human-faced snake king, and the end is 100 times more terrible than becoming a ghost." Gan. What a strange thing. Luo Hong couldn't help but feel cold in his heart when he heard this. He never wanted to experience this state of life worse than death. The human-faced snakes are attacking in such a large number, no doubt they want to collect sacrifices, which means that the Snake King has not resurrected yet, so we don't need to panic. Zuzuchuan's face turned pale, as if he was talking to himself. Damn it. How long do you want to watch the show? Luo Hong and the other two were talking, and suddenly a roar came from outside the light shield. It turned out that after Wu Liang rushed out of the light shield, although he killed two two-headed human-faced snakes with thunder and lightning, showing that his supernatural powers could indeed support his confidence, the female human-faced snake was unexpectedly strong, and he was unable to take it down for a while. After being involved in a long battle, his situation suddenly became bad. After all, there were many human-faced snakes on the side, and he could not support them alone. At this moment, he looked precarious. As for Wu Liang's impolite request for help, Luo Hong and the other two tacitly pretended not to hear it, and had no intention of taking action at all. It would be best for them if Wu Liang died here, so it was impossible to save him. Besides, this guy has only used his magic treasure to fight the enemy so far, and has not yet used his best skills. Obviously, he is far from the end of his rope. He asked for help at this time, just because he didn't want to show his true colors in front of Luo Hong and the other two. To put it bluntly, he still had bad intentions. Seeing the three people looking away together, Wu Liang was immediately furious, but facing the endless offensive of many two-headed human-faced snakes, he couldn't be distracted too much. Just when he was about to use his trump card regardless of everything, things took a turn for the better. Three Taoist friends. Please help kill this human-faced snake girl. I will make the decision. After the task is completed, I will give each of you 10 blood seals. Chapter 900 Devouring Divine Power. The so-called blood seal is actually something similar to the contribution points of the Black Phoenix Envoy, but it is only useful during the Dragon Blood trial, and it is not just a currency. Longlai was entangled by the three human-faced snakes at this time. It was extremely difficult to split his mind and transmit the sound, let alone deal with the female human-faced snake. If this monster is not dealt with quickly, the battleship will soon be conquered by the overwhelming snake tide when the combat power of the body cultivators on the deck is lifted by the secret technique. In this way, the spiritual cultivators trapped in the cabin will be in danger. Luo Hong and his team were able to break the ban and get out because they reacted decisively and took action when the ban first appeared. By this time, the bans in each cabin had long been reinforced to the extent that it is difficult for the virtual cultivators to break it, otherwise they would not have been on the deck for so long without anyone coming out. 10 blood seals are equivalent to 1/5 of an anti-god pill. If you want to obtain it in the Dragon Blood trial, you have to defeat an opponent in the middle stage of the spiritual transformation. The situation in the trial was complicated, and there were very few one-on-ones. It was also a good opportunity to encounter an opponent weaker than oneself, so compared to the joint efforts of everyone to kill a girl human-faced snake, this blood seal was much easier to earn. So, Zuzuchuan and Li Jun's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, and they were very tempted. And Wu Liang's attack became even more urgent. A dozen blood thorns emerged from his palms, and he rolled up a two-headed human-faced snake that was caught off guard and drained the opponent's blood. Then, a blood talisman appeared on his forehead, obviously using some kind of blood magic, and he rushed towards the girl human-faced snake with great momentum. Wu Liang's actions were naturally unwilling to let Luo Hong and the other two take advantage, and he wanted to take the blood seal alone. Haha. Fellow Wu Dao, don't worry, Li is here to help you. Li Jun laughed loudly and immediately escaped from the protective light shield of the warship, sacrificed the magic treasure, and killed the girl human-faced snake. Zuzuchuan didn't say anything at this time, but he also pinched his sword finger and sacrificed a cold ice crystal flying sword, cutting through the snakes and rushing forward. It seems that I have to wade into the muddy water. Luo Hong smiled bitterly. If he didn't take action now, it would undoubtedly appear abnormal, so he flashed and came to the snake tide. Ordinary winged flying snakes are just low-level monsters of the first or second level. Luo Hong had no desire to kill them actively. The power of shaking the universe alone turned the flying snakes that dared to stick to him into meat paste. The human-faced snakes in the snake tide have the strength comparable to that of a Yuan cultivator, and the two-headed human-faced snakes are equivalent to ordinary Shenhua cultivators. After easily killing several human-faced snakes, two two-headed human-faced snakes finally emerged from the snake tide and blocked Luo Hong's way. Luo Hong's purpose of joining the dragon blood trial this time was to steal the real dragon blood of the Long family. At this moment, he couldn't kill people to silence them. If his true strength was exposed, wouldn't everyone avoid him after the trial officially began? In this way, it would be much more difficult for him to achieve his goal. Therefore, although Luo Hong could quickly kill the two two-headed human-faced snakes that blocked his way, he still drove the flying sword to fight back and forth with them. In comparison, Wu Liang and the other two were much more active. The two-headed human-faced snakes usually had only a few methods. After they were familiar with them, they could kill one in a few rounds. With unstoppable force, the three of them killed the young girl human-faced snake. Only then did they realize that there were far more two-headed human-faced snakes hidden in the snake tide than they had imagined. Most of them were cooperating with the treasure in the hands of the young girl human-faced snake to cast spells, so they had no time to spare. Seeing that all the guards were killed, the young girl human-faced snake did not run away. Instead, she threw the treasure in her hand and grabbed a black flame bow knife from the void with 4 palms. Then, the monster roared and killed Wu Liang. Wu Liang had already detected the other party's breath clearly. His cultivation was only equivalent to the late stage of the spirit transformation, which was a little weaker than him. With his most proud magical power, this girl human-faced snake could not possibly be his opponent. At that moment, his mind moved, and 12 blood thorns shot out from his palms, entangled with the girl human-faced snake from all directions. The predecessors of these blood thorns were the alien spiritual plants that Wu Liang found in the wilderness. After being cultivated by him using the secret technique of blood, they were not only difficult to be injured by water and fire, but also almost regarded the protective spiritual shield as nothing. Beings of the same level were often surrounded by these 12 blood thorns, and they could only defend themselves. At this time, Wu Liang saw that the girl human-faced snake actually used the bone knife in his hand to chop the blood thorns directly instead of dodging, and he immediately felt relieved. At this moment, he seemed to see the other party's miserable appearance when the blood thorns touched his flesh and then drained all his blood. However, the next scene was far beyond Wu Liang's expectations. With a wave of the black flame bow knife, the blood thorns that Wu Liang was proud of were cut off like fruits, and there was no sign of any effort at all. The 4 bone knives were waving together, and the 12 blood thorns could not get close to the girl human-faced snake at all. Good baby. Wu Liang was indeed a well-known figure. He was not panicked when he encountered the change, but instead stared at the black flame bow knife of the girl human-faced snake. Although the blood thorns were powerful, they had been injured before. Wu Liang immediately urged his magic power and blood essence to make the 12 blood thorns regenerate crazily, and in an instant they became the same as before. Then, he moved his mind, and a circle of blood light appeared on his chest. Without any sign, the circle of blood light suddenly exploded, and a beam of light shot out like a meteor, heading straight for the face of the girl human-faced snake. A few breaths ago, after the girl human-faced snake cut off the attacking blood thorns, it did not pursue Wu Liang, but opened its mouth like a snake, and swallowed all the blood thorns into its stomach. As soon as these blood thorns entered the stomach, a layer of blood light appeared around the body of the young girl human-faced snake, and then her originally smooth scales became angular, and her breath also increased greatly. Facing the attacking blood-colored light column, the young girl human-faced snake opened her mouth again, and actually sprayed out blood thorns exactly like Wu Liang. The next moment, these 6 or 7 blood thorns collided with the blood-colored light column. The 2 blood lights shone, and the blood thorns were at a disadvantage at first, and a large part of them was broken off, but soon they turned the tables by absorbing the spiritual power of the blood-colored light column and entangled the spiritual treasure in the light column. I saw a trident with a blood-red blade and a shaft like black rock struggling desperately in the entanglement of blood thorns, but the momentum was getting weaker and weaker. How is this possible? Wu Liang was immediately shocked when he saw this. You know, this Blood King fork is his lifelong spiritual treasure. If it is damaged, he himself will also be implicated. Originally, he dared to sacrifice this treasure because of its incomparable power, but who would have thought that the girl human-faced snake could steal the magical power of the bloodthorn? And this bloodthorn is a means to extremely restrain the blood path magical power and spiritual treasures, which directly put Wu Liang in a dangerous situation. You two don't make a move yet. Do you really think you can earn 10 blood seals by watching the show? Wu Liang shouted anxiously. Li Jun and Zhu Zuchuan knew that now was not the time to harm Wu Liang. Otherwise, without his restraint, it would be difficult for the two of them to take down this weird girl human-faced snake. As for Luo Hong, who was still entangled with the two-headed human-faced snakes, they had been ignored by them at the same time. After the two looked at each other, they immediately flew out to the left and right, and raised their hands, to sacrifice the spiritual treasure at the same time. Li Jun offered a crystal yellow gem. Soon after he let it go, a yellow dragon swam out of it. After circling for a while, the dragon grew to 100 feet long, by absorbing the surrounding heaven and earth energy. Then it pressed towards the girl's human-faced snake with a force of 10,000 kilograms. Zhu Zuchuan was a sword cultivator, and most of his strength was in flying swords. At that moment, he also used all his strength to activate the sword formula, turning the ice sword into a white rainbow, and slashing towards the girl's human-faced snake's neck. Because the two people's spiritual treasures affected the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles, and their power was extremely great, in the eyes of others, the girl's human-faced snake was now sandwiched between two pieces of heaven and earth. As long as the two pieces of heaven and earth closed, it would surely die without a burial place. The girl's human-faced snake naturally sensed the danger, and immediately controlled the blood thorns to slam it, throwing out the Blood King fork with greatly damaged spiritual power, and then the forearms closed, and the four black flame bone knives suddenly merged into a giant blade. After a mouthful of blood, the blade immediately slashed towards Zhu Zuchuan's flying sword, obviously wanting to compete with each other. Facing the 100-foot yellow dragon, the girl human-faced snake actually used the same trick again, opening its mouth wide again, and bursting out a strong suction force with its belly bulging and shrinking. Even though the yellow dragon was huge, it was also affected by it. The next moment, a strange scene appeared in front of everyone. The dragon head with a diameter of more than 10 feet suddenly twisted and shrank as it approached the mouth of the girl human-faced snake, and was swallowed by it easily. As the girl human-faced snake's mouth closed, its breath also soared again, from the ordinary late stage of the transformation of the spirit at the beginning, to an existence that was infinitely close to the early stage of the refining of the void at this time. At the same time, a rich yellow spiritual light appeared around her body, which actually directly changed the color of its scales, making it golden, like a golden statue. Affected by the soaring breath of the girl human-faced snake, the power of the black flame giant blade also increased a lot, and immediately repelled Zhu Zuchuan's ice sword. After just a few rounds, the young girl human-faced snake actually defeated the strong with the weak in a situation of 1 against 3, and gained the upper hand. I give up. These three guys give me a little more food. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately cursed in his heart. How could he lose in this situation? He watched the battle from the side, and saw clearly that the reason why Wu Liang and his men were defeated was because they underestimated their opponents, and acted rashly without even conducting basic tests, so that they fell into the trap of the young girl human-faced snake. Otherwise, how could this monster have so many opportunities to display its strange magical powers? The magical power of swallowing the enemy is used for its own use, and it is in the form of a snake. If I'm not wrong, the opponent must have the meager bloodline of Xiangqu. Luo Hong's eyes flashed, and he secretly speculated in his heart. The so-called Xiangqu is an extremely rare true spirit. Its appearance is very similar to that of the Tangshan python. At first, it only has one head, but as long as it swallows a true spirit, it will grow another head, and inherit the opponent's lore and magical power. In most cases, Xiangqu can have 9 heads, and ordinary true spirits are no match at all. But because of this, Xiang was the public enemy of all true spirits. Once discovered, it will inevitably be strangled by a large number of true spirits, and it will have very little chance to grow. Luo Hong took the initiative to learn about it, because he was very interested in its devouring lore. Most of the immortal cultivators have never heard of this kind of true spirit. It's a pity that it's not the right time now, otherwise I will definitely catch it and study it. Shaking his head secretly, Luo Hong will not affect the plan of the true dragon blood, because of the slightly suspicious Xianghua bloodline. After performing the devouring magic twice, the power of the girl human-faced snake was unparalleled, forcing Wu Liang and the other two to flee in danger. As time went by, the battle for the prohibition of the warship was also shifting to the side of the human-faced snake, and those two-headed human-faced snakes began to free their hands one by one. No, it seems that, if I don't take action, these guys will really capsize in the gutter. After waiting for a while, Luo Hong didn't see Wu Liang and the other to come up with any means of turning the tables, and immediately thought with a fixed gaze. However, he did not attack immediately, but waited until Long Lay in the sky, fought with several three-headed human-faced snakes, and then quietly condensed a great circulation of heaven extinction divine needle under the cover of the mighty spiritual power fluctuations. Damn. In the end, I can't avoid a cameo appearance in Dongfang Bubei. With a flash of thought, Luo Hong used his extremely strong finger strength to shoot out a 5-colored divine needle as thin as a cow's hair. The naked eye could not see the trajectory of the divine needle's flight, and even the girl human-faced snake only had a warning sign in her heart at the last moment, but it was obviously too late to hide at this time. Ignoring the scales and armor as nothing, the great circulation of heaven extinction divine needle instantly pierced into the body of the girl human-faced snake. At first, the girl human-faced snake didn't even feel the sting, but soon she felt that the 5 elements of spiritual power in her body were all converging towards a point in her body, and no matter how it urged its magic power, how it roared and screamed, it couldn't stop this process. Soon, the gathered 5 elements of spiritual power reached the critical point, and the body of the girl human-faced snake suddenly swelled up like a balloon. With a boom, it exploded into countless pieces, deader than dead. Such a major change shocked Wu Liang and the other two, and they were stunned for a while. They couldn't figure out why the girl human-faced snake suddenly exploded and died. Could it be the backlash of its devouring magic power? Luo Hong, who was standing aside, didn't intend to waste any more time. After using the power of heaven and earth to force back the two-headed human-faced snakes that had been entangled with him, he moved his mind and drove the Shenfeng Wuang sword to cut the treasure that looked like a formation disc. The two-headed human-faced snake's spiritual awareness was generally not strong, and Luo Hong's sword was not aimed at them, so the two-headed human-faced snakes around the treasure did not find the Shenfeng Wuang sword in time, and only roared angrily after the treasure was cut in half. However, those incarnation monks who had been locked in the cabin were even angrier than them at this time. In an instant, dozens of beams of light shot out from the warship, and the auras of various magical weapons and supernatural powers illuminated the sky with colorful colors. Behind this beautiful scene, the human-faced snake tribe suffered heavy casualties. P.S. Make sure you are fully present, and I will correct the duplicates later. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.